Are switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing sport out. Oh, big shot.
It's day 2 now of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 League Finals. We finally have our top 16 teams from the West League breaking through into our finals. We're going to see who can crown themselves the best in the West and also take home a little bit of chunk of change, $100,000 in their pockets if they can pull it off, even some extra change if they can get themselves the MVP as well. And speaking of MVPs, we have myself, Jason Kaplan, 2 stars, 2 MVPs that have to be joining me here on the desk because it wouldn't be a show without them. We're going to bring in the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion to help talk about how this day has gone so far. And clearly none of us got the memo today because we're all wearing different colors. But I will say this though, 7, purple looks damn good on you.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. You're looking cute too, man. I like the shoes.
It's almost as if I told you to say that before we came on air today.
Shout out to Jason's girlfriend for dressing him today. Ever since his girlfriend got there, he's stepped up his clothing level to a completely different level.
I will say this, I dressed myself today, though she did pick out the sweet new brown belt we got going on here. Anyways, though, talking about, I guess not our looks anymore here, Glitter, moving out into our second day, we had Cloud9, a team we were looking at who didn't make it through into the last Super Weekend. They made themselves known here, especially in the very first game of the day.
Oh, yeah. Talk about bouncing back after to be fair for them, an awful league play performance. They didn't even get to play in that Super Weekend. And then out of the gate in day 1 for our league finals, they get a first place. Then they get a second place. Then they cool off a little bit. Then they decide to get, more second places, more first place finishes. It's like, what's happening here? What team is this? And I'm so happy that they figured it out, right? Because we were all kind of questioning, is that going to be something they can manage? And they definitely did here in the first day.
And we're talking about how well they did, but we need to break down again how teams even accumulate these points over these matches. And we're going to be talking about this here as we bring up to show you exactly how they do that. Obviously, with the first thing we're going to be talking about is the 1 kill per point. Again, we've seen teams like Loops, like Football with 7, heavily lean towards kills, but I feel like in the finals, from what we saw yesterday, almost every team out there was more playing around these placement points.
Yes, and one that definitely comes to mind right now to me is going to be Nova Esports. I know we're going to be talking about them a little bit more later on. Nova Esports ended up getting a win, a chicken dinner, which was 20 points, and on top of that, they ended up with 15 kills. So that's an extra 15 points. But besides that, they were just not able to really get that many kills. They were mostly just getting those placement points over and over again, which is good for them. Trust me, that's going to help you out a ton. But when you got teams like Cloud9 that are putting up 10, 11, 12 kills back to back to back, that's when you need to start taking more advantage of that 1 kill per point for other teams and not just so much just the placement stuff.
Yeah, we've even seen some teams, thinking back to Miramar yesterday with Dream Eaters, where they actually, kind of naded themselves at the very end to deny that extra point over to the other team, which we saw be very important when it came into our Super Weekend, where Tempo was just a few points away from actually surpassing Wildcard for some extra money into their pockets. And speaking of money, let's see what they can win here in our finals. I talked about the $100,000 on the line, but still, second place Glitter takes home 50 grand.
Yeah, and if you think about it, 50 grand was the first place for the league play portion. So there's a ton of money on the line here for all of these squads. So they're definitely going to be battling it out, trying to take home as much money as possible, as you see the prize breakdown throughout the rest of the final placements there. But then also, it's something we're going to be tracking the entire weekend. There still is that $10,000 MVP award as well. So there is so much money to be won here. It's actually a little bit crazy, and obviously some of these teams have already pulled down some of those cash prizes, whether it was, the regular league play portion, the weekly bonuses, or those participation bonuses. So, I'm hoping that incentivizes these teams to start doing some crazy gameplay.
It's kind of crazy that the difference between first place and fourth place, remember, these are the best teams in the West, the difference is $90,000. Or as Seven likes to say, one day of work.
Soon. Hold up a second. No, but it is a huge difference, and I think that's why today we're going to be seeing maybe some more of those teams that are currently in second place, in third place. stay consistent within the placement points. But as I was saying earlier, I hope they start getting more kills too, especially with Nova Esports and Futboles. And then I'm pretty sure in a little bit we're going to be talking about Loops Esports. So stay tuned.
You know what? You say a little bit. How about we just do it right now? Is that okay for you?
Oh,
Seven?
bring it on.
All right, let's talk about Loops right now. Again, we had them off to a pretty good start, similar to Cloud9. I mean, I will say, though, in the very first game, they got knocked out 16th place. However, in game 2, they showed up for a 7, and they got us a chicken dinner. Well, they got themselves a chicken dinner as a priority, obviously.
Yeah, and it was one of those things that we were saying yesterday. For a top team, if you're going to have a bad game, might as well make it your first game. And they ended up doing that. They ended up in 15th place with 0 kills. But it was their ability to come back from that. And then they ended up getting a first place with 11 kills. After that, 3rd place, 5 kills. And that's when we really saw a huge decline with Loops Esports getting 14th place, 4 kills, 16th place, 0 kills, 14th place, 0 kills. And you're starting to see a trend here. And that is, this is the most games, I believe, in one day that Loops Esports has gotten 0 kills in a match, and also ended up on those teens pretty much placement points, which that just doesn't go their way. Something that Loops Esports is so good at is taking advantage of that 1 point per kill. We usually, even if they end up in 14th or 15th place, it's because they're just taking on so much action that they're killing teams. They're able to at least collect 5 extra points in regards to killing people, or maybe 10. We've seen it sometimes get even crazier than that. So what leads me to believe is that people are less scared of Loops Esports. We're seeing them take more engagements. We're seeing other teams actually be more aggressive with Loops Esports here at Glitter. And as we saw yesterday, I think it was Umbra. Umbra ended up just killing Loops Esports at one point because they were that aggressive team to start with.
Oh yeah, we've seen Yala start taking engagements with Loops, and like you said, it almost feels like some of these squads aren't necessarily as afraid of Loops as we've seen them in the past. I mean, right here we're actually seeing one of the clips that was from one of their better games. However, so far, at least in the first day, we haven't seen that consistent, successful aggression out of them, and we haven't seen them get good placements either. We didn't even see a Loops player in the running for the MVP role after the first day. And you guys can see here, as the graphics are coming up on the screen for you, that there is a significant fall off in their overall damage done from the Super Weekend 3 versus their finals first day. Damage fall off, kills fall off, a knockout fall off. I don't know if maybe they're taking a little bit of extra time to warm up here, Seven, but this is definitely not the Loops we expected.
Yeah, and you don't want to go ahead and do this in league finals when there's so much at stake. Yes, they were the champions of the Super Weekend leaderboards that we have. They already have $50,000. But guess what? They have been on a decline. The reason why I wanted to go ahead and show those Super Weekend 3 stats is because that was Loops Esports already on a bit of a decline when we expected them to take advantage of Cloud9 not being in that Super Weekend. And now coming into the league finals, yeah, they get a win. Yeah, they get a 3rd place. But besides that, they just haven't showed up. And you cannot afford to do this in the long term. You cannot afford to do that today, especially because after today, we're going to pass that halfway mark and you're only going to have 2 days to catch up. And if you have other teams like Cloud9, if you have other teams like Futboles, Nova Esports still playing consistent and still having some amazing games with 10, 15, 20 kills, whatever it might be in the future, it's going to be a lot harder to catch up to the first place.
You know, there was something you said there, Seven, that really kind of stuck out to me. It was something I was actually been like thinking about myself, was that it seems like teams aren't giving Loops that respect anymore, as in they're not so afraid to fight them head to head. And I think we've seen, you know, teams kind of realize like, okay, yeah, they're a great team, but they're not unbeatable, right? They're not immortal. We can take them down. We can pick up fights. And I think maybe that's forcing Loops to maybe change up their style a little bit, because I feel like that's what we've also seen from the Super Weekend till now is every team seems to be playing a lot more passive and playing later on into the game, kind of similar to like what Cloud9 is doing, right? Play safe early on, then transition to the frags later.
Yeah, and I'm glad you actually kind of brought that back too, because we started seeing more teams being less scared of challenging some of the higher top teams. Was when Cloud9 was doing really, really bad during league play. You saw 4 teams going at Cloud9 at one point. You saw Pittsburgh Knights, even after they have had all the drama in the world in this tournament, you saw them still killing them in Miramar. And ever since then, some of the other teams are saying, hey, well, wait a second, they might be at the top, but they're not unbeatable. They're not some godly team that they're just gonna win every single engagement. They could, but they're now, the other teams are now willing to take that chance. They're willing to take that aggressiveness to them and not just wait for the other team to bring the aggressiveness to the other ones.
Well, speaking of that note about bringing aggression out, we've seen two other teams do something similar. We've got Nova Esports and we got Kanina Power that we want to be talking about here at Glitter, because Nova was the only other team to pick up 2 chicken dinners in the first day with Cloud9.
Exactly. I mean, and I think these are 2 good teams to follow as far as their progression from where we've seen them over the Super Weekends and into our first day of League Finals here. And I know Seven, super excited to talk about Nova, so I'm going to deep dive Kanina Power for a second here. So just as a reminder for everybody, we've been talking about Kanina Power the entire time because right out of the gate for opening weekend, they came out incredibly strong with a ton of successful aggression, right? And then we saw that completely fall off when we moved into the league play portions. And coming out of that very first Super Weekend, they were in dead last and have been trying to play catch up ever since. Then we move into our final Super Weekend that we just played through, and we saw a huge shift in the way that Kanina Power were actually playing, and it seemed like they had started to kind of focus a little bit more on those placement points, like, you know, we've been talking about a lot over the past few days. This shift in their gameplay actually resulted in 2 first place finishes, 2 second place finishes, 3 third place finishes, and they finished 4th overall for that final Super Weekend. Since then, Kanina Power has actually been able to carry that consistency into our first day of League Finals, and so far they've only had 1 game yesterday that was below a 7th place finish overall, and they ended up in 4th place overall yet again. So there's definitely transitioning and becoming a much more consistent team, and we're even seeing some good performances coming back out of their individual players in the likes of Tixie, as he was actually able to get himself in 8th place overall right now for that MVP race after just the first day. So this is a huge improvement for them, and I'm hoping that they can continue to kind of carry this momentum through. But, you know, speaking of improvements, same thing with Nova, right, Seven? You know, like Jason said, back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, and I think that was very impressive. And they were just, I think what impressed me the most yesterday with Nova is just the difference in the winnings, in the winning games that they had. One of them was very passive, just kind of waiting for everything to happen, and kind of third party towards the end. And the second one was just the aggressiveness, as we're seeing here, the aggressiveness showcasing as they're able to go ahead and put out more damage, even a little bit more healing, but not that much. Usually when you see that increasement in damage, you expect a lot of a higher increasement in healing. So it shows me that now they're willing to take engagements that they know they're gonna win. It's something that Shifan has told us before. Now they're more confident on also being able to take fights. They're not that scared. The average kills has gone up by a lot, and the average knock has stayed kind of the same. So what that leads me to believe is they're being more aware of their surroundings. They're willing to third party more. And this is the Nova Esports that I saw in PMWL Americas. This is a team that used to third party those fights and used to pick up extra points by being able to finish off somebody else's kills. Now, something else to mention, and you're probably going to hear me mention this over and over again in regards to Nova, is that they did had a sub in CAD, and ever since that happened, they have improved. Everything has changed, given that some weekends, some super weekends, they ended up just kind of not doing so well, and that was due because maybe it was so fresh to them, and CAD was also being in co-IGL. But with the chemistry building, with everything building, I think we're starting to see more of a Nova that I personally expected, them being able to win games. What I want to see more out of them, and you kind of heard me mention it earlier, is I want to see a lot more kills out of this team. Because yes, you can get the placement, but that's not going to be enough here as we look at Kanina Power's stats, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is kind of illustrating what I was talking about earlier, is the fact that once that final Super Weekend hit, you can see all of their stats from Super Weekend 3 there. Look at how consistent they're managing to be now after our first day of finals. There's very, very small changes in their average stats across the board, which is huge for Kanina Power because they had such a better showing in Super Weekend 3. And if anything, their damage has gone up a little bit. Their healing's gone up, but that's probably because they're you know, taking a few more engagements. Their kills have stayed almost the same. Knockouts have gone down a little bit, but the important part here is that, like I'd said, we saw that shift from this wild and aggressive Kanina Power super early on to now they're a more conservative, more consistent, you know, playing for those placement points, and it's making a massive difference for them in the overall because of where they ended up in the standings after just the first day.
And we saw that change, especially, I think it was the second Super Weekend, and I think it was so huge for the team to do that. And something that you mentioned earlier as well was that Tixie is now in the run for the MVP ranking. I believe he was number 8. So that is just a huge thing for that team, and hopefully him getting that confidence back also gives Axer, one of the other top players of that team, that confidence too, because if they can start fragging out now once they get into a top 5 situation, it's scary team.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of confidence, sometimes you can be a little bit overconfident. You might lose it based off of maybe a missed grenade, maybe a missed shot. There's something we wanted to show here before we did get into it, because obviously it was a little bit of an unfortunate moment here for Pedro. Tries to go for a nade. And, well, that's a very sturdy car. Sturdy windshield. Catches him and actually wipes out B4, unfortunately, right there. I just want to say it wasn't my suggestion to put that in there. I'm sorry, Pedro. I'm not toxic. It's not my fault. But we could talk about maybe the difference in grenades and how important they can be. Pedro, with a little bit of a slip up there, maybe would have been able to pick his teammate up. And then we see the upside of what it happens when you can throw a grenade correctly when we talk about Beowulf, especially in our final game of the day.
Yeah, and I think this was a beautiful grenade in a place that they kind of needed this, as he was able to just go ahead and blow up all those players right there. And you can kind of see the difference. It was different situations, obviously. Beowulf have all the time in the world. He was able to kind of just make sure where it was going to go. In regards to the other player, Pedro, he had one of his teammates willing to, pretty much waiting to be picked up as he threw the grenade as well. And we're seeing the difference. We're seeing the main reason why we wanted to show the grenade kills there is because Beowulf ended up with 6 grenade kills yesterday, and the amount of damage that he was able to output, it was absolutely insane. And that's the reason, honestly, in my book, why Beowulf is currently #1 in MVP ranking, as he was able to collect 2,433 damage alone and 15 knocks. Imagine if he would have been able to get all those, actually he did. 15 knocks. That is just absurd.
Yeah, I mean, that's impressive. And we see the likes of Lutz up here as well, and he's somebody that we've actually seen kind of go completely insane with nades throughout the final super weekend, or just in general.
21.
He's been super, super strong. Yeah, exactly. He's been very strong with them. So, I mean, I think it's important to recognize how important the utility is for these players, but also how good they are with their utility, because it's making or breaking specific plays or, overall standings for them sometimes, and it's contributing a lot to their team damage and their individual damage. And to be fair to Pedro, he's not the only person that's accidentally naded himself. We've seen it happen a couple times. I think it might have happened to Tensa. Exactly. So this is just, it's kind of like the risk that does come along with those frags. Sometimes we've seen players cook them for too long, and then they just have an opportunity to get rid of them. But but it is worth it in the long run for them.
I could see them trying to cook a nade, and their mom comes in like, "Honey, dinner's ready." "Mom, I'm playing!" And then the nade blows up and they die. Also, I did want to point out something as I noticed there for Beowulf. So he had 6 kills, right, with grenades. One thing, I'm curious if Pedro has 2 kills, if it counts from his own grenade, if he gets the kills from that. Probably doesn't. The other thing is, thinking back to Vikendi, because we interviewed Beowulf and we were talking to him about that match in particular, saying he felt if it was a 4-on-4 because he was dead, they should have won on Vikendi. And I'm bringing that up in particular because they had the high ground, if you remember yesterday. They had this really nice position that they could lob grenades in, considering Loops put pretty much a snake, like a complete straight line of smokes down. Imagine having Bayo up with a couple of grenades in his hands. That could have been Cloud9 taking 3 chicken dinners yesterday in total. But either way, let's take a look at how many chicken dinners everyone else got, and of course how the points did break down for every other team, as well as, of course, Cloud9 will be maintained as first place position. However, we've got Footballers here actually ahead of Nova at the end of the day, Glitter.
It's just by a hair, though, because if you look, they do have the same points overall. Footballers is just doing better in the kills department. Nova was doing better in placement points. I mean, that's going to be, I think, a back and forth throughout all of today if both of those teams can kind of keep up some similar performances. But, Konina, Power, Tempo Storm, some of these teams that were definitely a little bit quieter during those super weekends have definitely picked it up after the first day here in finals. And Wildcard, a team that we talked about a lot at the end of the 3rd super weekend, starting to really continue to be aggressive, but consistent with that aggression. We kind of saw them kind of yo-yo a little bit, and this has been a better first day for them. And then Queso, Loops, Dream Eaters, and Umbra. Queso and Umbra, 2 teams that I think we saw some very welcome and unexpected performances out of yesterday, 7.
Yeah, especially Umbra. Umbra's becoming that gatekeeper role that Alpha Legends used to have for me. And as we talk about Alpha Legends, they're currently in last place there with 15 points. I'm hoping that team today starts to bring that role back, just being able to take advantage of certain fights, being able to take some fights to other teams. And another one, as we're looking out here, is B4 Esports. They did end up going up in the leaderboard, but they really didn't have the performances that we expected out of them. Hopefully today, with the extra Miramars that they're going to be playing, they'll be able to improve on their performances. And another team to kind of finish it off there is going to be Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, we always mention about how everything has happened to them this tournament. They really haven't been the same since they lost Sixless. We need to see a completely different Pittsburgh Knights here going into today.
Yeah, we definitely do. I definitely agree with you on that one. They have been struggling ever since the loss of Sixless. But you know what? Let's take a look now at the schedule of the matches coming up today, as we're going to see Erangel, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel yet again. So 3 times a day, every day, until we're done with the entire finals. And as you can see, hopefully you guys out there can tell, 6 matches. We're not doing 5 anymore. We're not doing 4. It's 6 matches every single day until we hit 24, until we have our champion taking home the $100,000. And speaking of champions, I think we got to figure out what's the prize for our talent prediction game. Who's going to be crowned champion for this one? Because we need to get back into this yet again as we get ready for our first match. And you know, Seven, since you're looking the most handsome here, I feel like you should give the first prediction.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I got my Mountain Dew ready. I got my chicken ready because I know more than likely they're going to end up winning today at some point. And I hope it's today, the first game as we start off. And I got Cloud9. Cloud9 has just been money. Even going back to Super Weekends, week league plays, they've always been money on the first game as well. They always come out hot. So I don't expect anything different here from Cloud9. Hopefully they get the win, and maybe they can kind of try to break that kill record that we have here, which is, I believe it's 21 kills if I'm not mistaken here for the West.
Yeah, East thinking they can compete. They only got 20. Come on, get on our level, guys. Glitter, who's your prediction?
Well, you know, I got to try and make up for points a little bit after yesterday, so I can't be going with the same picks as people. And the team that I chose actually came in second place, right behind Cloud9 with almost the exact same amount of kills. So I'm hoping they can start today off hot again, and I'm going wild card for the first game.
Okay, that's risky. I mean, we've seen them do really well towards the end of the days. However, it's not that risky if we compare how they've been doing recently, right? When it comes to the start of the days, they definitely have widened their horizons as it goes into these matches. For me, I mean, come on, Seven. Come on, we got 3 chicken dinners yesterday. I got to stick with Cloud9.
Hey,
I got to stick with them as well. They're going to get me another chicken. I'm still feeling full. I think I got some indigestion from yesterday because I was just feasting on chicken. I think I'm not allergic to it. But you know what? I feel like it's a confident pick. I feel like they started off strong. They ended strong. They're looking good overall. And also what's looking good overall is your guys' chances at home to help contribute to our 300,000 viewer milestone here. Everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting 6 crates. Not if you're just watching. If you played the game, if you're eligible in that case, you will be getting 6 crates and a chance to get a permanent set out of those as well. So tell your friends, tell your family, tell your teachers, as Seven said, tell your exes, get them all watching here to have a chance to get to that 300K mark. I still don't know why you said exes yesterday, to be honest. But, you know, if you're cool with your exes, that's good for you.
It worked. Hey, it worked. Dr. Lunatic sent a message out and they started watching the stream, so it worked. Hey, we just need 300,000 people watching at the same time, all right? I want to get me some permanent skins.
Okay, can we take this one step further? Will you shave your head if we can hit 300K as an extra added incentive?
That's a no. That's a hell no.
Okay, well, I tried to get you some extra incentives. Maybe we can talk to Mustache Dave. Maybe he'll shave the mustache off if we can get 300K, which then he'd just be called Dave, and that'd be a little bit weird. I don't know. We'll figure out something. You guys also can help figure out something, considering you guys are going to be on break now and ready to break down the next match when we get back to it. And we'll check with you guys shortly. Maybe we can get Glitter to shave her head.
Oh, no.
Oh, Britney Spears.
Okay, go before I come with any bad ideas. You guys at home, though, who are watching, remember, you guys can still win in the lucky draw going on within the game, within the Esports Center. You can win a limited time outfit if you're lucky enough. So if you're not doing it yet, you still have today, you still have tomorrow, you still have the day after as well to have a chance to win in our lucky draw. So make sure you guys are watching within the game and within that Esports Center. And of course, you guys can still tweet to us at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMWL and let us know who your predictions are going to be coming into this next match. You can also let Seven know in chat as well. Glitter and I will be watching as well, so make sure you get your predictions in there. We'll give you a shout out if we can see our Victor coming through. And speaking of Victor, speaking of gentlemen who are looking great today, I'm getting a little of a DBZ vibe coming out of Cameron Davis here. But how are you guys doing today? And Viram, you're looking good, man. I like the shirt. I like the color.
Feeling good. Thank you. It's nice. It's bright. It makes me pretend that I've been outside at all in the last few months. It's good. It reminds me of the sky, which is again, we don't see that anymore. But no, I'm ready to go. Let's moving away from that depressing opening. The day one of games were nuts, were wild. And if you were watching East earlier as well, oh my goodness, I don't know what happened. It's like, we got to the top of the roller coaster, that first ramp, you go up right at the top. That was what the super weekends where everything getting into us. And now we just dropped because everything is going crazy. It is full speed ahead and teams are stepping up.
And it's a wooden roller coaster too. So it's a little bit unsafe, a little bit unstable. You're not sure what's going to happen, if you'll survive.
It's all over the, yeah, exactly. It's that.
All right, well, Cameron, you're also looking great today. You're really working on that monitor tan. I respect it. I got to get mine going when I get back home. But what was your thoughts, I guess, overall, really quickly, of the first day?
No, it was definitely, teams definitely came to play. A lot of what we saw during the Super Weekends and just the league play in general is teams sort of figuring each other out, but it's the grand finals. It's $100,000 for first place, so you definitely have to show up here. No more, I'm just gonna snake it out. I'm just gonna try and maybe coast into the midline, because so much of the league play was, unless you were in position to win, it was all about qualifying. But now it's winning. It's all about winning.
Were you doing an impression of me there? That's what it sounded like on that one. Yeah, I'm just going to snake in. Anyways, let's talk about predictions, because that's what I'm going to be thinking about now, because Cameron, you're doing pretty good here this time. I'm going to start off with you, see if you can keep the wins coming, the chicken dinners coming. Who's your prediction here for game one?
I mean, come on. It's the first game of the day, and it's on Erangel. You have to go Cloud9. Yes, we have 3 Erangels of the day. Cloud9 are good on every single time you play Erangel, but also no other team is so good starting off on game number 1 as they have been, excluding week 3. So, honestly, it's just the best way to start your day. It's the best way to start your morning. A Cloud9,
better than a coffee.
Cloud9 in the morning to get, yeah, exactly.
That would be
start your day
branding.
with a refreshing cup of Cloud9.
I would drink
everybody.
that. What would you drink?
Seriously, first place, second place, first place. Cloud9, that's my prediction. Get it in there.
Okay.
Get it in there. Let's go.
We got 4 Cloud9s. We got a wild card, and we got you two gentlemen to take us into our first match. So, stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Jason. Let's get this going. I've got the word in my ear that the players are ready to go. The playing path has been determined. The players are ready to drop. Let's get this started. PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. It's our final time. You talked about it. $100,000. That's like not an insignificant amount of money. I would in fact go so far to say that is a significant amount of money.
And even second place gets a good old 50K, and then third place, 25K. I think that's how it breaks down. Honestly, I just look at the top because I don't know about you. I know if I were to be in this, I'd get first place without a doubt. So any other placement, not a worry for me, not a consideration at all. But yeah, anyway, I think that's how it breaks down. From there, it really does show how important it is that the amount that the money scales up once you reach the top number of placements. The difference between like 16th and 8th place, and then even like 8th place to 5th place, is so insignificant compared to the possibility of landing 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd, even though those 3 have a drastic difference amongst themselves. And so you need to take those high risk, high reward plays, and if you trust in your teammates, if you trust in your team skill, you will come out on top. And so far, it is all Cloud9, despite me trying to gas up all of these teams for playing well. Nova has some great moments. Wildcard has some great moments. Tempo Storm, they may need a little bit of warm-up, but we know what they can deliver. Same with Footballist. Cloud9 is 41 points ahead. 41 points ahead after 6 games.
That is a staggering amount of points. Like that's more points than the bottom 5 teams got, like before got 41 than the whole day. You know what I mean? Like we have 6 teams that don't even have that many points, period. And that's how many points they are. That's their lead. So just a staggeringly dominant day when you have 4 out of 6 top 4 finishes and that's 2 firsts and 2 seconds. That's a pretty good way to start the day. But another team I'm glad we're highlighting here early. We saw that for a second on the screen. Yala Esports. Because, it was the Lord train. We were all aboard the Lord. And then Zana and Anas, they stepped up as well. But then yesterday, Lord stepped up once again, reminded us, whoa. Hey, guys, hang on a second here. I'm still one of the stars of this team. I can solo Loops Esports, make it look easy. I mean, it was a little sweaty. It wasn't that easiest thing, but he still did it. And that's the kind of momentum I need to see from some of these teams that are in the middle. In the case of y'all Esports, actually down towards the bottom, because despite some great individual performances, they weren't able to chain it together. And that's the hallmark of what these top teams are able to do. It's the consistency of which they're able to bring out those top tier plays.
That's honestly the difference between playing aggressive for the sake of playing aggressive, like a little bit of what we saw. I'm not gonna say that's exactly what Yala did, but there's a difference between that and then playing aggressive to actually have full map control, taking proper opportunities. And I think something that was said on the desk, which is teams are playing more aggressive. And I think this comment was specifically about loops. But when you're a team like loops, and even B4 a little bit in a way, and football is as well, that your whole way of playing is to just go aggressive when teams would otherwise not be expecting it, and then catch them by surprise and pick up a lot of points of teams who were just trying to have a relaxing mid game. When everyone else is trying to go aggressive, that play style, that win condition doesn't really work out for you anymore. And so you need to be able to adjust, you need to be able to adapt, and it's all about finding the right opportunities to go aggressive.
Totally. Calculated aggression. That's really what it comes down to. It's it's weighing the risks. It's the benefits. I have to bring out my spreadsheets for my cost benefit analysis. But really, that's what these players are doing in real time. And, we look at this as a third party. We have the perfect vision. We have the eye in the sky observers. We can see more or less what is a good idea or a good decision to make. But these players are doing this all on the fly. And the amount of times we see them make those fantastic decisions on the fly is incredible, considering how much information they have or don't have. It's amazing to see what these players can do. And speaking of seeing what these players can do, you're watching the stream right now, but you should tell your friends to watch. See that thing that's popping up on your screen? That's the chance for you to win 6 free crates. If we hit 300,000 peak concurrent viewers here for the PUBG Mobile World League West, you guys, everybody watching, is going to be able to get a bunch of free stuff. So definitely check that out, because let's be honest, we've seen Cloud9 do a lot of winning. You should get in on the action. Do some winning yourself.
That was good. Yeah. You too can be just like Cloud9 in every single way, except any way at all, except for the winning crates part.
You can wear the
Cloud9
same
wins
cool skins as them. That's
$100,000.
what you can do.
You
all
win
right?
6 crates.
Exactly. But no, it's
Tomato.
It's all the same thing. But no, I think to your point, Cameron, just the fact that we're seeing, I think the decision making has been getting better and better. And you touched on it, even talking to Jason. We came in, you're like, I feel like they've been feeling each other out. But the time to do that is past. They've written notes in their notebook. They have a general sense of rotations and X, Y, and Z. But now it's time to put that all into practice.
Practice they will have to do if they want to climb up and they want to actually even have a shot of taking the gold medal, because I would be very disappointed. I think a number of these teams would be disappointed if starting tomorrow it was all about who's going to get second place. And this first circle is a pretty fair one to start things off. And we're looking at Nova right now, who are basically dead center, but of course so are Dream Eaters. And Dream Eaters, they're actually inside of a compound that I personally will call New Compound, because at one point in time it was new. And callouts just end up sticking, okay? It's going to be 5 years from now, and this is still going to be New Compound.
We call anything in this game banana? I don't know. There are weirder callouts, guys. Don't worry about it. All right? We don't call it pop dog. Take it easy.
That's true. Yeah. Fair point. But yeah, a lot of teams are actually getting really center. This isn't the same center rush that we saw in Vikendi yesterday, because that was chaos, because that was on the coast, of course.
Goodness.
But there are still, in this area of the map, at least what we're looking at right now, dead center, there are a lot of very dynamic areas and this binary areas where it's like you're either in cover or you're not. And the fact that loops are now in a terrain dip in the first phase just shows that in the center there aren't a lot of options for them. I like loop split that they're employing right now, bit of a 2-2 for them. A little bit of damage from another team. I didn't see who that was. I don't know if it was a Toffee's trying to trade back while Matic and Meku were arriving. I think that must have been the case, because otherwise it would have just been Queso, and I think Queso a bit too far away.
Yeah, Loop's going to vacate the old tempo dip, and they're going to go, I think, back and meet up with their teammates there again. Dadin's holding line. And this is interesting because Dadin's the IGL. Like, he's the one he's the team captain. He's the one making the calls for his squad. It's not too often that we actually see that role be and scout in this kind of situation be the same thing. And he's going to regroup with the rest of his team. But that's actually a really interesting thing to talk about, the idea of how much teams are relying on having that forward scout. We see footballers do it a lot. We see Loops do it a lot. And actually, now that I think about it, Dadin has done it quite a bit, which is surprising because those two roles aren't usually the same.
I mean, if you are the primary source of information, that means that there's going to be no translation error as far as telling your leader what's going on, where anyone is, where anyone and everyone is. But the reason why you usually don't see the crossover that much is because being a scout, you do need to be able to survive. And so it's almost like a separate skill. It's about as sort of fantastic as seeing your top fragger also be the IGL, because those are two separate skills. It's not saying that you can't be good in the game in terms of fighting as an IGL. It just means that if you are able to do both, and it's absolutely amazing. That's why I think Beowulf is getting a lot of love for Cloud9. Just, talking more about Cloud9, because what else is there to talk about? They're completely taken over. They completely took over the storyline yesterday, but will they have the same success today? Because I'm looking at the map, they're actually the last ones to rotate in. We saw them looting at Primorsk earlier, of course, not one of the closest locations to this circle. And Umbra and Wildcard. This isn't the first time we've seen a little bit of interaction here, but it is just Sam by himself, I think, caught off on rotation. The rest of his squad has already crossed the river down towards Rozok's school area, but is that Acer coming back to pick him up? It might just be.
Might be.
Grenades come out, don't find a connection.
And I actually think this Halls is going to try and find an off angle. No, Acer's actually, they're not wanting to risk it quite yet. Halls is going to hold this off angle up on the high ground. That's an important thing to keep in mind. Acer does have eyes on this. He's seeing them looking to reposition. And there's a shot coming out from Vindex. He's spotted out Acer in response, who's gonna go down. The beautiful headshot, long range. Oh my goodness, this is disaster from Wildcard. Oh no, Acer was supposed to be the one staying back and staying safe, and he's the one dead. That's first blood in the server. It took us 9 minutes to get there, Cameron, but it's Vindex that strikes.
Yeah, I was really curious what Acer's plan was filling up on the hill. I think they got maybe a little too confident that he wouldn't have been spotted, but I think Umbra are too smart for that. You're gonna have to wake up a little earlier if you want to catch them out, because when you know open area like this, there's always a threat, and PRZ is going super aggressive. Sam had to leave his vehicle behind. That's why Acer had to come back for him, but he's caught crossing the road. And the fact that the rest of Wildcard, okay, they're bailing. They're getting out of here. They already lost 2. This is not a good start for Wildcard.
Oh my goodness. I think that'll start. I think Sam did get spotted there to start that out. I heard a nade go off that I'm not sure with his, but if he was the one that actually initiated that contact with Umbra, then that was just a mistake. Straight up. He was alone. He was solo, chucking nades. I'm pretty sure that was not the case. I'm pretty sure they spotted him out first. But in any case, that was just a weird position being spread. And part of the thing is too, is like Wildcard, we can read you like a book. You go the same looting position every single time, 100%. We know what your rotational path is going to be. Umbra knew what your rotational path was going to be. Because you are making such telegraphed motions, you're allowed to do that. You just need to do it as a team. You need to be able to back each other up. That was a situation where I think Wildcard just flat out dropped the ball.
Yeah, and I think that's really nothing else to say. That's really the only take you can have on this. Look at Nova, though. They've spread out. The circle has shifted more towards the west, but it hasn't been a huge divergence from what we saw in Phase 1 as far as where the primary play areas were. And we saw Nova for a quick second actually falling away and taking Death Road instead of just the hill overlooking. Right, they just pulled back a couple of meters, but they're actually fully committed there. You can see they're in a split of their own. But a lot of teams here are trying to focus on Potato Mountain. Tempo, dead center, and Cloud9 in the west. Dreamy is rotating in from the east. I'm not seeing any real motion for full contact just yet. That is of the central teams.
And this is always so interesting to me, the fact that we saw this yesterday a ton. Cloud9, Tempo, right next to each other, shoulder to shoulder. Get out of my space, because they've identified what the prime position is in this circle, and they're always vying for it. Vying for these key positions is so key, and that's what we're seeing Loops do right now, catching out Alpha Legends on the rotation. Yesterday, we saw Alpha Legends struggling. I believe it was with a good amount with Wildcard as well. A lot of these teams sort of clashing in the early. And this time, though, it's Loops catching them out, able to pick up one clean pickup there. Losing one member on rotation. Ah, man, not what you want to do, which is why we oftentimes see teams take these really convoluted routes along the outside of the circle. But in this case, Alpha was trying to send in towards the middle, towards this farm area. And they're doing it so late now, that is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of their position that they have to go to now. I don't know if that's because they got shot at by Loops or this is their immediate goal, but this spot is so open and Ravini finds another tag. Gonzo on the opposite side might be stealing that, but this just proves my point of how open that hill is. It is a full, it's bait, it's a trap, and actually Karina Power, they're going aggressive onto this. They want a full wipe Alpha Legends.
playing to win. You talked about it. This is not a qualifier. You're in. This is the finals. You need every single kill point you can get your hands on. And Konina Power have been starting off these days oh so well. We're going to look to continue the trend here. The nade is going out from Kato. Tixie does go down, taking a little bit of extension. Old Man's able to line that up, but Robdini is here on the flank. The vehicle can be able to offer some significant cover to Konina Power, but Old Man, that's the flank I was talking about, and this is the collapse from Konina Power.
And this is really good for Konita to clear this area because the circle shifted up north, and so they're going to have to push through Alpha Legends either way. And the fact that they started earlier, that's just a big bonus to them. They're already on the move. The revives are coming in for the teammates. Tixie has been picked back up, and Kaito, you see him retreating in the distance. Konita aren't going to be chasing him. They want to get into the circle now, but Loops are in a great position. They already took out Alpha Legends crossing in. They're going to be able to take a number of players crossing back the opposite way.
And the fights are breaking out all across Erangel. You can hear the shots, you can hear the grenades, and this time it is Unique and Football is going toe-to-toe. Lutz is going to try and get the shots onto the retreating players, gets one down. Nice, you see the little juke back behind the vehicle. So well done. Oh, he was trying to go for the explosion, though, but Frozen just shoots him right in the face. I don't need to blow up your vehicle, I just need to shoot you, sir. And that's actually a disastrous moment now because he is so separated from the rest of his team. Unique spread out as well, but hang on a second. Levezid is coming in, he's getting involved. He's going to try and deny the revive. Can he find the shots? And yes, he does.
Doesn't get the knock just yet, but Frozen's taken down very low, and the grenade primed, looks perfectly, but thrown too far, but it's fine. It tickles him just enough to get the knock, so that's 2 down. That's just Annalise up for Unique, who I believe was actually the reason why Lutz fell there because of the pincer crossfire that they had, but now the last remaining player is forced to leave.
Oh, that just goes to show you the team shooting there, getting the work done. Levezin, a little bit uncharacteristic from Football as a team that's so known for its grenade play. I think just getting a little bit too excited at this earlier fight. The pressure of getting his teammate up is there. But oh my goodness, NA brawls. We love to see them. This time it's a 1v2 situation for Tempo Rain. Hang on a second. All these members are down across the board. Rain needs to win this 2v1 situations or else Pittsburgh Knights might just take down Tempo Storm, and they do without losing a single member. My goodness, all of a sudden, what is going on, Cameron? Went from 0 to 100 so quick.
That's what happens when you fight over Potato Hill and then it pulls away from it. The Knights tried to take center.
Oh.
I think Tempo probably should have wanted to leave or control the area better. Is the only 2 options for it. But over here in the Northeast, a lot of more teams fighting in. It was a slow start, but it's all ramping up once again. We're not done with Vindex. Couple of shots. ERZ is the one to drop Soul, but Halls is down. How is the rest of Umbra going to manage? They have a nice split separation, but they're going to need to get at least 1 player over to their down player and then use that 2-2 as a pincer potential onto Queso. The problem is Queso are behind hard cover. However, you see that little hill line that Halls was trying to make his way to. They could still use that PRZ to try and get over to the north of Queso and sort of circumvent them, go around them, depending on where the next phase goes. The circle is about to close, and so this fight could pop off, or Umbra might want to retreat from this, and retreat is going to be the plan with this circle shift.
Go north.
Medium shift towards the northwest.
Yep, I think you go north. All you have that ridge, like you mentioned before, it's going to provide you a lot of cover to go around. Pick up your players, try and find you can see it right there. They can go all the way around. Don't worry about Team Queso right now. Yes, you have to rotate through them, but I think they're a bigger fish to fry. But they may disagree with me. They did get another down onto one of the players in the compound here, taking a little bit of damage as they're jumping out of their vehicles, though. I think that's a mistake. I think they're tunnel visioning on a fight here that they don't need to take unless they can get another knock with one of these grenades. And this isn't an easy angle to hold. I think they should back up. He gets the... Wait, what? Hang on a second.
Re-knock.
It was the re-knock. Oh, my goodness.
It was... The revive came in just in time to keep that from being a kill, but the fact that the revive has to be attempted again means that Umbra are sending it in. A couple of counter grenades, deals a little bit of damage, but no knock. The revive has come back out for a second time on a Queso, and Mystic has to heal up, and smokes are everywhere. But look at the angle that Halls has, trying to throw more grenades inside the building. Mystic...
He heals himself back up, does have the high ground. 2 players trying to leverage that advantage. Vindex does go down. Good shots from Team Queso. Marco's trying to find an out angle as well, but that's the grenade coming in from PRZ this time. Mystic down again. He'd have to make some magic happen. Ayala going on the outside, finds PRZ, doesn't expect the juke out through the window. Hang on a second. Umbra, this was your fight, but Team Queso is holding strong through all of it. Prolord is the last man standing. Let's see if he can get this done in a 1v2 situation up against Team Queso. Trying to find the shots going up. He is able to confirm the 1 kill there, but Ayala coming in from behind once again, and that is Team Queso with the fight.
He needed 1 more bullet, and he could have had 2 down players on the roof. Marco would have been down. It would have been just Ayala. It left him in a 1v1 with the blue coming in, but Queso are able to stay 2 up. But as I just mentioned, blue pushing in. they're going to have to push into the zone themselves. And that line, that border of the northeast side has been taken over by Nova. Looking over here at school apartments. We've seen this before. It's not exactly dead center. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing that we saw yesterday. But UDR Killers trying to take up their own position as well as the Knights. And of course, Grenada Power sharing the bottom floor once again.
Yeah, PK able to leverage this high ground advantage. They already fought and won over some high ground, taking down Tempo Storm already, so they got to be feeling good with the way this game is starting. And now they want to try and control apps as much as possible. We saw an absolutely chaotic finish on it yesterday. Nova Esports, the one player actually not in the apartments, being one with nature. All you city folk, I don't know what you're on about. It was Nova Esports that came out on top. And speaking of Nova, they're fighting up against Loops right now, and that is not an ideal situation for them. Multiple members of Nova dropping, pushing into their compound, and Loops is able to keep all four alive, and now HCL's in a terrible position. It's Yellow Esports getting involved. AZ2, hang on a second. This could be Nova Esports 0 to 100. He can't juke, he can't get the shots. Oh no, this is terrible. Cat is the last one standing.
Trying to go for the revive, and I like the idea of Nova's big old separation for control, but you need to be aware of your sightlines, of your risk points, and Yala Esports is holding that down. And of course, then when Loops bombing onto a compound, you got to have more than one player to even attempt to hold that. And I think Loops, they're going to continue to send it forward, rock by rock, bit by bit, trying to get as far in as they can before the zone closes. The revive did come through. HCL is being brought back to AZ up on the hilltop, but I think AZ needs to get revived too. And so Nova, with the bomb, with the revive from Cat, they are going to be able to stabilize with at least 3 remaining, but they have lost their control to Loops.
They have, and Federal is bleeding out real quick down there. Dadin's got to try and get in a position to get him back up. Taking these sustained fights, it does do that damage over time. If you keep getting knocked and knocked and knocked, it will add up. I cannot believe that Nova was able to get out of that, though, with 3 players up. I thought they were in for disaster. I thought they were going to lose at least 2 more, but they were able to rally. We're seeing the send now from C9. All these teams in the apps trying to get the shots down range, but Kunina Power is also acting as a distraction. Rabdini is going to drop. The vehicle is going to explode. Teamfire coming in from apartments left and right. B4, UDR Killers, Konina Power, Pittsburgh Knights. I'm just going to keep listing off teams because they are all involved in this highly contested piece of real estate. But Cameron, they're all going to have to move.
Yeah, they all really wish that they could move now. Konina Powers is really wishing that B4 and UDR Killers is going to allow them. Nano, though, the spray down and Haxer, he's not going to make it out of this one. He's going to get knocked. And now Konina, they have one more shot to make it into the circle. And there's nowhere left to play. Nowhere left to play in the circle. That's where there's so many teams still outside of it.
I was like, Tixie, if you're going to do this again, you just watch both your teammates drive out in vehicles and have them both get blown up. I wouldn't do it again. PK is doing this a little bit differently. They're lining up smokes to try and give their vehicles a little bit more path. They're setting up grenades to get the team out. And PK having a lot more success with his flanker on the outside and providing cover for themselves with these smokes. But Dream Eaters is here as well. Pittsburgh Knights rotating in late. This is part of the problem. They got Footballs on one side, Dream Eaters on the other. They are in for a world of hurt unless they can land some sick shots.
They're in position right now, and they can prone down and perhaps block line of sight from a number of the players. Raven could get revived, but ooh, it's a second knock against them.
Levazen.
That makes it more problematic. I think C9 had an angle, but Football has come in. Levazen bombing straight into the smoke.
And somehow Tixie, in all the chaos, gets himself out as well. One of the last remaining hopes for Konina Power, but Footballers have already lost 2. PK is trying to get some sort of revive. J7 and Carnage are still up and alive. Levazen sent it on in, but he doesn't really have teammates close by. So much action breaking out as Spring, Wildcard, and Crew. They just get absolutely demolished by Nano. Oh my goodness, this is our shack now. But the nades are continuing to fly from Footballists. No surprise. PK is trying to hold steady through this, but Levazen's been a one-man wrecking crew.
Oh man, nades on nades on nades in all these positions. When people smoke up their own spot, that only reveals exactly where they're going to be. So just toss a portable red zone in yourself. Last member of Footballists met it up and sending it into Levazen, or at least a tree next to it. Good position, but out in the open for a split second. Cloud9 could have had an opportunity there, but wasn't quick enough on the draw for that. J7 down, Carnage, last one remaining for the Knights, and they're all going to have to move everyone from the southern position. And Dream Eaters, the fact that their compound, the only hard cover still in the circle, has an edge in the next phase. They are going to be tearing everyone else to shreds.
Yeah, but C9, the position they put themselves in, they're outside the circle, Cameron. They've already lost 2 members. They're getting shot from Yala. They're getting shot from Dream Eaters. They're having to deal with all of this. Pyra, who just barely able to sidestep that, keep himself up, but C9's in a terrible spot. Good shots onto Anas, though, but the problem is they're pinched, and the blue is moving in. They do not have a whole lot of time to work with, and out of meds is Pyra. This is a terrible position for them to be in right now. Dream Eaters had them pinned down. They went into this low position, and everybody just pounced on them. They have a target on their backs, being so far ahead, and look at the nades.
Oh, they're not landing, but I think the fire is what's going to do it. Cloud9 go out in 8th place, which opens this up for anyone remaining to try and claim those points and try and start to make their climb back into challenge first place. Lutz, he's trying to send it. I don't know what information that he had. He just saw Cloud9 get removed from that position, and he is going to go down, not to Yala, but to Dream Eaters.
He is going to fall. Anas quite able to steal that one away, but they continuously need to think about how they're going to push in. Dream Eaters are in a great spot. They've got the little bit of hard cover in the center of this compound, the center of the circle. Loops, though, still has multiple members alive. I actually think all 4 members alive here from them. They're the last team to have, other than Dream Eaters, to have all these players up and involved. And we'll see how these teams are going to go back and forth as Yala is trying to find whatever angle they can, but Dream Eaters needs to hold on to this compound as long as they can, but this next circle is going to make them shift.
Your last second heal attempt behind the shack. They are going to go down a second after Yala, of course, because a lot of people are going to be dying in the next few milliseconds while the blue closes in. Loops taking a little bit slow onto Nova. They already had a knock that we saw onto AZ. Hasn't been confirmed just yet. And the fact that they're standing on road and not being punished for it out in the open like they are just shows how weak every single position in this circle is, no matter where you are.
They have the one bit of high ground. That's sort of the biggest difference maker here, I think. A drop is going to come in. We'll see what cover that A is able to provide. The gun's less relevant at this time, but Cat able to hit so many shots, but Carrillo answers back. The boys from Brazil want to step this one up, want to take down this competition as 2 members of Nova have already dropped. But Carrillo, he's got to push in. He's got to try and find the angle, but he's afraid of everyone else that could shoot him, because if he pops his head up over this angle, it's not just Nova that can shoot him. It's Dream Eaters. It's everybody else that can leverage this. So they need to be oh so cautious. That's why he's going prone. He wants to limit the eye lines. And we can see Federal. Oh, of course it's Federal sitting back and giving intel, playing scout. He does this so well for his team.
Sen comes out of the sit, trying to find an off angle because the circle shifted heavily away from Dream Eaters. And they have 4 members remaining, so that's something to rely upon. They haven't had to move too much, but Matic going out into the blue, maybe for more loot. Well, I'm saying that AC peeks up, drops Carrillo, and Prone's back down for a split second, but Dean is able to find the angle. It is just Cat remaining, having to heal up with whatever bandages he still has, but Versit pushing further and further forward. Loops need to secure this destruction of Nova before Dream Eaters really come here, but the revive is being finalized.
I love this play from Dream Eaters. I love it so much. Federal does strike first blood, but the concept is correct. They've seen that both of these other squads have taken damage, and they want to take full advantage as they are pushing in now onto Loops Esports. Multiple members in massive trouble. AZ was able to be revived there by Kappa versus trying to find the angle to flank, but Kayowski is cognizant of it. He knows about it. He's like, we heard you rolling on in. We heard the vehicles. Take the shot. Headshot. Sit down. Which means Toffee is out. Versit is down. There's only 2 members left in play for Dream Eaters. Multiple members left in play for Loops, and Nova has survived, but they're out of meds. They're out of utility. They just need to watch and try and find the right moment to third party, but I don't think Federal wants to let them, but that Molotov is just a little bit short.
Thing is, Nova's tree and car fort, if you can even call it that, is still in the zone.
Yep.
Loops' rock, I am not so sure about. So there might be a possibility that, oh, never mind, doesn't even matter because Meku wants to end this here and now crawling forward, throwing a grenade prime, but it doesn't go far enough.
That could have been a disaster. Just a little bit higher, just a little bit over that rock. And it's good. Oh, it's so close. How many more grenades does he have? Oh boy, they're going in, the bounce, and the shot. It is not going to find them. Oh my goodness, the bounce went on the other side of the rock. This is so close. This is so close, Cameron. Meku almost just single-handedly dismantled Loops Esports, and he is the last man standing for Dream Eaters. 3 alive for Loops somehow. How have they weathered this storm?
Oh, and look at where the next circle shifts to. away from every single person. Nova have an advantage here because they're going to have to move last, but they have such low HP. AZ finds one. Kayowski goes down, and he wants to go for more, trying to blow up the vehicle.
I cannot believe these. Loops has somehow the most beneficial position. They set it up with the car. They've got the 2 rocks on either side. Kayowski is going to drop, but they are able to try and take pot shots at both sides. But Meku has just been such a thorn in their side this entire time. They have not been able to reset and focus on Nova because of this. And Federal can't quite find the angle. Meku's been doing a great job of repositioning every single time he takes a shot, not letting Federal get the bead on him with these audio cues.
Unless Loops take Meku out the second that they leave the rock, this should be AZ's game. Because the blue is going to do so much here. It's already dealing some damage to Federal. He's waiting a little bit too long, and now the Dean goes down. Federal's going to go down too, with help from the blue. And now it's just Nova versus Meku. Cat is still up. He wasn't very active because of his HP. He was the backup plan for Nova, and now they're in a 1 versus 2. All players proning. Cat trying to stand up, call out information with AZ as the sword.
But AZ has no helmet. That's the biggest difference here, but only level 1 helmet invest, and it's damaged for Meku as well. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP, but one good headshot could be the difference maker in this game. But bringing the M4 to bear will be the question. I cannot believe this crazy finish for our first game. Loops Esports looked like in a prime position, but it was the other teams who were able to get it done. It was Nova Esports who was able to get it done, eliminating Dream Eaters. I cannot believe they survived through so much to make it there to the end. They absolutely deserve that winner chicken dinner. Beautiful play from Nova Esports. A little bit of luck with the circle, but really it came down to not letting themselves get caught out by too many teams at once. They picked their fights when they needed to, and they executed.
I thought that they were finished when Loops first engaged upon them in phase 5 or 6, whenever it was, when they were so spread out, and then there was the third party from Yellow. I thought that they were basically done, but they were able to stabilize and keep stabilizing for the entire game until the end, and that is such an important skill, is keeping yourself from dying. It sounds easy, just don't die, but that's what they did, and they take the first win of the day.
Sounds easy, unless you're easy. Sorry, I'm sorry. That was low-hanging fruit. So I had to. Okay, let's send it over to our analysts now. I had to end the game off on the right note, but they're going to put us back on track. Let's send it over to them and see what they have to say.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
You know, I don't mean this in a bad way at all, but I don't think there's many people out there that expected Nova Esports to come out swinging like that in the very first game of day 2. I know they got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, but to do that in the first game and to pull it off against teams like Loops and Dream Eaters, what a phenomenal way for them to start the day, Glitter.
Yeah, that was definitely impressive coming out of Nova, especially because in that final zone when it was Nova versus Loops and Dream Eaters, they were doing such a good job with their angles. They were doing such a good job of kind of chipping away at those other teams. And I mean, that was just impressive, especially after back-to-back wins yesterday.
Yeah, it definitely was. And let's see how many points not only they accumulated, the other teams as well here as we take a look at our map rankings. We have Nova in first place with the 6 kills and the chicken dinner at 26 points total. But there's still a couple of other teams in your 7 that we definitely need to talk about.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because guess what? Dream Eaters was able to collect their 8 kills, 22 points total. And then if we go down the list a little bit more, we're going to see Pittsburgh. Obviously, we see Loops Esports, we see Footballists. I'm glad Loops Esports was able to get 18 points there, 8 kills. It's something that they actually needed. Hopefully, they keep those performances here if they want to go ahead and catch up to Cloud9. And then we go down even more. We see Pittsburgh Knights. We were talking about them. Well, guess what? They ended up putting up 12 points here. UDR Killers, as somebody was saying while we were watching this, they finally woke up. They ended up with 9 points there. And Team Umbra, even though they only ended up with 1 placement point because they got 14th place, they were so aggressive, Glitter. They were so aggressive that they ended up even getting the same amount of points by the team that killed them, which ended up being Team Kessel. As we're going to be probably going here towards the second pitch. It was just impressive to see Umbra being so aggressive. It did backfire a little bit, and that's why I'm hoping we'll be able to show you something in the telestration here. Some little things here and there that I think they can clean up. And then one that I know we expected is going to be Cloud9, and I'm just going to go ahead and let you talk about this one here, Glitter, because I don't want to mention it.
Yeah, I think everybody thought that Cloud9 would kind of come out of the gates swinging yet again, and this was just a little bit of a slower start for them than what we saw compared to yesterday. So, you know, Cloud9 only able to get 2 kill points, 6 total points, but also a slow start for Kanina Power, a slow start for Wildcard. These are teams that I think people assumed were going to do well. I mean, I had picked Wildcard, you guys picked Cloud9. Like, those were solid choices as well, considering their performances yesterday. And it just, they didn't show up. Same thing with B4, Tempo there down at the bottom, and Alpha Legends in 16th place yet again.
Yeah, so really rough start for quite a few different teams in there, Seven. Let's take a look, though, a little bit further into the stats of our victor, of our team that took home the chicken dinner. Of course, Nova, 1,400 damage, 6 kills. Again, not anything amazing in terms of damage, not anything amazing in terms of kills, but we have seen like these big adaptations out of teams of not being so aggressive necessarily early on, unless you're Umbra, and then playing for the later stages of the game, right? Like, they were being very careful in their firefights up against Loops, knowing that they had them pinned with Dream Eaters.
They were, and on top of that, they were careful because if you go back and you see Cat, he really didn't have that much health either. They were not able to heal up as much. They were working with very minimal healing. And so I think that's why we didn't see that aggression out of them. It kind of gave me vibes of yesterday, their first win that they ended up getting, which wasn't until the second Erangel. So it's great for them to start off the day so well. And once again, for other teams as well, for Loops Esports, they were just not performing yesterday, especially towards the end, the way we expect them to. And then for Dream Eaters, one team that we've always been talking about, having those 5th place, 6th place, and for them to be able to come out and get those extra 8 kills, that's huge for them.
Well, we still have to take a look at our top players as well. And of course, a big shout out to Epics.gg for these amazing cards that they've been doing. Well, we can see quite a few different names, quite a few new names that we haven't really seen too often here, to be honest. I mean, you got PRZ coming in from Umbra, you got AZ coming in from Nova, Levizin, of course, from Footballists, and Federal from Loops. I don't really know who's going to be number 1, but I almost want to say, AZ. It's got to be AZ, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
I think so. Okay.
Okay, well,
You don't agree, Seven? Okay.
I was getting really worried there, but I think that's deserving considering how well Nova played in that very first match.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I think it goes to show volumes of how much of a team they just have improved. He was able to collect there 733 damage on top of that 5 kills, and I really wish we could see the knocks because I always love seeing how many extra were they able to steal. So hopefully in the future we'll be able to add the knocks there. 0 assists though, and as you see some of the other players, we see Federal. We obviously actually don't see Federal here often, so I'm happy to see him here. And then we see players from Footballists, and then Umbra right here, Glitter too, with PRZ.
Yeah, and I think it's great that we're actually starting to see some Umbra players making their way up here into our top overall players because, you know, we've talked about them. They've started to be very aggressive. Some of it's worked out in their favor. They're actually, you know, the reason that Wildcard struggled so early on in this match. They are, even if they're not getting the placement in this specific match that they had hoped for, like you said, 7 kills from literally early to mid game, and that's it. That's impressive. If they can continue to carry that out through the rest of end game, then they're going to be setting themselves up in a fantastic position.
Well, I think it's nice that they've shown that they can pick up kills, but I'd like them to almost go the Cloud9 route then. Just play slower in the beginning and then get the kills later on, you know, to obviously get the higher placement points. But you can't really, you know, be too critical of them considering how well they have been doing over the course of these 2 days. And now we take a look at our do moments. And of course, we're starting off with Umbra, with Vindex here off the bat, just punishing Wildcard. And I think this is where Glitter's heart almost shattered into 1,000 pieces.
It did. It did. I'm pretty sure we heard it too. And with regards to that one, Jason, I'm actually going to have to disagree with you. I enjoy Umbra being aggressive at the start. I think we have seen them already try to be passive, especially towards the beginning of the tournament. They didn't really perform to what we expect them to. They were just getting very disappointed with people coming up to them and them not being as aggressive. They would just get kind of ran over. So it is good for them to be as aggressive, and it is working out for them with being able to pick up so many kills at the start. But as you mentioned, I do hope at some point, in a way, they kind of slow down a little bit and they think about, hey, do we really need to take this fight? Or is this something that we can kind of skip and get better positioning? In regards to that, I would love to see that out of Umbra because I think they can definitely position themselves in great place. As we do see some extra fights here from Footballits, from Lutz, and then Unique, one team that has been super quiet that we really haven't got any chance to talk about. They only ended up with 1 kill there in the last game. I believe they ended up in 13th place, so only collecting 2 points overall, which is it's not the Unique I expect them. It's not. This tournament has been quite a lackluster tournament for Unique, so hopefully stuff's changing here. Hopefully they can find a way to maybe get themselves a chicken dinner at some point, as we do see more interactions from Umbra. And in regards to this fight right here with Team Queso and Umbra, we will be breaking down a little bit later, and the reason why I want to break it down is because it's things that I think Umbra will be able to, if they watch it back, they'll be able to kind of see, okay, you know what, we could have done this better. And with any team, usually when we do the breakdowns, we like to make sure we give a lot of great information for the teams as well, a little bit of a deep dive of what they could have done better, as we start seeing also B4, and here Glitter, B4 was not able to get any kills that last match.
No, B4 struggled a little bit today with this first match, but you know, sometimes that does happen for B4 early on in the day, and they're one of those teams that does need to warm up a little bit. So moving into the next matches, we'll see what they can kind of adjust to better their gameplay from here. But Dream Eaters is, you know, one of the top 3 teams in this match, but specifically, I believe that it was Meikyu with his nades onto loops. I'm sure we'll see them a little bit later on in the package as we get towards those final zones. And this was some of the angles that I was talking about earlier that Nova was able to get on the loops players while they were all battling out here at the end. But the amount of damage that Meikyu was able to put onto loops with his nades and the positioning that he was able to get himself in here in these final zones, it was massive for their team. Not only was he able to take out one of the most, you know, I mean, up until this point, we've talked about it as of this morning, but one of the most intimidating teams in loops with a couple good well-placed nades and utility, but also kind of get himself some more placement points because loops went out before he did as a solo. So this is huge for Dream Eaters. We've been waiting for them to kind of step up to the plate. We've seen them do well on, you know, on Miramar and Sanhok before, but this is a very, very strong start for them here on Erangel now as well.
And something to mention, that's the 2nd win Nova gets in Erangel, and it's towards the same area. It's towards those apartments close to a school. So I wonder if they're just masters at that area, if they just know all the ins and outs, because it could be in the future if we see another circle ending nearby there, and we see Nova alive, more than likely they could end up doing great stuff like we've seen it back-to-back now.
Well, now we need to compare their damage pretty much up against every other team in that last match as well, because I'm still expecting quite big numbers from a couple of different teams. Umbra, one in particular, we're definitely have to take a look at, considering the kills they were to pull off with their 7. And let's see here on your screen. And it will actually be Loops reigning supreme, but you can still see towards the very tail end of this, Umbra have put up a damn good fight.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's something we were mentioning, and it's something that I hope we get to continue seeing out of Umbra. They have been so aggressive. Even going back to yesterday, they ended up with 8 kills in the first game too, so they're continuing that consistency in Erangel. I also want to see it in other games, especially in Vikendi, as we do see the stats here from Nova Esports, Dream Eaters. As we mentioned, love seeing that Dream Eaters is starting to get those skills. They're starting to get the higher placement. They can be quite a scary team, especially once we get to maps like Miramar, and then on top of that, Sanhok. And as we go down the list here, one that definitely surprises me a little bit more is Team Queso. Team Queso with 788 damage and also 5 kills.
Yeah, I think it's also good to see that the likes of Yala, they struggled a little bit yesterday. So the fact that we're seeing them here in the first game, they weren't able to convert on a lot of those kills, but they did keep up damage-wise with Umbra and with a lot of those teams in that top 5 area. So if they can start kind of getting themselves a little bit more kill points or being able to last a little bit farther into that end game, then this could potentially be a much better day for Yala.
There's a couple of other teams we want to talk about, maybe still having a better day if they can continue this pace. Obviously, Team Umbra, a team we're going to be talking about here, as well as Queso. And I think there's a play we wanted to break down here, Seven, between these two teams.
It is, and it's going to be Team Umbra versus Team Queso, and the reason why I wanted to show it is because the aggressive team, the one that actually had the numbers advantage, the one that had everything going on their way, it didn't end up going out the way they planned it. As you're going to see, we had Umbra just pretty much getting damage done in regards to Team Queso. Something that I did enjoy here that Team Umbra was able to do. I think at one point, before they got that knock on Team Queso, you saw one of the players just kind of get in a buggy, and they were planning on leaving. They were planning on just GTFO out of town here. But as soon as they got that knock, you see him just turn around and be super aggressive, and everybody else turns it on too. So love the aggressiveness here out of Umbra. But what I would also love to see is I would love to see a little bit more of a strategy behind this aggressiveness. He came down like a blind push. You're gonna see pretty much right on this spot. You're gonna see 3 players from Umbra in a way covering the exact same angles. You do have an extra player towards the side, which he's going to be covering a great angle. He's also going to be throwing grenades. And as we fast forward here, you do see Lord jumping into the building. You kind of see him wanting to get the action. Umbra will end up getting the first knock, which will put him at, I mean, Umbra will get the first knock from one of their teammates, and then they knock down Team Mystic here. As we go on, something I would have loved to see a little bit sooner is I would have loved to see this player, Holes. I would have loved to just see him, as soon as this player got knocked down, just push that. Maybe push it, try to cover that angle, because Ayala was able to take full advantage of that. He's going to jump down, he's going to take on PRC, and after that, they're just going to be outnumbered, and by the time Holes gets there, it's a little bit too late, because now you got 2 players, and guess what? Now it's a 2v1. They're going to be hunting down Lord. Lord, more than likely right now, is just hearing all of his teammates scream at him saying, yo, this way, that way, and at that point it's a little bit too late. Overall, great defense there by Team Queso. I think it was amazing, but I feel like Team Umbra in the future, they can do a lot better in regards to just pushing those compounds.
You know, one thing I kind of noticed in that too was once that, was it Mystic that went down, you saw Umbra, they're like, okay, well, let's go attack, right? And I'm kind of in my head comparing them versus Loops, whereas if it was Loops in that situation, they would have been like full-on attack, right? They would have been chasing on the rest of those kills, where Umbra, they get the knock, and then they're like, okay, well, now what do we do? I mean, you had that. You had. It
was the. Yeah, it was like the indecisiveness, saying,
exactly.
Okay, do we attack now? That split second, believe it or not, that can cost you that fight, and it ended up costing them the fight. You cannot be indecisive. If you see a knock and you're gonna be the aggressive team, guess what? Be the aggressive team throughout the whole fight. Go for it, because if not, guess what? The other team is gonna take full advantage of that, and they're gonna end up winning.
Well, in the positions they were holding too, they were kind of spread out. So when Queso actually decided to say, hey, let's be aggressive, they were able to get like a 2v1, and then able to win the fight overall. But, you know, who also won the fight, I don't know, actually, when it comes to our talent predictions. Let's actually take a look and see who won this fight here in our first match. And
not us.
I think it's a little rough.
It's fine. You're a slow starter, Glitter, but you came back in league play. You're going to do it yet again here in the finals. I can guarantee it.
You know what? I did save my Cloud9 pick for a much better game for them, though, so I feel good about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We'll go with that.
I mean, she technically got us on that one, because Cloud9, if they don't win a chicken dinner today, I would be very surprised. I think most people out there would be as well. Let's take a look now at the overall stands and see how things might have changed up, especially with Nova getting that victory under their belt. 3 chicken dinners and second place. They're sitting at currently 50K at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a huge jump, especially from what we've seen before from Nova. I love seeing this from this team. And not only that, guess what? Now you see Loops Esports moving on that leaderboard. This is going to be great for them. I believe starting at the beginning of the day, they were in 8th place. So being able to jump up 3 spots there, huge for them. And in regards to Dream Eaters, they were even able to jump even more places in regards. They were in 9th place and jumping to 4th place. That is going to be big for them as well. Karina Power does lose some points. I'm hoping they do end up coming back. And as you go down even more, you do see Team Umbra becoming that gatekeeper team, which I kind of love. I think they can do a lot better if they just able to execute as we go Glitter here towards the second page.
Yeah, on the second page, it's actually kind of surprising for me that B4 has dropped down yet again. I think that they probably have some adjustments that they need to make. But it is nice to see UDR Killers and Pittsburgh Knights starting to kind of get themselves a few more points here. Pittsburgh Knights at least getting 4 kills in the last match, so it's nice to see them starting to pick up and kind of get into those engagements. But Unique, Yala, and Alpha Legends still struggling down there at the bottom of our leaderboard.
Yeah, Alpha Legends cannot continue to play like this if they want to be able to go up the rankings, right? For me, it's almost to the point of, do we ask them, or do they ask themselves, all right, do we just change something up drastically? Because it hasn't worked out the entire first day. It hasn't worked out in the entirety of the first game. Something's got to give. Maybe it'll change going into day 3. Maybe it'll change coming through the rest of the day. Only time will tell. But something I can tell you guys about at home, PUBG Mobile and Metro Exodus have been working on something special. A nice little collaboration between the two. And these two IPs are coming up with something in the near future for all of us as well. So we have a little bit of a sneak peek of what's to come in the near future. Well, I'm a little bit sad because I can't do horror games, and that clearly is going to scare the pants right off of me, and I might have to just go and change my underwear completely. So I'm a little bit sad that I probably won't get to play it. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, I can handle my horror games, but that looks exciting, guys. I'm actually really curious to see what they're going to do together for this.
I can't wait for the scare jumps because watching that, I got a little bit one.
Can you live stream that? Can you live stream that and then also add in like donation incentives where you have this loud sound come on to scare you during it? Because I would pay a lot of money to see that. You too, Glitter, on your own stream as well. I would definitely pay to watch this.
I'm terrified of scary things.
Me too.
Well, that makes all 3 of us. At least we're betting together when it comes to that. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, since we are done with our first game. And again, we have 6 matches every single day in the entirety of the finals. We're going over to Vikendi next. Now, I have to kind of talk to you guys about this because we did see Loops take the victory yesterday, and they're playing much better today than they did yesterday. But that leads me to wonder, can they replicate their performance from before? I thought Cloud9 could do it, but they clearly fell a little bit short.
I just wanted to, as soon as I heard that, I said, yes, Loops can definitely go ahead and duplicate that performance. Remember, this was the best match yesterday by far in the whole performance. And this is a map that they usually tend to perform really, really well at. And that's why, if we're doing predictions, you know what? I got Loops Esports. Loops Esports more than likely is going to go ahead and win this Vikendi match.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go second. I'm also going Loops because you know what? I got chicken dinner from it yesterday. And why would you not go Loops on one of their best maps here? Glitter, are you going Loops as well? Or has your mind been changed? Have you been convinced to go a different direction, which is blasphemy?
No. I tried picking Loops first yesterday and it really backfired on me, and then they came back in the second match with a win. So I think I'm going to learn from my mistakes and go with Loops, even though everybody else is probably going to be picking Loops. I too will jump on that bandwagon.
Hey,
welcome to the dark side.
You held strong against Hot Jukes. I respect that. He was sitting there telling her, pick Team Queso, pick Team Queso.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to set you up to fail because he's towards the bottom of the scoreboard right now. So smart on you. Good job. We'll check with you guys, though, to see how well S3 did, obviously, when we do come back for the next match. So we'll see you guys in a little bit of time.
Bye. Nobody predicted the right one in chat.
I didn't even hear what he said there, but I'm sure it was fantastic. You guys at home who are watching only on Twitch, only on YouTube, I have to ask, well, why are you not watching within the game, within the Esports Center? Because you could be watching and earn yourself points. The top 100 viewers will even get themselves some exclusive rewards. If you're not doing it, do it right now. You got so many different ways here to watch the PUBG Mobile World League, whether it's the West or the East League. So make sure you guys do that ASAP, and also tweet to us ASAP as well at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL to let us know about who you think is going to be winning this next game. And also a little bit of a teaser for you guys. Later on in the day, we'll be taking a look at the trailer for the new Between the Battlegrounds, which will be airing on the 9th of August. Just like these two handsome gentlemen to my side have been able to get really hyped and pumped up for it, guys. I'm excited. I'm so excited to see it because honestly, PUBG Mobile has been doing such a phenomenal job on these behind-the-scenes documentaries.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a huge fan of this kind of content regardless. It's the kind of content that I like to watch. It's the kind of content that I like to make because, you know, we always see the players up there on stage and there's sort of like this this hero. It's like, wow, they're out there, they're unattainable, they're these superstars, but like, what are they actually like? And you realize that they're just people like the rest of us, and getting to learn more about their thought process and the challenges and the struggles that they face. It's cool because they're human, and getting to see that side is really neat.
Well, speaking of struggles, some teams have definitely been having a struggle when it comes to Tempo Storm. One team that comes to mind here, Cameron, we got to talk about them a little bit because they showed how good of a team they can be in the third Super Weekend, but I feel like we haven't fully seen that just yet here in the finals.
I feel like this is another one of the teams that is a little caught off by how aggressive teams are choosing to be. Even though the previous game wasn't nearly as fast as yesterday was, I think teams realized maybe not so far. Let's release the gas pedal a little bit, coast at a nice standard 75. We don't need to push 90. But Tempo Storm still is sort of having to adjust to that. Once they hit the late game, they are so strong. They just show time and time again how vulnerable that they can be during the early and mid game before they're really able to get their feet like set down under them.
Thing is, with only 24 matches total, you don't have a lot of time to get those feet under your body, right?
Yeah.
So they really need to pick something up here.
It's really, I think for them, they just need to figure out how they can not die in the mid game, and then we can start to see things happen for them.
I feel it sounds so simple, but in practice, it's not.
Right? Doesn't it?
Another team, though, I want to talk about here in Viram is Umbra. Coming out with 7 kills so early on that last match. We've seen them be able to pick up kills where previously they have struggled in other weeks.
Yeah, I think this is really a case of them just knowing that it's now or never. And they've been getting these kills, don't get me wrong, but they're not quite as clean as they could be. Like, they never quite come out of that fight like fully unscathed. And they're beating the teams that they should be beating on paper, but they're not necessarily beating the teams that they should. You know what I mean? If you're just looking at it purely from a ranking standpoint. So I still feel like there's a lot of potential for them, but they're definitely on the right track.
Well, you're saying they have a lot of potential. Will you predict them to be the victors of Game 2?
Right, you know how many times I've picked loops on Vikendi and been rewarded? Y'all are on my hype train. I don't know what's going on. You guys are owning it, saying it like you've owned it. I've been picking loops on Vikendi for like 2 weeks. So yeah, it's loops.
Okay.
Come on, we're fully unanimous. Let's go.
All right, well, Cameron.
I'm the same way. Every single time I try and find a reason to not pick loops on Vikendi, I get punished dearly for it. So I've learned my lesson. I've learned.
Hey. Full-on FOMO mode here for Cameron Davis. Fear of missing out. Yeah. Let's drop into our second match here on Vikendi, guys. Why don't you take it away for us?
Thank you so much, Jason. Map number 2, game number 2, day number 2 of the finals. And of course, it is on Vikendi. And I think this is so much of a nice palate cleanser from game number 1. We didn't see a kill until the 9-minute mark.
Yeah.
Game number 1. And what oftentimes happens on Vikendi is we have a lot of action right at the beginning, and then it chills out. It tends to get a little bit more relaxed because you always talk about this, circles 2, 3, and 4. There's not a whole lot of actual like reduction of size that really happens too dramatically here. And then it gets really exciting towards the end. But Vikendi to me is just one of those maps where if you are not on your toes at all times, we see these unforced errors happen you're never safe. It's like Sanhok, but just maybe a little bit more chill, literally.
Yeah, because the temperature, right?
Yeah, that's the one. You got it.
That's the joke. That's the joke.
It's snowy.
Yep. It's a bit chilly out there.
Look, I miss the snow so much. Okay, I miss seasons. All right, this is the closest I get to a beautiful alpine environment. All right, look, who's driving the Big Bear? Who's the time for that?
That's true, actually. Yeah, you don't even have. You're even missing like prime summer beach time as well. Being stuck inside, like
we got beaches in this circle, I guess. Yeah, there's a little bit of water here. This is actually, speaking of the circle, probably the least weird you could think of. Maybe if you go northwest, but then you run the risk of having too many of those open fields, like, you know, east of Dobro. I say fields, there's compounds in them, but then when it's like flat ground with a bunch of compounds, it's a little bit of a different experience. And is that a death I see? Is that Queen Power getting a kill onto? Is that Queen Power getting a kill onto loops? What?
The Dean's out.
What? Okay.
We shouldn't have done it. We shouldn't have picked loops. We all picked loops, and the pressure got to them.
Well, there are 63 people in this lobby. That's a situation that we're in now. We may have jinxed them.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. There's a number of sort of weird engagements like this. Like Maxon's out here staring down a player from Unique, and then Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird early game, I think. This is where the kill happens. It really is just trying to go for loot. It's a shotgun and a pistol versus a micro Uzi. And it wasn't even the gun that won out. It was just straight Gonzo peeking right when he should have. Really playing that window to do the best of his abilities. So a really good job there from Computer Power, who actually bailed from Volnova. Usually we expect them to have that stare down that never amounts to anything with Wildcard. But they're taking the coast, and it's a good pick for them because, well, they're in an alright position in the circle.
Exactly. No, I think it was huge. I don't think Loops was expecting that at all. I wouldn't call that necessarily a hot drop for the record. I want to put that out there. That was just really a team trying to go to a bit of a different environment, and then just happening to win the gunfight, fighting for loot, scrapping for that. So, but speaking of people that won't have to scrap for loot, it's you guys watching this at home right now. You guys can get 6 crates if we hit that $300,000 concurrent viewer mark here for the West show. So definitely, if that's something that you want, like, look, I like free stuff. Get your friends involved. Have a viewing party. Everybody get out your phones. I mean, a remote viewing party, obviously, is what I'm talking about here. Unless you're fortunate enough to live in a place that you can do that. But in any case, like, hop on your voice communication platform of choice, hang out, chat, have some snacks and watch the action. I know that's something that we all like to do, especially us as casters now, because the East games are going so long. We all get to like hang out and chat before our show starts, and we get to watch. It's been a lot of fun, I have to say, because man, the last few East games have been nuts.
No, they really have. That final game especially was.
Oh my goodness.
That was something. But Federal, jump back into the game real quick.
Ooh.
It's not just Computer Power that are sort of staring down loops. Yala is here as well, and Zero should be hearing this vehicle being pulled away. Federal just yoinks that straight from under his nose, and I just hope that Zero had a vehicle of his own beforehand, because otherwise it's going to be a long, long run. I'm looking at the full map right now. We're not seeing the early game send into this circle, which isn't too surprising considering it's not going to have that coast situation. But there's still a number of teams already in this circle, and Loops, they're center, which for many other teams, I'd be like, yeah, that's good, that's great, good for them. For Loops, it makes me a little nervous. They don't, for some reason, it's like upside down world for them. It's opposite day, every day for Loops. Center is not where they win the most from.
And here's the thing too, is I don't mind with them being center, but they have the most trouble when they own a compound. Them being up on a hill with compounds around them, they can see enemies going into that they could potentially try and invade. I mean, again, we call them the breachers. They breach these compounds. They go in, they light them up with nades, they get an initial knock, they go up on the roof, they take the high ground, Federal sits back, Carrillo goes up and pushes. Like, that's how these games start for Loops, or how they like to play these, which is kind of what we're seeing right now, staring down. Yeah, this is kind of what we're seeing. But so them being circle middle, I think, is less relevant to them being on a hill. But I don't think they spotted them.
I don't know what they did. I think they heard the vehicle rolling away, because it was actually Nova that took another vehicle away from Yala. I think it was AZ. It was either AZ or HCL. Those two always confuse me. But yeah, so we can see there that those teams, Yala is able to group up still as 4, despite a little bit of vehicle trouble, perhaps from Zero there. Nova all the way down towards around the Winery Cliffs area, and then Wildcard also pushing from the east. And a lot of teams are going to be rotating over those bridges, trying to get into the circle. But Wildcard, do they actually want to push here into Abbey, into Yala? I think they do, and Nas spots this out. I don't know if Wildcard know that there's a team here already.
I mean, it's Wildcard. I mean, I don't know if it matters. They're going to want to push. If you see the way Sam's been playing recently, but you're right. I don't think they know. No guns out, full loot mode. I don't think they're fully aware of this. Lord's got a great position. Anas is there as well. Oh boy,
this is really dangerous and really, really scary for Wildcard.
No, they know. Look at the way Spring's moving on the outside. I think they know.
Okay, maybe he was spotted. Maybe something happened. Guns are now drawn as well.
Yep.
Oh, but Sam on the open. They certainly don't know that Lord is on the rooftop here, because
not a
Spring would
chance.
be running out in the open like this, and it's going to be punished 100%. And Sam, might have been a double there for Lord, but it's
so
going to
close.
pull out.
Bit of a mistiming. So what they both wanted to do is they both wanted to pop in absolute unison to take those shots. It needed to be 3, 2, 1, go, and they didn't quite get that, which means there's now a chance for recovery for Wildcard.
The nade! Good nade to drop Sam as well. Just when I was about to say Spring is crawling back to safety, and Anas, he jumps onto the roof as well. They want to end this now.
Oh my goodness, the hubris from Wildcard, not respecting that this compound could be owned. It's the Abbey. The bells are ringing, and it is the bells of doom for Wildcard. H is trying to survive, but everybody's dropping all around him. He's getting absolutely collapsed upon. trading back and forth, but he's still able to find some of these shots. Hang on a second. With the backup from Slicky at range, they've actually been able to hold on. No! Wait a second. Yalla Esports, they're in shambles.
Look at Umbra. Umbra on top of the hillside, third-partying in onto this. Acer wrapping around, gonna try and drop zero, confirm that kill, as well as try to get the revive where the Vault gets punished, and he's gonna get knocked. And now it's just Nova. But Nova are here too?
Oh my goodness. You talk about the third party. This is a fifth party at this point. The kills are getting snuck out right underneath them as Nova is joining on in. The grenade goes, does quite a bit of damage. Matana is still in the back. They need to be careful with the beeline shots. Nova is feeling it after that last game. They were able to walk away with the win, but Halls is looking to get involved. All of the members of Umbra up on the hill. It is the full collapse. Slicky is just prone. He's just trying to survive because whatever hopes that Wildcard had for this game, you've got to totally rethink them because they are done.
If it wasn't for that Vault, Wildcard would have had a real opportunity to take control. That is before Nova pushes in. I think that would have ruined it no matter what. But Anas trying to be active here on the highest ground in the closest square mile onto Nova, and that's 2 knocks against them. And Zana is trying to find it off angle as well. These nades can't find them too, and he's able to get 1.
Yeah, that's actually a great job there. Zfan going down potentially early again in this game. They were still able to get the chicken dinner last time around, but Zana going in on the flank. Nice angle there. Revive just go off on HCL though. So this is a 3v2 situation. Zana, they know exactly where he is, but look at the pinch, the collapse from the high ground. Beautifully played. What? Yalla Esports. I don't know what has been happening recently. But that time, they're going to get punished for it, and now it is a 3v1 situation. But Cat does go down. Zana's able to find the shots, utilizing the smoke beautifully, trying to get the angle there onto AZ, but can't get it done. The angle not found, which means that Wildcard actually out-survives them. But hang on a second, Cameron. This is Vikendi. The action does not stop. Umbra's getting involved.
Umbra got really upset that they isolated the fight onto the south side, broke the line of sight, and they're going to go aggressive because they want to clean all of this up, and they saw the kill feed. They know how wounded they are, but AZ spots this. He's prepared for this. A little too aggressive there on the secondary fight, and HCL is trying to... No, he's leaving. He's fully out. He was already gone. He's not going to turn around for that.
Oh, he's got all the meds. He's got everything. He's got the loot. So there is no reset. This is just Umbra going to be able to get the pickup here, and Slicky... He's like, well, I'm in the circle, and I'm already in a mausoleum, but I don't want it to be my grave, so I'm just going to chill here for a bit.
Phase 2, unsurprisingly, does nothing. We still see a couple of teams out in the blue. There's Footballists at Dobro. You got Knights coming in from Goroka. But for the most part, this is pretty standard, which is why, that's one of the big reasons why teams are a lot more comfortable fighting early on Vikendi, is because what are the chances they're going to actually have to move? Very, very little if you're anywhere close to center.
Also want to make a note. I don't know what happened to Pittsburgh Knights, but Carnage is the only player who's alive.
For real?
Yep. I noticed him up there earlier. I'm like, he's up there next to Unique. That's kind of dicey. But yeah, no, he's the only one alive.
Are they doing it on purpose?
I mean, I don't.
It's like, hey, everyone else, go die. This is a meme. We got to continue.
Yeah, seriously, at this point,
this is
like,
a bit.
I don't.
They commit to the bit.
Commit to the bit. We know this is casters, guys. You got to commit to the bit. I don't know. In any case, I know that Carnage has got his work cut out for him once again to try and survive, but we've seen Pittsburgh Knights snake into some crazy final circles, so maybe that'll happen this time around. But I know a team that's not looking to snake right now. It is Footballists. They've already done some work onto B4, and they are chasing it. They smell blood in the water.
Oh yeah, they don't know the meaning of the word snake. They're just gonna rush forward like a stampede of boars. Before they're out, they're trying to retreat off of this. Go down the low ground. I don't think they have vehicles though. This could be a little problematic, and they're separated. You can see Maxon just a little bit on the right side of the screen, him driving off, leaving his teammates out to dry because there really isn't much of an option there. And B4, this entire grand finals, I feel like they're still out of sorts. We talked about for Tempo Storm, gotta get their feet under them. I sort of meant that like in the round, but B4, they got to get their feet under them in general, in the lobby. And they set up shop here. Those two, they don't want to keep running. Mixera and Levi.
I mean, B4 has had some solid play. We know they have it in them. Another team we know has the potential to really go off is Konina Power. This time that they're facing up against Cloud9, this is a full just team fight happening. There was an initial knock onto a member of Cloud9, but Adder and crew are going off. This is 2 down now for Konita Power. Adder's pushing in, but Gonzo finds the angle with the Molotov in conjunction. Gets the shot. Adder wins those.
Wow.
He's been going back and forth with this. He's been trying to get this MVP slot. Okay, look, he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He knows what he needs to do as the members of Konita Power are trying to recover anything from this, as Beowulf is going to be able to be aided by Uneven as Tixie backs on up. Axer's going to need to reset. Rob's just dead, and C9 holds.
Ooh, Axer, he actually wants to go for the revive. Tixie retreats. I don't know if he's just trying to find an off angle. I don't think he's able to assist, but I can see him on the minimap sort of crawling back up. So maybe he is, so maybe he does have an angle onto Cloud9's building from his position, and Axer could perhaps go down to Rob and get the revive behind the crate. The problem is, it's the low ground, and Cloud9, they're fanning out a little bit as well. You can see a Beowulf specifically off on the side, and yep, the confirm is going to come in from Pyra.
He needed to wait about 2 or 3 more seconds for that smoke to fill the vision. That could have been thrown a little bit better, I think, there to try and chain those. Yeah, that's a bit of a rough position. Sarah now is just trying to run, and that's just B4 out. Down and out. They retreated, they backed up, they split up. It didn't matter. Footballists, we talked about wild boars, more like hunting dogs. They got the scent, and they just tracked them down, not letting B4 out of their sights. One of those teams representing, of course, for Brazil, down in 15th place now. Loops are going to have to hold it down for their country here in the PMWL West. But of course, Loops on Vikendi, they've still got a bit of hope.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they're good. It's one of the laws of the universe for Loops to perform well in Vikendi, except week 2. It was week 2 super weekend that they didn't, but that's fine. That's the universe can be wrong sometimes. The other day I had my
like that.
Yeah, the other day I saw my dog walking on the ceiling like with gravity reverse, but for her specifically. Don't ask me why. I didn't know. I can't explain it.
Sometimes
Maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson will.
And he'll do it really condescendingly too, just to
yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
of course, that's expectations. That's why we love
how it goes. But no, you saw the leaderboards pop up there on the right side of your screen there for a bit, and this is something we're going to talk about more and more and more as this weekend goes on, because these are the first couple days. And this is really, again, talk about the idea of teams getting their feet underneath them. It's a slightly more aggressive style of play. Teams are going to be adjusting, but the points really do matter now. Every single game, every single kill, we can see it come down. We could see a tie, theoretically, and it comes down to kill points for first place. It is that close. These teams are that close. So we're really going to be talking about it a lot. How many points these teams need, how much their positions are worth, how many kills they're getting, because all of it matters now like it has never mattered before. You're not just fighting against the top. We have our top 16. That's what the last 3 weeks were all about. Now it's all about finding the top 1.
Yeah. It's the game of Battle Royale, of specifically PUBG, is to get as many points as you can each game. There are going to be games that it is not impossible, but incredibly improbable for you to win. And you could argue impossible as long as every other team in the lobby plays like at least at a constant baseline of competency. And so it's those games that even like if you only miss out by like 1 or 2 points, like yeah, we got 8th place and we got 4 kills, but we could have gotten 5 or 6. That is as important of a thing to recognize when it's, oh, we got 2nd place instead of 1st place that we could have. Every single game, you want to wring out the sponge of points as much as you can into your cup, into your glass.
And the thing to remember, too, is, of course, they're playing 6 games a day. This is a marathon. And to be able to go in with that level of concentration for hours and hours at a time, of course, these guys are pros. They should be able to do it. But they're definitely still, the nerves, it's not even necessarily nerves. It's just this constant tension that you're feeling, because I have to say, Battle Royales and PUBG Mobile, like these games, no other games get me is like jaw clench, engage, especially when it comes down to those final circle situations. Your heart is pounding. Every single person who's watching this right now, who's played this game, knows exactly what that feels like when you're in one of those final circle situations. These teams are dealing with that all the time, but at a level I can't even comprehend. And Ulysses is trying to comprehend if he can hit these shots right now. And Mark, that's the question.
Yeah, Mark is trying to comprehend how he can stay safe here. There's an opportunity for Ulysses to get a quick knock, but the rest of Queso is going to group up the circle. Let's call it a medium hardship down to the southwest. It's not going to put too many teams out of sorts. I'm only looking at Carnage as the real player. I'm not even a team, the solo player, to have to manage this one. But we're seeing a couple of sends closer towards the center, because now the rotation, the macro game really is getting started. And when it's this late into the game, the macro game is decided more by the micro game and Alala Yeah, blah, blah. Ayala.
Yeah.
It is
a hard one to say.
It is. Trying to find an angle onto Dream Eaters, manage their position. But over here on the east, this is a much harder position to manage. It's Unique and Tempo can smell each other.
That's how close they are.
Yeah.
Like every crunch of every footprint in the snow, that's what they're going to be keeping an eye on. But Tensa playing forward, that's what I like to see. HH24 in the back, Tensa up front, Vector on the flank. That's how Tempo performs. That's some of their best angles right now. This is where they do their work, and it's not Cloud9. It's not it's not dead center, so there's less likely that they're going to have a bunch of other teams look to third party and get involved. But Unique still has to move in. The other two have to. We also see a potential little bit of a third party from Umbra if they are aware of this and have line of sight. But hang on a second. Hang on a second. This could be a bit of a clown car situation, but no, Tempo not wanting to give everything away and take these shots.
Yeah, I think Unique got enough information hiding below that rock. They heard Tempo moving around on top of it. They just don't want to attack it. It's not worthwhile for them. And unless they can get some sort of opening, but Tempo, we're not giving it to them. So instead, I think Frozen and Milky Way, they're trying to find a different way in. Coming in from the southeast, and I'm looking at the map, and it looks pretty free, but it's not a great position to push into. So sure, it's going to be escaping the blue, but they're going to have to fight their way up on a difficult path, I think, if they want to push into Abby or even just circumvent Abby and try and get into the circle. But for now, if they're in the zone, they're away from the blue, that is their goal.
Yeah, I think that was a really, really solid play there from them. As I said before, that was a prime position for Tempo Storm. They had everything going for them. And now including the circle. It is going to shift up. Loop's still in it. Dream Eaters, Team K, so Alpha Legends as well are here, but a lot of teams are going to have to move. Cameron, we saw some early action and then it was quiet. It's almost like we know how Vikendi works.
Yeah.
We're going to start to see the action pick up again.
Ball is immediately on the move. They just barely got into the zone before they have to move again. But that seems to be how they like to play. Cloud9, not yet on the movement so far. They're just chilling. They're not even in the vehicles yet. But Footballers, they're stopping on the hill. They're trying to punish UDR killers. A little bit of damage, but no full knock just yet. And they still have to climb up this hill. And this is why. This is why Cloud9 didn't want to move, because they want to third party this and they want to backfill from the teams they can kill from behind. Let's see if they can't get the damage on the Footballers that'll allow them to do so.
Yeah, but there's also another team that might have to push into, and of course, it is Loops Esports, who after losing that first player have been very, very quiet, just chilling in the center of this circle, but now they're going to have to get involved. And we've seen this before, Cameron. We've seen the team that lost the first player still go on to win the entire thing, so it is not impossible for Loops by any means. They definitely have their work cut out for them as the fight around Dino Park is in full effect. I know some of our casters over on the east side of things as well, even some in the west, love these Dino Park finishes. But I don't think we're going to get quite that here, but it might be on the outskirts. This could be a lot of fun. It's a lot of hills, a lot of trees, a lot of rocks, decent amount of soft cover for these teams to work with.
It's like the parking lot when everyone tailgates before they go into Disney World, or in this case, Dino Park. That's
Disney World.
You let me just pull off of that really, really bad joke as Loops are just going to defend against it's seemingly random.
What is the scene item that sends on Vikendi? I don't know what happens to them. It's like their brain turns off on this map. This is not the first time we've seen this happen, and I'm sure it won't be the last, that one decision to just absolutely send into a compound or a valley or a crevasse that you don't know who's there just goes horribly, truly wrong for them. As Uneven is now the last man standing, 2 dead already, and Uneven's getting shot from another angle. This is just the end of Cloud9. No more points for you. This lead that they made for themselves in day number 1 is slowly but surely going to get chipped away.
Out in 14th place through the smoke, the final shots coming out from Levazen. And they still have 1 player knocked on Rarum. Should be able to revive him, but Loops, staring down Loops, made their way into a compound, and you can see on the minimap the circle shift, hard shift again, but this way back in the other direction. It's Whiplash here, but now Kunita Power in the middle of a fight. When I say Kunita Power, it is just Tixie remaining.
And this is great for Nano. If he can get this kill here, secure himself another placement point. The drop shot around the corner, and he gets it with the pre-fire. You love to see it. I feel like I always see Solke pulling off these moves, but every single player in the lobby is like, that's easy. That's baby mode, man. We can do this all day. Get that pre-fire in. It is so important to make sure that the second you can register those hits around the corner, that you are able to do so, especially with those high rate of fire weapons. M4, Micro Uzi being the prime examples of those. As we're jumping back on board with Unique, who've also been able to keep all of their team in this, and Dream Eaters as well. I'm impressed how many teams have been able to get through all these scrappy mid mid-game fights totally unscathed.
It's a number of the teams in the northern part of the circle that has more larger compounds to hold on to, but these compounds are no longer in the circle. Dream Eaters is the closest, and they don't even have a corner, like a corner of the wall or a corner of the building that's sort of teasing inside the zone. They're all going to have to move. Dream Eaters not moving just yet makes sense because they can gatekeep it. They can cut a lot of these teams off, but Queso, Unique, Alpha Legends, and of course Carnage from Knights still have to move themselves, and Alpha Legends, they're in vehicles, they're on their way through.
Oh no. Not looking great, not looking the worst. Kind of expected more kills to go out from Unique. They're able to pick up 2 onto Alpha Legends. Why? I feel like we see this happen to Alpha Legends all the time. They always seem to lose members on the rotation. What is happening with this team?
The 2 members, they're able to get their way in, but Rahman doesn't. The angle is stacked against them. Queso also arriving just when they did, taking the hill. And Queso, they're taking it from Footballists as well. Alpha Legends do go out, but Queso are here to take full control. They only have 3 kills right now. It's been a slow early game for them, but that means that they've been able to stack up, charge up their power, and they're going to be trying holding this western line strong.
Axel putting him to the wheel. Just solid shots for him. That long-range spray control, so impressive to see. So all these teams now, this is absolute bedlam on this outside the circle. We got Team Queso, we got UDR Killers. Who else? Everybody is getting involved over on this side. Loops potentially looking to get involved. Footballists more towards the center. Every single one of these teams vying for contention. Sandro can't quite find the shots. Team Queso are looking solid through all of this, Cameron.
A little bit of damage against them, and Ayala goes down. Wait, is that Queso out?
Nano came back. Oh my god.
I thought they had more players standing. I don't know what happened there. Did Loops third party this? There was so much chaos going on the west side that I was unable to track exactly what was happening. But the circle hardships once again. It's going to keep the chaos coming like fine wine. Knights are also eliminated, but for being a lone player in Carnage, staying until 7th place,
really good.
It's a pretty good task.
Considering how early they lost all those players. I think they were, some of the first players taken out in this game. To be able to last that long, really, really impressive. But yeah, it looked like Team Queso was in a great spot. They had the damage down to the Footballists, but then Umbra came in on the flank, and everybody else, I don't even, that absolutely just chaos. Hopefully we get a chance to look at that back. Hopefully our analysts had a chance to take a look at exactly what happened as the last member from Nova Esports is finally going to go down, surviving into 6th place, even considering that insane start they had. A really, really good job there for AZ, who always seems to be one of these last players up and alive. As we see now, all these teams on the eastern side of the circle have to rotate on in, but there is a big open valley in the middle that everybody has to contend with.
I don't know who's going to come out on top in this one. Dream Eaters have an all right position, or at least I should say had, before Toffees gets dropped. And now they could easily get rushed down by Tempo. Meku does drop Tempo in a trade, but he's going to have to contest with the rest of Tempo Storm. And I think the vehicle send is going to be coming through. Molly comes out to try and finish Rain at least, but here's the vehicle. Here it is. Here's the charge.
Tensa up and around and over, making it look easy, doing exactly what Raven did to him in this last game. Oh my goodness, beautiful play. And now Footballists, Umbra, all of these teams, hang on, everybody is getting involved. As we now see the shots coming in from Kayowski at range. This is massive because this is the area that they need to push into, that Loops need to push into, but Tempo Storm is on the other side. If they can take this hilltop, if they can take this high ground, if Tempo pushes it now instead, this could be disastrous for Loops, but Kayowski is just going in. He's going to try and send it. Can Soulcave fight? No! At range, the vehicle explosion to confirm it. Loops Esports are just too good on Vikendi.
3 up. They had the first player lost, and they have an opportunity to win this entire game. There's PRZ from Umbra trying to heal out in the blue, but his time is limited. Right now, it's all going to be Tempo versus Loops. 4 versus 3. And I don't know who has the advantage outside of Tempo's man advantage. And they're already on a decent spread, which is going to give them the crossfire capabilities. But again, in the end game situation, Loops, they're no schmucks either.
I mean, we did see them take down Cloud9 yesterday. The Cloud9 was, I'll correct myself, was down a player, but I would say that they had the circle, which is acting as a metaphorical 4th player. But in this situation, I think that Tempo has a great advantage. Not only have they been able to get themselves quite a few kills over the course of this game, they're feeling the confidence, and they have this potential high ground advantage. They have more players closer. It's just Kayowski up here. Federal is further back.
I like the smokes.
We'll see.
Federal. try and get to that rock to try and establish another crossfire situation for Loops to try and contest with as PRZ slowly crawls in. I hope he has a lot more med kits. And I think he's got more.
He's got one more. He's almost able to make this in. I almost kind of wanted to like long bomb it. Yeah, he's going to do that. I don't think he's going to be able to make it though. He's going to try and find any shot.
Oh, this is huge though. He drops Kayowski before he dies himself. And he also confirms the kill. So that's one more point for his team. And that makes this a 2 versus 4. That might be what spoils this entire round, this entire end game for Lutz. There is a player knocked on Tempo's side. And a follow-up grenade deals him heavy damage. But the revive onto HA24 does confirm. It does come through. And so the 2 versus 4, and it's an immediate surround coming out from Tempo.
The timing could not have been worse for Loops. The second they get a knock, they lose a player themselves, and this is Tempo's game to win. The first knockdown under the 10 zone. Raid is down as well. Hang on a second. Penultimate and Carrillo is still up. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Carrillo is still in this game. You can never count out Loops. 3 members of Tempo Storm are down. They have to try and go for the reset. Hang on, Spectre. Maybe look to go for the revive. Carrillo is going to get the med kit off, but he needs to push. HH24 is going to give the intel up over the high ground. This is a 1v1 situation, and Carrillo using the teammate's body to try and block the shots. Can Carrillo get it? No! Tempo Storm gets it done just barely. Carrillo and Loops almost took that over, but Tempo Storm gets it done somehow, some way, taking down Loops Esports on the Vikendi, but my goodness, was that close.
I didn't even think it was going to be anywhere close to being as close as that was, but ultimately, it was Tempo Storm using their downed player as a meat shield to block even just a couple of bullets to give them the advantage in that final 1v1, because
my heart is pounding, Cameron.
When you rush forward like that, that was the right decision to rush forward.
It was
3 downed, but those down players gave enough information. Even if the revive was broken on Tempo's side, just because of the threat of the rush, still, that information, and then using your teammate as a meat shield, essentially, that Tempo Storm, I don't think they're going to be happy how close it ended up being, because ultimately they should have just sprayed down those finals loot players just with ease. But hopefully they're still happy that they were able to get the win in the end.
Oh, for sure. Now, I mean, it's still an additional, I think, 6 points for getting that additional spot. Huge for the chicken dinner for them. But still, if that one player from Loops hadn't gotten down from the third party from outside the blue, I think that was Loops' game to win for sure. In any case, I need some water. I need a break. My heart is pounding. I cannot imagine what these players are feeling after that one incredible game number 2. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break it down.
Oh man, if you are Kayowski there, getting dropped by PRZ from the blue, you have a 3-on-4 against Tempo, it turns into a 1-on-1. What could have happened if that wasn't a 2-on-4 for Loops? But honestly, credit to Tempo. Well, we have to obviously give them credit. We're going to obviously critique them a little bit in how they went about the final fight, but they still pull out the victory. They still get themselves a chicken dinner, and that's much needed considering they were out with only 1 point in the last game. But let's see how many points they accumulated, as well as Loops, as well as Umbra, and all the other teams we have to talk about here, 7.
Yeah, as Tempo Storm, honestly, that was quite a clutch there from Loops Esports. And as you mentioned, they ended up losing a player from Umbra, once again, being able to get a lot of kills, 5 kills. That's impressive out of them. But Loops Esports making that so close? Is this the loops that we've been waiting to see this whole time? Is this the loops that we have expected this whole tournament? Keep in mind, it is Vikendi, so we always expect greatness out of them. But that was just so clutch for them to make a 2 versus 4, a 1v1 towards the end. Luckily for Tempo Storm, Spec was still alive. He had full health. He had not taken any damage. And on top of that, the tree that Carrillo was trying to hide behind was just way too skinny. It looked like me back in high school. As we do go down this leaderboard here, we do see Nova Esports once again being consistent there in regards to kills. This is something that I was mentioning at the beginning of the show, saying that Nova Esports, yeah, you can get the placement, but you're going to need the kills. So for them to go ahead and get those extra 5 kills, that is huge. Then we see Dream Eaters with 9 points, Team Queso with 7, and then UDR Killers. And UDR Killers, I do want to mention that they're slowly but surely starting to become a spoiler team in a way that they're able to kill teams that might be looking to get higher up on the leaderboard. So interesting stuff as we go here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing Yala able to get themselves a few more points, and we saw their early engagements, I believe, with Wildcard that did not go well. Pittsburgh able to pull down some more placement points, but struggling a little bit in this match with their kills. Surprising, though, once again at the bottom that we're seeing Konina Power, Unique, Cloud9 still struggling here in the second match. Wildcard still struggling. B4 literally dead last. This is not where we thought some of these teams would be ending up after we saw their performances from yesterday. And like you said earlier, Seven, this is not the right time to either take a long time to warm up into your matches or to start falling off right now.
Yeah.
And there's $100,000 on the line. No one wants to be having any bad matches now, but unfortunately, some teams are going to have to. As I now take a closer look here at the stats for Tempo and see how much damage they're able to put out. Okay, so really not that much damage, really not that much healing, but this seems to be like an ongoing trend here, Seven, of where teams get, you know, kind of minimal damage, some minimal healing, and a decent amount of kills. It feels like we're seeing a lot of teams play that kind of standard strategy of be safe early and then go for kills later on.
They're starting to play that BTR strategy. They're watching a lot of East gameplay right now, watching Bigatron Red Aliens play, because that's pretty much what Bigatron is able to do. That's why they're so good over there in the East. And I'm glad Tempo Storm ended up getting this win. Something that we talked about yesterday, especially that I got a chance to talk about with HH24, I was saying, hey man, especially that last match, you were absolutely destroying it. You were doing so good. I think he ended up with 1,000 damage, something along those. But he said, yeah, but there's something with the team. We need to go ahead and improve as a team. And I'm so glad that they had all the 4 players towards the end. And on top of that, they were able to clutch out that win. Because if they didn't get the win, losing a 2v4, no matter who you are, that's going to stick in your head and it's going to be hunting you the whole day.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I think we'll break down that last fight a little bit later on. But it's time to take a look, though, at our top 4 players from that last match with our sweet little cards coming through from Epics.gg. And, well, 2 players from Footballists, 2 players from Loops. And I think, honestly, Carrillo and Federal definitely deserve to be on there, considering they almost pulled off the 2v4, Glitter.
I mean, the fight with Loops and Tempo at the end was insane, especially because of all of the disadvantages that Loops was facing. However, we did kind of skip over Footballists a little bit in the map rankings, and to their credit, they had 11 kills before they went down, and they actually, I believe they went down to Loops. I think it was Kayowski that ended up taking them out, and they were, up until that point, doing very, very well for themselves, so I'm not surprised that both Solke and Levazen are up here in our top player overall, you know, for that. But I don't know who do you think the MVP is?
Carrillo.
You think so?
Yeah. Yo, production, come on, show us who's that MVP. Show us that it's Carrillo.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm not
damn.
surprised. The Boss had a very strong game.
That's nice though. Hey, it's great to see other people that might have not been MVP before actually become that MVP. And Levazen is one player from Footballists that we always talk about Solke, we always talk about Lutz. Well, guess what? Now they got Levazen also getting MVP here, and I think that's great overall though. What a performance. 5 kills on top of that, 5 assists, and on top of that, almost 800 damage. That is something you love to see right there, Jason.
Yeah, it's really not like the player that's like kind of one of the most known ones when it comes to Footballists, right? You mentioned Solke, Lutz. Like these are the 2 big fraggers that you normally see within the team. So it's really cool to see him have a standout game like that and a game to get them like the 11 kills as you mentioned before, Glitter. But of course, you know, we got to talk about Loops a little bit. Federal, I mean, he's someone that's again a little bit quiet. Typically, we always mention Kayowski, we mentioned Carrillo, and yet he got, I think, like 2 of the downs in that final 2-on-4 fight. Like, he came up massive when they needed it. And even Kayowski in particular, I think you mentioned, Glitter, it was Kayowski to finish off Footballist. His send straight into him with like low HP was still managing to finish off with the MAC-10 blowing up the car, able to save the fight for him and his team, was fantastic to see. But we're going to take now a look at some of our highlights, our do-the-do moments from that last match. And honestly, there's so many things we can break down, and I really hope we dive a little bit further on into that Tempo Loops fight at the very end.
Yeah, and I think Kanina Power, one of the teams that you've been talking about earlier, Glitter, in that last game with Kanina Power, I believe they ended up with 3 kills and 4 points overall. So not one of the best performances that we've seen out of them. And also as we go here to Yala, and this was, oh, show the grenade. Oh, they didn't show it there. But the people from Yala, the teammate from Yala,
oh yeah,
they threw one of the nastiest, I mean one of the most disgusting nades I think I've seen so far in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken, because he was able to go ahead and put that thing over a building and land it right next to the player of Wildcard.
Yeah, I think it might have actually been Lord. I just remember getting so hyped when we saw that come through. Super unfortunate for Wildcard, though, especially after the solid performance that they had yesterday. I think that they're definitely going to be looking to pick it up later on. And then we see also some nades coming in on Nova. I believe Nova actually third-partied this fight with Yala immediately after and put a ton of damage into them and took them out right after Yala had just faced off with Wildcard. So this is yet again Nova stepping up to the plate. I believe they had 5 kills overall in this match. So Nova still staying very, very consistent, still being aggressive and getting themselves some placement points in the process. So, I mean, this is huge for them. And then now we're jumping on board with Cloud9 and I don't know what's going on here, Seven, but it's definitely not the start to the day that we envisioned them having.
Yeah, and with Cloud9, it's just, I know this one was super unlucky, and this is not the first time that we're going to see Cloud9 crash into a compound and lose players that way.
Yeah.
For me, honestly, I think it's just maybe some jitters here and there. I wouldn't be surprised if they are that team that kind of comes back. They still have one of the maps that they perform so well at, and that's going to be Sanhok. And on top of that, we still have 2 Erangel. So anything can happen here for Cloud9. I don't think this is going to turn into a league play from week 3 performance. I hope not. I hope I'm absolutely wrong in regards to that. But I think it's just maybe a slow start. You're allowed to have them, especially if you have been able to put up great performances like Cloud9 has done before. And then as we're seeing here, Dream Eaters has been staying consistent towards the top 5 every single time here, or at least a good amount of time. But they're kind of just doing exactly what Nova was doing yesterday, not really putting up those crazy amounts of kills except for the previous game. I think I want to definitely see a lot more kills out of them, as we see Korea just getting kills and more kills and just kind of in Kayowski.
Oh my gosh.
Also, that right there. Are you kidding me? I know once we saw that, we were just kind of in awe, just saying, how did he even get that?
You know what sucks for Kayowski too? He pulls off that play, and then PRZ, who's just healing up in the longest time, he's like, oh, hey, pew, pew, pew. All right, you're dead. He pulls off such a hero play just to fall in a situation like that. It was so... it was unfortunate for him. But, I mean, let's dive a little bit further if we can into that final fight, because we did have the 4-on-2, but something that really stood out was the amount of 1v1s or even 1v2s that Tempo fought up against Loops for at the very end. It was very confusing, especially when you had Spec, I think, trying to go super wide on a rotate to flank it from another angle here, Seven.
Yeah, this is something actually we were kind of talking about during that quick advertisement segment that we had there with Cameron Davis. I was saying it kind of seemed to me like Temple Storm in a way choked that, because it should have been super easy. You have 2 versus 4. You had the numbers. You can definitely get the angles, and we are going to be seeing the total damage here from all the teams. But I'm going to continue talking about that ending, because in a way, even if you wait a split second to go ahead and push up, we saw Tensa pushing up by himself. If you go ahead and push up by yourself with the split second and your teammate behind you, that can cost you the fight. And he ended up costing them the fight, because by the time Tensa got knocked, the other player was now just barely coming in. He had not been able to shoot yet, and allowed the other player from Loops Esports to also knock him down, which it was just a huge disadvantage for Temple Storm there. Luckily, as I mentioned earlier, Spec was able to clutch it for them.
Yeah, you can't really go head-to-head against a team like Loops in 1v1s like that, because we've seen Korea almost clutch out 1v3s by himself. Let's take a look now at the total damage so we can see how every other team obviously stacked up against each other. I'm expecting to see Footballists extremely high up here with their 11 kills that they did get. And we will see them actually as a top damage dealer here, Glitter, with their 2,076.
That is, you know, I was kind of expecting that out of Footballs because, like I had said earlier, they were having such a strong performance until they got taken out by Kayowski. So 2,000 damage, 11 kills, great game for Footballs. They really needed a boost, I think, after having just a slow start, not a bad start, but another slow start, but huge for Tempo Storm, getting the win and the 8 kills. Loops with 1,800 damage and 8 kills. I think hopefully they're kind of returning to their older form. But as we move down the list, we see Nova very efficient with their damage and their kills. 5 kills and under 700 damage. Konina Power, almost 800 damage, 3 kills, kind of being slow, but Yala literally all the way down at the bottom, but still managing almost 1k damage and 4 kills before they go out.
Yeah, some really good stuff there, and I think it's also really cool to see Loops bounce back a little bit in the essence of getting kills, being aggressive, being accurate, being deadly. And speaking about being deadly, it's time to take a look at our predictions. And Glitter, I will have to say this, if you did listen to Hot Jukes, you would be looking at your 22 points. So clearly, the moral of the story is don't follow Jukes in his predictions.
Luckily for him, he ended up getting 7 points, so it's not too bad. It's not this 0 points that he's used to or the 1 point that he's used to. He was able to get 7 points. Got to give him some credit. Hey, we're also with Team Kesso. Come on now.
Well, yeah, we obviously all made out pretty well with our Loops pick. I'm imagining Tempo Storm might be coming across some of our picks later on throughout the day, considering how well they played here. But it's now time to take a look at our overall rankings and see, more importantly, if Tempo did jump up in the leaderboards at all, considering that last victory they just got. And they will actually head up into 5th place with 89 points overall, but Cloud9 still currently in the lead here, 7.
Yeah, and it's just thankfully to those performances that they were able to go ahead and put out yesterday. As I mentioned, if you're one of those teams that you think you're going to have a couple of bad performances, you better put up a great performance to back it up. And that's what Cloud9 has been able to do. And luckily for them, they are still sitting towards the top. But guess what? You have Nova Esports now starting to catch up on them in regards to placement points. And I think that's something that we definitely need to keep an eye on here, as Nova has improved their placement point standings every single time. They're able to maintain themselves within a top 5 or a top 3. And that gives them a chance to go ahead and get some extra kills, maybe third party towards the end of a match. So wouldn't be surprised if at some point we kind of see them pass that. And as we go down the list, we see Team Umbra jump up to 8th place. And that's a great surprise as now we go towards the 2nd page. And thankfully, even though Yala Esports ended up being the first team out in the last game, they ended up adding 4 extra points on kill points alone. And that's going to push them up the leaderboard here, getting them past Team Unique, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that these are the types of moves that Yala need to start making if they really want to be jumping themselves up the leaderboard. They're only ahead of Unique by 1 point right now, but they're also only behind B4 by 10. And that's more than manageable because we've seen them take down a win, and we've seen how many kills they are capable of getting for themselves. So as long as they can make it so that they're more consistently getting to that late game, they should be starting to snowball a little bit.
Well, speaking of snowballs, we're not going to see any more today, though, as that was our only Vikendi of the day. We'll be heading back to Erangel as our 3rd match of the day, followed up by Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel yet again. So we're almost at the halfway point here of our 2nd day, with only 2 days left to go after this. And as we move into our 3rd match in Erangel, I honestly wish I could go back and change my prediction here for this game, because I would definitely be going Tempo after what I've seen coming out of the team that I did indeed pick. But you know what, to start things off, since I'm already talking about it, I'll just go ahead and say my prediction was wildcard for this match, though I do want the little bit of an asterisk there saying if I could, I would be picking Tempo if I had the opportunity to change it. So wildcard for me, 7. Going over to you, who do you got?
You know what, mine's going to be a wild pick, and that's why I kind of want Glitter to go first. Glitter, who you got for this next game?
Oh, okay.
E4.
All right. Well, no. I didn't pick them for the first game like everybody else did, and I'm kind of glad that I didn't. I'm hoping they can bounce back in our 3rd match since we are back on Erangel, so this is when I'm going to be using my Cloud9 pick.
Okay. Hey, that's a great pick too. They usually do well in Erangel. Now, you know what? With mine's gonna be a little bit wilder. I kind of got tired of picking those top 5 teams. I wanted to mix it up, and this is a team that's kind of caught my eye, and I've been enjoying a lot of their performance. And it's gonna be Team Umbra. I kind of think Team Umbra is setting themselves up here for a win at some point, and I'll be so happy to see them get a win because that would just only increase their confidence. As we've been mentioning, Umbra has been able to frag out. If they're able to go ahead and just get higher placement and they just start fragging out towards the end, they could be that team that gets the win, and they usually, so far, they have been able to really perform well in the Erangel. So Team Umbra is whoever is the team that's going to get the win for me.
Well, you know what? We're actually going to take a look at our 3 choices here and see who is more likely to pick up the win when it comes to this map on Erangel here. And I'm assuming Cloud9 should be probably number 1 in that, or maybe it's wild card. 5 chicken dinners, 36k damage, 169 kills. I mean, clearly I did my research and my predictions, right, Glitter?
Yeah, even though you did put an asterisk on your prediction, we'll pretend like that didn't happen.
I mean, I'm taking that asterisk away. It's okay, don't worry.
Too late now. Too late now. And then you got, remember though, Cloud9 does have less matches played in regards to wildcard gaming stats there. And then you kind of go down to Team Umbra. In Team Umbra, listen, I'm going based on the league final stats here, and I want to believe in that team. I want that team to have somebody in their corner saying, "Hey, you guys are doing great. You guys are pretty much close to that win, and why not? Let's see if they can get that win in this match."
Yeah, and not only the win in this match, we also want to have a win overall for the stream. We're looking to hit 300,000 viewers at the same time concurrently, where everyone out there in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates, which means you can also get a permanent set. There's a chance to win that within it as well. And you know what? I did think up something over this last match of what I can throw into the mixer to help make sure we hit 300k. We have some extremely, I'm gonna regret saying this, some extremely spicy peppers in the fridge, in the talent fridge back here.
Oh no.
And if we hit 300k within today or tomorrow, I'm not gonna do it on the final day, I will eat one of those peppers and do a segment live on air. So 300k, even more incentive to hit that mark.
What?
And we'll see if we can pull it off, and hopefully you guys can be able to understand as I'm just gonna be slobbering and dribbling all over myself trying to say what's all going on. I'd be excited. I can even do a illustration segment while I had a hot pepper.
Yes.
And I'm
That would
talking
be
like
amazing.
hotter than a habanero pepper, or the hottest that we could find when we went to the market. So there you go. Get your friends.
I'm about to go share it.
Get your friends, your parents, your teachers, your moms who are supporting footballists in the last game, as I saw Glitter. Get everyone in here watching as well, and we'll check in with you guys and enjoy talking about how much fun it's going to be to see me suffer. And we'll check with you guys after. I'm regretting saying this. We'll check with you guys later. I want to get off camera right now because I am desperately sad that I went with that one. But you guys at home can be happy because you still have the lucky draw going on currently while we are bringing you the PUBG Mobile World League. You still have a chance to win a limited time outfit. So make sure you guys go and log into the game and you watch within the Esports Center because you have a chance to win. And you can still also tweet to us. Maybe have a chance to be here on the show at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe you want to tweet your team you think is going to win. Maybe you want to tweet about how excited you are to watch me eat a hot pepper and try to even use my words while here on camera. I swear this floor is going to be soaked from my mouth. But let's bring in our commentators to help use their mouths to talk about the next match here. We have Environment and Cameron Davis going to be joining us once again. You know, I didn't really have a good way to transition out of that, so that was the best I could do.
Hell of a segue. That was, you know, that's fine. You know what? We've all been there.
We'll count it, right?
Sometimes you start a sentence in your brain and then your mouth just goes.
Michael Scott.
I'm here now.
Sometimes I start talking and I don't know where I'm going with it. And I just keep talking until I eventually can figure out a way to find my way out as we talk about this next game. Erangel once again, Tempo Storm, the 4-on-2, just barely winning that, which you would imagine mathematically that should be pretty simple. Yeah, and that's exactly the face I think we were making when we were watching, like, what's going on? What's happening here? But they still won nonetheless, right? And that's a big confidence booster.
Yeah, no. Federal, who's sitting in the back, just lying down so much, you know, Carrillo is like this distraction up at the front, and between the two of them, they were able to just find the milliseconds to take the angles. Karen, you were talking about it as well with Seven, just in that quick break that we had, the idea that it was like, it wasn't really as much as Tempo Storm, I think, throwing per se, it was loops just almost going insanely clutch.
Yeah. I definitely disagree with calling it, assuming Tempo lost. I wouldn't have called it a choke either way. It would have been a throw, depending on, because they did rush over that hill a little haphazardly. And yeah, if there's any team that you cannot do that with, no matter the numbers advantage that you have, it's going to be loops. It took them half a second to drop that, like, 3 members of Tempo Storm. They were that quick on their shooting. It was ridiculous.
Okay, well, we had Tempo do well in the last game. It's time to talk about a predictions here. I'm wondering if one of you two did put Tempo down, potentially as a pick here. So Cameron, we'll start off with you. Who's the team that's going to reign supreme here in match 3?
I did not pick Tempo.
You did not pick Tempo.
I actually picked Nova. Yesterday, they're a little weak until they got a couple of wins under their belt. They have a win on Erangel today, heading back to Erangel. Who knows how well they're going to perform when it's not east of school apartments area, but I still think that they're looking strong and looking confident either way.
Okay, so Nova for Cameron. Who do you have in Viram?
I actually have the same. I have the same pick. I have Nova Esports as well. They won game number 3 yesterday. They're doing really, really well in Erangel. So I think that's very much the play that I'm going to go with. A little bit of a floppy play in this last game, but I think they can overcome that reset.
Well, let's see if they do overcome that reset and get you guys a chicken dinner. Why don't you take us into our 3rd match here of the day?
Thank you so much. Whoosh. Oh, no, not even close.
It's like just a touch late.
It was a little bit late. A little bit. I had to try it once.
Yeah,
and it was better than that other time. I was just like totally wrong. That was a disaster. We'll see if it'll be a disaster again for Nova. It's fighting over compounds. They don't know we're clear or not. Yala Esports, of course, also ended up going down even earlier in that. And I feel like that was actually just, I sort of would get us into this game number 3. That just seems to be sort of like, to me, Yala Esports in a nutshell. They start these fights. They look so great. They couple of knocks, maybe a kill. But then they just can't quite seem to close it out. And they end up going out really, really early, taking these early fights. We'll see if they'll be able to shake that off in this game, or if we'll see something similar. Speaking of similar, very similar, albeit reverse playing path to what we saw last time around, and we'll see if teams adjust their drop locations accordingly.
Yeah, it's a little more, just a bit, little more towards the southeast specifically than the first game, but yeah, it's not too different. It's still going to be a bit of a trek to go down to obviously Zarky, but even Georgia Pole a little bit, and that might have been the reason why we saw Cloud9 and Primorsk instead of South George, because that's usually where they loot up, if my memory serves me correctly. And I think Cloud9 are still in the plane, so maybe they are going to Primorsk once again.
It looks like that will be the play, not wanting to try and make it all the way up to South George, like you mentioned. Loops also tends to go and plays around in crates there as well, but they're going to have to find a different drop location. We'll see if they have a similar situation to last time, where they did lose one player very early, but were still able to make it to that top 2 situation. Of course, wildcard is going to go up to Severny. Yala will play around Razak. Tempo, of course, in Pachinki. And this is the dance we're very familiar with. Everybody knows the steps, everybody knows the beat. The question happens, what happens in the middle when we start to throw a DJ into the mix and change up the tune?
Is that the circle that you're talking about to change up the
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it.
DJ?
Yeah, that was
okay. Oh, okay. Because it looks like a record, and so
yeah, it's like a turntable.
Yeah, when you do like a really okay, this is a bit of a mix-up. Dream Eaters and Alpha have sort of shared Yasnaya a little bit, and usually don't come to a lot, but I think Shasser there, especially trying to be a little sassy, takes a lot of damage from Meku, trades a little bit in return, but this is still going to be a 2-on-4 if Alpha want to go for it, if Dream Eaters want to stay around here, because, as usual, 2 Dream Eaters members in Yasnaya on the east side, and 2 not even in the Yasnaya city at all, and at some point, Alpha Legends should have recognized that and said, hey, this is a great opportunity to get a couple of kills, and maybe this is going to be that moment where they finally turn it on, but I think that Shasta taking so much damage may slow them down just a little bit. Meku, his med situation, his loot situation isn't the greatest, but I think if he just continues to loot up and leave on the north, if he has a vehicle out there, he should be fine.
And because of where this circle is, they're not going to have any problems with that. It is a very northmost circle. So not having too much pressure here for Dream Eaters. But speaking of pressure, if anybody's going to put pressure on anything, it's you. You should be pressuring your friends and family to tune in here to the broadcast, because you saw it pop up on your screen, the ability to win all those free crates, 300,000 concurrents. You heard Jason Kaplan talk about it. I'm going to talk about it as well, because it's an important opportunity to show off what the PUBG mobile competitive scene is all about, what the pro scene is here. These are the best players in the world, quite literally, going toe-to-toe. If there's ever a time to tune in and get your friends or family involved, and especially if there's something that you're hyped about, you're passionate about, share it with them. It's pretty cool.
That's just trying to share the love to Matic, another member of Dream Eaters there. We saw him peering down the AK, trying to get another shot on that member. He's really doing a lot of damage, just trying to keep Dream Eaters a bit uncomfortable, even if they don't have an opportunity to go for the full squad wipe. Over here in Razak, UDR Killers, we haven't really talked about the circle. a little bit. It's center, but with a little more emphasis on the northern end of things, which means the river is cutting, let's call it halfway through. It's not exactly, but, you know, we're going to use rough estimates here. And these Razak bridges could be very impactful. In fact, these sunken bridges could also be very impactful for Umbra, on the Umbra side of things, depending on how they want to play it out.
But on board with Vindex, who was hitting some really sick long-range shots. Then, of course, PRZ, who played spoiler in that last game. Umbra's been one of those teams. I think it's really trying to find their identity. You know what I mean? There's a lot of these teams who talk about like Tempo, all about these great macro rotations. Loop's all about the close quarters combat. You know, Tempo takes these amazing mid-range fight. But like, I want to find more of what Umbra is all about. I feel like they're still, you know, trying to build that identity for their team. You know, Wildcard is now the squad that goes hyper aggressive. I need to see a little bit more of that here from them in order to really define, because it's going to help them too make the decisions of how they want to take these fights, identifying their own strengths.
Well, we'll see what they can do here with the Knights coming into their position. The Knights are taking it slow, trying to scout ahead. And we see Umbra still a little separated. ProLord specifically a little bit of away from his team, as well as Halls, just trying to keep control of the area. They don't seem to be very quick on the retreat. And well, I mean, like moving to a different position. It's almost like they just want to expand out from the loot spot, which I don't know how much I agree with it, because Sunken is such a difficult area to play around. But here comes Carnage, here come the Knights, and I don't know what information they've been able to give up. ProLord might have heard the vehicles arrive. He might have spotted something from the ruins position, feeding that information back to the rest of Umbra. But if Halls gets taken down, especially in J7, we know he spotted. He is being taken down, but that's by Rain, that's by Tempo. That's coming out from Pachinki.
Cameron, can you see the future? Is that what's happening right now? Like, if he's going to go down here, I just watch his health bar start to tick away. And now he's in a terrible position. You called it.
I didn't hate the position. It's just widespread from the rest of Umbra, and you got to have your head in a swivel like this. And he's going to get punished for peeking out a little bit too wildly. I don't know if the rest of Umbra are going to be comfortable going to try and save him. Luckily, HH24 also has eyes onto the Knights. Jagger, a little bit of damage, but no knock onto the Knights' end, and immediately fall back behind the rocks, immediately like roaches when you turn the lights on, crawl under the refrigerator. But Carnage, he does go down. That's an interesting send that we missed.
Yeah. Wait, Carnage dying first. Are we about to what's happening here? Are we in the upside down? What is going on? Hang on a second. This isn't right. This isn't right at all. No, I think that totally a misread by Pittsburgh Knights on this one. Yeah, flip the script, flip the table. Flipping the table if you're Carnage right now. Really unhappy about how that just went down. Being the first player knocked. Once again, an unstellar start for Pittsburgh Knights. One of these teams that is either absolutely on fire or very much not. They're kind of a 1 or 0. I think Tempo Storm actually channels that a bit as well. I feel like maybe it's a bit common for some of these North American teams. Once they start building momentum, they start feeling confident in their shots. They're just absolutely on fire, but it's not being able to maintain that over a long series of games. It's the problem. But now problems are arising for UDR Killers. Cameron, Dream Eaters has found them, got them in their sights. Versus trying to reposition a little bit here, and they've got a lot of cover to work with, but there might be a potential for a third party with Loops over on the other hill as well.
Oh no, they're absolutely going to be peeking over here. Versat's able to secure the kill on Ulysses. And UDR Killers have a 2-2 split, 2 across the bridge. 2 across the bridge, across the river, and the other 2 members still playing in Razak. But the lines of sight from Pokus and Nano are not there to defend their teammates in the way that they wanted to. Sandros is lying prone, and I think it's the pressure from Loops that forces Dream Eaters away. One of their teammates is knocked, and they're trying to give fire back. But that's a second.
Multiple members. Oh my goodness, Cameron, Loops. They were real upset they didn't get the victory in that last one, and they're distributing some of that upsetness. That's not a word. They're making another team upset, and of course it's Dream Eaters, so I think we're actually able to keep their players alive. We'll see if Loops opts to send it in. There is another fight breaking out now between Team Queso and Wildcard, and Team Queso is opting to nope out of that entire arrangement, saying, no thank you, Wildcard, we know what you do, we know you like to push, so we're just gonna drive away.
Dream Eaters, they wish they could drive away, but Carrillo, he's rushing forward here. He's trying to put the pressure onto them versus getting to the vehicle, but look at that. Look at Dadeen finding the wide flank angle. Of course, here comes Wildcard as well. This is becoming... Is this what we want to start calling a Clown Fiesta? I haven't seen a lot of things that would live up to that definition, but this might just be one of them. Federal rushing forward, securing the kill on Nameku. And now Acer, they're just sending it in onto Dadeen.
Dean went for this incredible wide flank to flank around Dream Eaters, but now Wildcard is joining on in, but I'm not actually sure if they're aware. Oh, they know he's there now. They absolutely do. It now means the rest of the team has got to try and come on in. Sam, he's cooking it. He's cooking it. No, he's going to reset. I don't know if they know exactly where Dadeen is, but now Saving Private Dadeen. That is the story.
Nope. Run. Please run.
Nope. Oh, you're done. Okay, well, not ideal. But pretend we didn't see that, Dadeen. Don't worry about it. You didn't cook it long enough anyway. Oh, look at this bank. Look at that bank. Look at the bank! Acer playing with windowsills, and now Dadeen is in a terrible position. He's going to be able to give intel to the rest of the team, but you can see Nova rotating into the back as well. Yes, Cameron, we've officially qualified for a clown fiesta. I'm making the verdict.
Yeah, we've sent in the application. We'll see what the results come back from the bureaucracy of clowns, the Fiesta League or administration. But Loop's trying to assist. They put themselves in a really rough spot. You can see the smokes that they've had to deploy. And Carrillo, he's in a really bad situation. Nades come out, look to be a little too far, but in the distance, Kayowski, he's already gone. He's already retreated. But Carrillo, this might have been a step too far because he is stuck. There's nothing that he can do. And Spring on the low ground, trying to find the angle.
He's done. He's done. The perfect pinch. The play that Dadeen did to Dream Eaters just did to Loops. Oh my goodness. Wildcard. They were looking for a fight with Queso. Queso pieced right out, but they're like, guys, we still want to fight though. And they take it to Loops, who now are only one player remaining. I think when Dadeen goes down there, I think you just leave. I don't think you try and save him.
Yeah, especially because of how open that coastline can be, and with the circle calling more players in a relatively close location. Panina Power, a significantly quieter first game than what we just saw from a number of those teams. 0 kills for them, but still 4 up. And they didn't have to move so far with the phase 2 east circle hard shift. And Football is also pushing up, making their way from Sosnovka Island. For both teams, Football is in B4. It's a lot less eventful of an early game, making their way across those big, long bridges, which they're definitely happy about.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean, this is such a contrast to game number 1. Cameron, we didn't have a kill till the 9-minute mark. And already a team is down. So many teams have taken casualties, and a team that's looking to not do that right now, of course, is Cloud9. Adder is able to survive. Great reaction time from him. The shots from G-Fan do come down range. G-Fan, of course, has not had the best couple of starts. He's been taken out first for this team every single time, but their combined forces have been able to keep Nova in the fight. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep him up and try and maintain that 4-player advantage, because they're in a great position right now. They've set themselves up more on the western side of things, but they have a lot of angles they can play with depending on how this next circle shifts.
Yeah, they're making it very difficult for Cloud9 to push into that western side. Despite not landing too many shots there, it's still keeping them sort of forced into just one single location and not able to establish map control. We'll see how that affects Cloud9 later on, because the circle is about to close and phase 2 is about to pop off. But what's already popping off is Annalise with the DP shots, trying to secure the kill on a Soul K. Football is rotating in just north of Yasnaya, but they come in, not to a trap, but still an angle held by Unique. The revive is coming through. Football should be able to stay alive here, and the shift works out in their favor. They can just loop back around clockwise and go into the Yasnaya apartments on the northeast edge of the circle, but for everyone else on the west side, the Clown Fiesta that we saw, it's going to be another one. It's going to be Clown Fiesta 2.
Yeah, it's the clown convention. Everybody get your red noses. Oh boy, this is just gonna be rainbow wigs. Just like we're going all in. We're gonna Ronald McDonald this.
Bunch of squeaks from the shoes of everyone running around.
Just the giant red floppy shoes. Sure, there's a skin for that. Anyway, let's jump back on board with Wildcard, who again had a pretty solid start to their game. Already 3 kills for them. That really decisive send onto Dadeen, holding that compound, kind of like what we're seeing right now. But this time it's Team Queso opted to get aggressive onto Alpha Legends. Kato is coming in, but too little, too late. Now got to completely rethink this. The drive-by. I'm coming to help. I'm leaving now. Just in one instance, turn that all the way around, and Team Queso gets out without a single player dying. I believe they'll be able to get a Mystic here unless Wildcard can find some shots.
You know, I think the rest of, even though it was the right decision, I think the rest of Alpha Legends might be a little offended by how quickly Kaito made that decision. There was not even a second thought of let me go save my teammates. Maybe they're going to start to think, like, does he actually not care about us? Because that was an instantaneous change-up decision. I think he should have tried to retreat even before he got shot at, personally, but it was very comical seeing that loop around.
Yeah, that was pretty fun to watch. Definitely fun if you were a fan of Team Queso. Boys hailing from South America, representing, taking down Alpha Legends, who are just not having the best. They've made it here. They made it here to the finals, but it feels like a lot of the teams sort of up towards the top are really continuing to make that claim, just sort of farming points off of these teams that are struggling down towards the bottom. But we'll see if they're going to be able to change their fate over the next few days, try and scrape some of these points together. Who knows? Maybe Kato can do it here and just try and survive, pull up Pittsburgh Knights, make it in, 7th or 6th position.
Very surprisingly effective send from Wildcard across the bridge.
Wow.
Okay, we're good. We're fine.
We're fine. This is fine.
They're going 2-1-1 across the bridge, just trying to help each other out to make their way across and find an open gas station. It's just Spring that needs to join up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him just swim across the river at this point. Yeah. But still, the fact that Wildcard are able to find this position open, very good grab for them. Whether it was a blind send or they're able to find the information, scout it out, spot it out. I think that they have an opportunity to have a really successful game from this point. Now that they're across the river, it's pretty much dead center as well. And there's a lot of teams that are still vying to make their way in on that western side. Queso might have a couple more opportunities for shots of players coming in, not to mention Wildcard.
And it's cool that I think Sam is actually trying to scout for Spring now. Oh my goodness. Wildcard are so happy that they just made that decision. They are now in one of the best positions in this circle. But Spring has to join back up with them, and he's got to make the decision of if he's going to move now or not. This is really coming down to the wire. But they have such a fantastic spot. They can gatekeep all the teams that want to try and play around this northern end of the circle. But teams who are down on the southern edge, it's B4 and Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, of course, who were just able to clutch out that win up against Loops Esports in that last game. Now going up against another Brazilian squad here on Erangel.
Shots back and forth, trades back and forth. B4 trying to go for the revive, I believe it is. Yeah, Levi is knocked. He is down, but it's going to be a pretty easy revive if Mixera can get there in time. I think he's going to start it just in the nick of time. Tempo Storm healing up, and they want out. They don't want to be in this fight, but where could they go? I think they actually are going to stick here. It's just a flank. That's what the vehicle send is for. They're using the opportunity of the time it takes to revive a player to find their way in, and the damage on a Mixera is huge. Rain up close and personal. Nades coming out as well.
Oh, nice nades coming in there from Tempo Storm. Levi is downed once again. It's like whack-a-mole here on Erangel. The second they pop back up, you put them right back down, and Spec, that spray control, absolutely solid. That was a laser beam going across to B4, but other teams looking to try and join on in. It's Halls from Umbra. Hang on a second. This isn't necessarily the hill you want to die on, sir.
Oh, the rest of Umbra are arriving. So this could make things a little more complicated for Tempo Storm. They're just barely inside the zone, and they hear the car pull up. And now they're going to rush forward, hold the line, wait for the peak to come through. I don't know the information that Umbra is going to have onto this, but the nades are already out, so they suspect something at the very least.
And that was a gift being given to B4. Umbra pulling up at the perfect time to distract Tempo Storm. But oh my goodness, every single one of these nades doing so much damage. But Hall's taking the most damage, the back and forth, tit for tat. As Spec is looking to try and find the shots. Can the laser beam continue to be on point? Yes, it is. And this is the opening the Tempo Storm needs. Raining down from above. And in an instant, that is it. Umbra is just demolished. But Spec trying to find the angle. No! Gonzo at range. They couldn't quite line him up behind the tree. The mini does get it done. That was actually huge because Tempo Storm was looking so good to try and make it out of that unscathed, but KP playing spoiler.
Tempo are still alive, and it's not an indirect path to get into the circle, but it is going to be a relatively difficult one while we're watching that fight. Nova push in from Yasnaya, find this ridge to try and face off against Wildcard. Have a player down. Wildcard still have 4 up, but only 3 kills. I wonder how Nova's going to be able to survive in this because they're in a really rough position, not to mention... Well, look at this fight. Whoever wins this is going to have a clear line of sight onto Nova. Nova going to hope that this lasts a while. The nades coming through from Footballists. They're trying to push through, trying to knock Unique out from these buildings.
I mean, Unique in football, it's fighting each other is the only reason that Nova is still alive, and the smokes and a little bit of cover they're able to get themselves. Lutz is trying to find the shot onto Milky Way, unable to quite get it done. Analyst is there on the flank, got to be cognizant of everybody else around them. Kato is still just chilling right in the back, but what I would like to see from football is try and take over these buildings to the left and try and loop around as well while also getting vision. But the problem is they don't know which buildings exactly Unique is in.
Yeah, those fishing grenades weren't really finding anything. And Unique are actually falling away from the compounds. It's just Memphis inside. This is an interesting decision. They're giving ground for footballists, which could give Unique a quick moment of safety. And actually, they're just leaving the compounds altogether. They want to just give this up. They're just going to take the soft cover in this ridge line. I'm really curious on how this is going to work out for them, because the minute that footballists take this compound, recognize that it's clear, they know exactly where Unique went to, and it's just going to be up to other teams protecting Unique, keeping footballists from really pushing over that ridge.
I mean, don't go in that ditch. There are snakes in that ditch, and they will bite you. Unique totally repositioning. But you can see footballists just trying to scout the angle. Look at this. Talk about holding the line. Unique are drawing a line in the sand and say, you shall not pass. This is where we fight. This is where they die. We'll see if they're going to be able to live up to the legend, if they're going to be able to take down footballists who've been looking so good over the last few weeks. They are certainly a challenger to be feared. But the way they have this lined up, all they have to do is pop up all four of them at once, Unique, and that's just a firing line.
Uneven. We see him go down in the kill feed to Wildcard. Cloud9 have no other option but to cross the river. They weren't able to go across the bridges. It's way too dangerous. But Wildcard, they're also trying to push down. They don't want to push into Nova to get into the circle. They're going to try and take this hill away from, eventually, Yala. But up first, it's going to be Kaito, who puts up a bit of resistance, but Alpha Legends do go out in 12th place. And Sam makes his way into the tower as well. The tower, of course, which is actually inside the circle, so they don't need to move from here just yet.
I cannot believe that nobody has third-partied Nova through all this. All the other teams out there on the other side have not shot them yet. Somehow they've been able to slip on through, but Wildcard played that beautifully. Not only did they escape the shots from Nova, they were also able to do the damage over onto Cloud9. So doing damage while retreating? This new Wildcard, Cameron, I am all about it!
Trying to secure Beowulf, it looks like, but also have eyes on a couple of players from Cloud9 and Jagger. And of course, Spring is going to be crawling forward to just give that extra angle to Wildcard to pick up those extra points. But AZ prepping the grenade, trying to find the window through the smoke. Does it make it? It does!
Oh, yes,
it lands on the two!
Oh my goodness, that's massive. This is the opening. This is the opportunity that Nova needs. G-Fan cannot go down here, but Sam is ticking down as well. He has to get out. He has to get out. He has to lift the drop shot through it. Yes, he does, but AZ drops the last player. It is Spring off to the distant. Spring, who played his own game this whole time, is now the last player standing, but he will not be denied. Running in like lemmings, one after another. Nova Esports go down, and now it's functionally a 1v1 between these two teams. The teammates are burning up, but Cat was able to get in. Cat was able to get in. He gets the revive. Spring is pushing. It all comes down to Cat. Can he find the shots? Yes, he does!
Wildcard, I don't know if there's anything that they could do to keep Nova from tossing those grenades inside, but how perfect of grenades they were. Over here, on the south side of the hill, Yala, they've been standing pretty on top of their ivory tower, haven't had to fight a lot, and they're still basically center of the circle. UDR Killers and B4, a little bit of a slap fight for who's going to last just a second longer, and it's going to be B4 knocked out in 9th. And Yala should have heard this. Grenades coming in onto tempo as well from Konina Power.
Oh my goodness, so many teams are still up with only 1 or 2 players remaining. Tensa's going to drop as well, and that is Tempo Storm eliminated as these squads who've been taking fight after fight after fight. This war of attrition is slowly starting to catch up with them. I'm looking out towards Adder, though. The last remaining player of Cloud9 who was actually able to survive. He's actually in a great position in terms of the circle, but somehow I talked about Yala. This was Yala Esports. We're the first team that I talked about when we loaded into this map. I talked about the idea when they take these early fights, they can't quite finish them out. But now they're in a position in the late game with all 4 alive, and this is where Yala Esports excels. When they play these 2-2s in the late game situation, they are as comfortable as any of these top teams.
Let's see if they can be comfortable facing off against the horde of attackers coming in from every single angle. A lot of them from the north side. Nova find their way inside a shack, but I think they're wounded once again, despite having 3 up just previously. And Frozen wants to finish this off. A good peek out by Cat, but it's going to be immediately traded. And And where's the last member of Nova?
Fan, he's up on the hill. He's up on the hill. I can't believe Cat should not have won that. Cat should not have won that. Unique is still gonna be able to clean up these kills. And now does G-Fan up against 2 or 3 No, that's just out. The third party from Yalla Esports. It is Lord to clean them up, and Nova Esports, the fight, despite a fantastic engagement up against Wildcard, do go down to the combined forces of Unique and Yalla. But a great little play there by Cat, winning out that trade. I cannot believe it, but still, the damage had been done.
It's not like Unique are in a good position themselves, though. They were able to take out Nova, but they still need to get into the circle. The Shack is not yet inside, and they suspect, or at least they should know for sure, that Raum is there by the vehicle in the smoke. They got to wait for that to clear before they push in. Very few teams, basically everyone but Yalla, have no ground, have no control. They're just playing their immediate area. Grenada Power have a wide spread because of the player is alive, but it's a tentative hold for them.
And it all comes down to this next circle shift. Will the C9 luck play into effect? That's the question. As Adder is sitting out, Raum, the last player standing.
No.
For Footballists, and yes, that is a hard no. Adder is going to have to rotate in. Konina Power and Yalla Esports are in a fantastic position, and they are already starting to go back and forth as Lord does drop. That's one of the key members for Yalla. Tixi is in a great position to try and take over this hill, take over this high ground, but they've got to take advantage of the down they have now. They need to try and find an angle and confirm this kill.
I think Yalla, they slipped. They waited a little bit too long to push towards the east, and I know that they would have had to move immediately, but this actually does give Cloud9 the opportunity to get full control. The dip that Yalla are hiding in was perfect for throughout the mid game and leading into the end game, but now the strengths that it gives is slipping away from them in the high ground, as well as the circle shift in their favor. Konina Power, they now have the advantage. Yalla have 4 up though, and you mentioned how in the late game, 2-2 split or not, the late game, 4 players alive on Yalla, they're certainly a threat. But the grenade's going to be coming out from Konina Power to try and limit that as much as they can.
Not quite able to find it. Adder, maybe going to look to try and make something happen from the flank as Team Unique is going down as well. We have one player, it's Pocus, is from UDR Killers, who's still in this, still just trying to survive on the outskirts, just trying to stay quiet next to Konina Power. They don't know he's there, but it is going to come down to these grenades. One opening knock could spell disaster for Yalla. And you said this, they're playing this so quietly. They're playing this so passively. They're not even trying to take shots back, but this is giving an opportunity for everybody else to find better positions.
Adder.
And here comes Adder.
Yeah, he could basically do what happened to Loops. He could do to Yalla what happened to Loops on the previous game. I don't know if they're looking for it. I don't know if they're aware of Adder. No, don't get distracted by Konina Power, Adder, please. If you can deal some massive damage to Yalla, maybe confirm a kill or 2. And actually now the down was not against a Nos and confirmed. There he goes, he's gonna strike. He gets 1, tries to go for the second. 2. Does he? No!
He just basically gave this game to Konina Power. He went for 2 knocks instead. He could have just tried to confirm the kill and get the point. Instead, he goes down, and now he's just spoon-feeding kills over to Konina Power. Zon is the last player standing. Tixi on the high ground. Rob is there, is going to get the care package just for good measure as Axer is going in, trying to get off the revive. Zana may actually do it. KP is playing this slower than I expected. Zero was trying to crawl in. Cameron, I think this is a mistake. You're giving Yalla the only chance they have to get back in this game.
Don't forget about the circle, though. I understand what you're saying, but the circle is, again, hard shifted in Konina Power's favor. The problem is Zero. If Zero gets picked up, then it becomes a mistake. Tixi should have had the angle to keep Zero from crossing in. You saw a couple of shots, but okay. I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt to Konina Power, but now it's going to be back to a 3-on-3. The only thing that Konina Power have in their favor right now is the high ground and the crossfire angle from Tixi, but it's going to be a 3-on-3.
I will make the statement now. If somehow Konina Power do not win this game, that will be a throw because they had 2 players down in a ditch. They had a full surround all up on the high ground. Yes, they have this next circle. Yes, Yalla Esports has to push into them, but you now have 3 players with guns, with HP. You have a chance for them to fight back. You should have limited it while you had the chance. Konina Power is still in a fantastic position to win this game, but they were in a better one. Let's see if they can get it done.
Nades coming out from Yalla. They don't find anything, and Rob, he has the angle behind the crate, and the blue is pushing Yalla in closer and closer. Lord, just a few inches away from taking blue damage. Zano stands up, finds a knock. It's immediately traded. Puts into 2 versus 1. And
know
Lord
exactly
calling in
where
the
he
smoke.
is.
Rob wants to finish it now.
Yeah, he's going to push in. He's going to go actually out in the blue to try the angle around, and that is going to be it. Konina Power do get it done. Yalla Esports not quite able to snake their way into the finish. They made it there with only 2 kills. My goodness, but it is Konina Power who played that so smart, who played that so well, who able to clean up all of these other stragglers and get it done. Congrats to Konina Power, a team, another one of these squads that's been doing so well on Erangel consistently. And they showed up here for game number 3.
Did you catch how many kills Konina Power ended that game with?
I did not.
16
Like I said, they were picking up all the stragglers.
kills. They were, no, because they had, we were watching a lot of the action on the north side of the circle from the gas station on that Yasnaya bridge. But Konina Power were holding it down on the southeast side, coming up from where we saw B4, Tempo, and as well where Umbra attempted to come in from. They held it down and they picked up so many kills.
I mean, that's one of our highest kill chicken dinners we've seen in a long time. That's 36 points to them. That is absolutely massive for Konina Power. That is the game they needed. But that's it for us, Cameron. That is 3 amazing games in the books, but there's still 3 more in store for all of you at home. So let's send it back over to our analyst to talk about that 3rd match.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Seems like the horses are off to the races as Konina Power get themselves a chicken dinner, but get it done with 16 kills behind it. This is the Konina Power we saw in the opening weekend when we were doing only our CD matches in the 2nd day. And I have to ask, where have they been? They looked fantastic, and they should be definitely shooting themselves up when it comes to the rankings here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is nice to see. This is needed for them. We've been waiting for this to happen. And, you know, while they've been consistent, we haven't seen any of those super high kill games, like you said, that we had seen earlier on in opening weekend. And now we can no longer say that's the case. A 16 kill game for them, that's fantastic, 7.
Yeah, I'm super hyped. Listen, I had a feeling one of those teams that we haven't seen win in a long time was going to win. I thought it was going to be Umbra. I was way off, but this makes me so happy because we've been talking about it. We've been kind of hyping them up, how much they changed their playing style there from throughout the weeks, how they were that aggressive team, how they used to put up these performances. They kind of slowed down, and we're going to be seeing the map ranking here coming up soon, but they slowed down those huge performances, and they started focusing on placement, and they started little by little adding the fragging power, and this is kind of like what we expected, right? This is the Konina Power that we all been waiting to see, being able to get 16 kills. I think that is so big, and it's gonna hopefully be such a huge confidence booster for him. And as we keep going down the list here, Cloud9 still being able to get 16 points. That's good for them. Remember, they really haven't had the best 2 previous matches, and with Yalla Esports, this is one team that really we really haven't seen that much out of them, to be completely honest. I believe going into this match they were in 14th place, so for them to be able to get 16 points, that is huge, Glitter.
Yeah, no, that's massive for Yalla. And we, like you said, we see there that this is placement points. So this is what I had mentioned earlier, what I was hoping for, that they would be able to finally get themselves into that end game, which they did. And I think that that's going to be very, very important looking when we get to the overall rankings. And then moving on to the second page here, a little bit of a surprise with some of these teams. Wildcard struggled a little bit, although they were able to get 5 kills before they did go down. Loops having another rough game. Queso, B4 still struggling. Alpha Legends, Pittsburgh Knights also still struggling. But Umbra had a little bit of a rough game, 7, and this is not what we've seen from them all day, but I also don't think that it's that bad. I think, like you said, it just might have been unlucky for them because they're still they still have been having solid games, and you know they're allowed to have a little mess up here and there.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to have a bad game here and there, but you better back it up with a great game. So at some point today, Umbra, I want to see something amazing out of you guys, even if I cannot pick you again.
Well, speaking of amazing, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into Kanina Power. Again, the kills they got, the 2,600 damage on top of that, and only 500 healing. I mean, again, we've seen these teams adapt their strategies to playing more safer early on, and then really coming into the final stages of the game. Though, as we're hearing Environment Cameron Davis talk about it, there was a lot of questions of whether or not, a lot of questions about why they didn't push in to Yala when there was 2 players down. That was a relatively easy finish for them, but it seems like they wanted to, give them a handicap, like, all right, guys, we'll let you fully reset, then we'll let you take us on 3v3, because we want to be able to beat you in a head-to-head battle.
I think it just goes maybe of their gameplay, their recent gameplay. They just haven't really been that aggressive team that we used to see before, going back to week 1 or even going back to even more the seeding weekend. They just haven't been that aggressive team, and maybe this will actually give them that confidence that, hey, we can still do this kind of stuff. We can go ahead and push up on those teams. We can win this fight. So what are we waiting for? Why are we being so passive? What I do hope is that they don't get too overconfident, and then we have the exact same performance that we had in the other weeks when they got. It seemed to me like they got too confident, and it just kind of backfire on them.
Well, we can see our top 4 players from the last match. 3 players from Kanina Power, and of course Adder coming for Cloud9, the lone wolf, the only one to survive to the end of the game for them. MVP, I don't know. I think it's going to be someone from Kanina Power, obviously. Yes, I was right.
It's gotta be. It has to be.
Hey, Raptini.
Let's go.
The man with the disrespect at one point. I remember him getting a Car 98 shot without even having to scope in. That's pretty good, though, and I want to see their stats. The stats is what I'm more impressed about. Ooh, 921 damage. 637 for my boy Gonzo. Remember, Gonzo at one point, he used to die first every single time. So it's good to see that he has improved that. He's still dying first there in regards to the average survival time. And then Tixie, hey, this is one we mentioned yesterday towards the end of the show. He's in contention for that MVP ranking, Glitter.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to help him as far as fighting for that MVP spot at the end of this weekend. But like you said, we have seen individually strong plays coming out of Tixie, coming out of Gonzo, coming out of Rob, and the fact that all 3 of them are now up here on this overall top players leaderboard, I think is great for Kanina Power. And Adder was very, very impressive. He was alone, and from the time that they had ended up fighting with Wildcard and PK right over by the water through the rest of the game. And he just continued to get so many placement points for Cloud9 after his entire squad went down, and it was very, very impressive. I was hoping he would have kind of stolen a kill or 2 off of Yala right there at the end when he snuck up behind them. He just wasn't able to close it out, but he did get those knocks, like Jason said earlier, when Kanina Power decided to not push.
Well, now we're taking
As we go now to the do. Oh, Jinx. Jinx, you owe me a soda, baby. But the do moments, and I expect to see a lot more Kanina Power here, especially with the performance they just showed up. And going even a little bit more, the other Kanina Power player that's also really impressive, Axer, he ended up with 4 kills and 315 damage. So everybody from the team was having an amazing performance here, as we do see Wildcard being able to knock some players here from Loops Esports. And at one point, if I'm not mistaken, I think we saw it was Federal or Dadin just being very alone right next to Wildcard. Wildcard, yeah, Dadin was really close to Wildcard, and he was just overpowered by them. And he almost, if I remember right, didn't he almost end up grenading himself at one point, Glitter?
Yep.
I think so. Yeah, it was like, and that's something we talked about at the top of the show. Sometimes grenades go very well for you, and other times they don't. And even the most skilled player can have a little bit of an accident happen with those grenades. They're deadly, man.
It happens to the best of us, all right?
It really does.
It might have happened to me a couple times. I know it's happened to John Doe in my team one time. So it happens to the best of us. And as we see here, Temple Storm just getting, my boy Spec getting knocked down. And this was an interesting fight, actually. This fight between Nova Esports and Wildcard, something that I actually didn't like about that Nova did there is when one of the players from Nova Esports died, Shifan, even though he just saw his exact same teammate get knocked in that spot. He ran there too, and then he ended up getting knocked also. I was like, yo, what are you doing? Why are you going back to the exact same spot where your player literally a second ago just got knocked? So little things like that were a bit triggering, but overall I think they had a great performance, and luckily for them, Cat was able to clutch up a very close range, and I think that was huge for him. Z was able to get them a little bit more points, and now towards the end here, we're seeing why Kanina Power ended up winning. They were just making sure they knocked anybody. They were using the snakes wisely, and overall, they were just too powerful. And that Kanina Power, that power that we know that they're capable of, came out and it showed with 16 kills.
Well, another team that's been actually showing a lot of power over this course of the finals is Nova Esports. And luckily for us, we do have someone special to join us once again here on the desk to talk to us about the performance in the finals. We have G-Fan going to be joining us, and it'd be nice to actually talk to him yet again. It's been quite a long time. So G-Fan, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. Well, first of all, I got to ask you, how you doing, man? You guys are looking so much better here in the finals.
I think because we played more matches with Cat, our new member Cat, and I think our synergy is going strong right now.
That's something Seven was actually talking about. You know, you guys have been getting better over time, obviously with Cat joining the team. Is he still kind of running as the co-in-game leader role within your roster?
I think he's the IGL right now for our team, because like we were trying to have like all of us being IGL, but that ended up doesn't work. It's like when too many people have like too many calls, and in the end like the comms are gonna be messed up. So we just figured, okay, then just let Cat do his own thing and let him be the IGL.
Yeah, too many chefs in the kitchen is what we call it. Glitter, what do you have for him?
Yep.
Well, first of all, hi G-Fan, how are you?
Hey,
you had mentioned the fact that Cat's currently your IGL. Now this is a little bit easier of a question, but for anybody in chat who may not know Nova that well, or kind of your whole roster, what are the individual roles that everybody fills, including yourself, obviously?
So we have Cat as our IGL, and AZ and me as like co-IGL to help with the rotation and stuff, and HDL being the fragger for our team.
Okay, cool. Seven.
Right on. Hey, what up, brother? Good to have you back here on the show, man.
Hey, thank you.
Now no problem. Now I do have two questions for you here. I know you mentioned, kind of mentioned it just now. Cat is now the IGL. Would you mind telling us how long he's been the IGL for, or when did he become the sole IGL?
I think it's been like almost 2 weeks now.
Okay, that's great to hear. And the follow-up for that is, now that you don't really have to worry as much, obviously you're still the co-IGL as you just mentioned, but now that you don't really have those that pressure on your shoulders, right, of having to call out every single rotation, of having to call out everything, does this give you more time to try to frag out or look at other things that you weren't able to before whenever you were IGL?
For today, not necessarily, because I have to clean up like what's behind our back. I was kind of like in a back position, but for other days, yes, definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Thank you so much, man. And
I hope I don't get in your own head with this one. Before this match started, you guys were sitting in second place. That's $50,000 that could be going into your pockets. Is this something that's kind of on your mind constantly of, okay, right now we're sitting on 50K, or are you guys just trying to really focus on cleaning up these gains cleanly?
We didn't really talk about the prize pool and all
sorry.
that. All we want is like get like place higher as higher as possible. Hopefully top 1, and win the whole tournament.
I mean, okay, well, let me ask you, if you guys did take first place, what's the first thing you're spending your cut of the money on?
Ooh.
Probably a new phone.
Hey.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure us three could use a new phone as well. I mean, if you're getting yourself like 25 grand, you have the money to spread around with us. But anyway, Chief, and obviously beyond that point, thank you very much for taking some time, and wish you luck in the rest of your matches today, and obviously the rest of the finals.
Thank you, casters.
Bye, G-Fan.
Later, G-Fan. Take care, man.
Bye.
Can't wait to get my brand new phone coming in. Hopefully it has a Qualcomm Snapdragon processor in that bad boy, so I can up my own PUBG Mobile game. But really cool to
Yes.
hear actually a little bit of an update. I mean, again, we kind of theorized what all was going on in the third Super Weekend of maybe they moved Cat away from the in-game leader position because maybe he wouldn't be playing when it comes to the finals. But it's really nice to hear that he actually is in-game leader, and they've given the role over solely to him with a couple of co-IGLs, and they've been growing as time has gone on.
Isn't it crazy? That's pretty much like on the dot what I've been saying about them. They needed to focus on just having one person as an IGL, and especially since this move happened, I was one of the first ones to say Cat is just such a huge addition. And for anybody that's new, because I know new people come into the scene every single day, Cat used to play with XQF, which is now Nova Esports in China, and in 2019, that was by far one of the best teams in the world for PUBG Mobile. So the knowledge, the experience that Cat is able to bring, it's insane. And also now we're starting to see him get even better with close quarter fights. So that's a new addition that he's going to be able to use, and he's going to be able to kind of support his team on.
Yeah. I mean, even outside of Cat, though, we've seen, or at least, and correct me if you guys think I'm wrong, but I feel like we've seen every single individual player on Nova start to step it up a little bit more and start having way better engagements, and just as a whole, I feel like it's a much more successful and a better looking team than it was, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I wonder if that's maybe the newest addition to the team, if Cat will stay with them as time goes on. But let's take a look now at our total damage from our last match, our third match of the day, our halfway point of our second day. And Konita Power, of course. I mean, they're going to be first with 16 kills. That's just, yeah, that's insane. That's ridiculous.
It ain't even close, all right? It ain't even close. You got Wildcard that was doing a lot of work there. The Wildcard ended up in, 10th place with a lot of damage, too. Then you have Yala with 388, 2 kills. Cloud9, this is great to see Cloud9 once again being able to get over 1,000 damage and also back it up with kills, 6 kills. Then I believe you have UDR Killers. You have Team Unique. Hey, we got to give a shout out there to Team Unique. They were able to get 5th place with some kills as well. And with Wildcard, though, this is good to see. Even though they ended up in 10th place, I love when teams are able to get kills and make sure they get that damage. Make sure they don't lose that form, because that could affect you later on if you lose the momentum and the consistency.
I mean, again, we talk about like peaking in a tournament when a team kind of hits their best point of the entire tournament, see if they kind of fall from there. And it seems like teams are just continually getting better and better and better as time is still going on. But it's time now to check in with our current MVP rankings. Remember, the MVP from the league finals will be getting themselves $10,000 extra, all for themselves.
Damn.
And Adder is still going to be maintaining that #1 position. But I'm imagining we got Owen Wilson in here every time I hear Glitter say wow as we have AZ in 3rd place. I'm wondering if that's what you're talking about, Glitter.
No, well, not only AZ in 3rd place, but Tixie managed to catapult himself up the standings from 8th to 4th so far. Now, on the second day, if he continues that much of like an upward projection, he will definitely be in contention for that #1 spot. But it's awesome to see AZ from Nova. And this is what I'm talking about. Everyone individually is really stepping it up on Nova. And then we still have Footballist Levazen in 2nd place behind Adder as well. And if you look across the board at all these stats, they're not separated by very large margins. They are very, very close. So this is a very close race.
Yeah, and I love seeing that Adder is still able to perform really well. He's maintaining that 1st spot. And then, as you were mentioning, seeing Tixie there in 4th place when he used to be in 8th place. And before that, he just wasn't talked about for a very long time. Oh boy, this is going to be a huge confidence booster. And I know I say that often because it's a big factor, especially for players that are used to fragging out, especially for players that are used to performing that well. If they don't perform well, whether they want to admit it or not, it's going to stay in the back of their head. They're going to be like, damn, I'm really not having a good tournament. What's going on here? Do I need to change my gameplay? And for him to now be in 4th place and be like, hey, you're here for a reason. You got this skill to be here. You guys got here for a reason. I cannot wait to see how Konita Power is going to be able to handle the next matches, and on top of that, the next couple of days.
Well, before we take a look at our predictions, I did want to talk about one team we didn't see in there, or a couple players we didn't see in our top 10.
I know what you're going to do.
I know what you're going to say.
No one, Carrillo's not there. I mean, Korea was the MVP 2 Super Weekends in a row, and he's not even in the top 10. I mean, obviously, it's kind of reflected upon the fact that Luce hasn't doing that well over the course of the finals. But, I mean, I wouldn't want to piss Carrillo off because he's going to be able to take you down the entire match every single time you go head-to-head. But let's take a look at our predictions now and see how things worked out for us. We had a couple of different picks coming in for this one. I mean, Glitter's saving her Cloud9 for this match. She can be happy getting herself 16-7. I respect the Umbra pick. It just didn't work out too well for you, but neither did my wildcard pick with only 7 points. And then Cameron and Viren both going with Nova. Respectable picks, 11 points, not bad in the end, and I think we're potentially getting close to a new first place contender here for our prediction game.
No, I think you're still first place. I think you're going to stay first place until I get a win, all right? Did you just want to get a shot? Yeah, congratulations, Jason. You're currently in first place. I don't really care. You know, I'm not commissioner anymore. It's not my league. Let's take a look, though, as we move on past this at the overall standings, and we can still see Cloud9 maintain that first place. Obviously, with that great performance out of Adder surviving for such a long time in the last game, plus the 6 kills they got, does keep them there. But Nova is still hot on their heels, Glitter.
Yeah, not only is Nova, you know, putting in the work and making sure they're keeping themselves within a safe distance to make sure they can potentially overtake Cloud9 if the opportunity arises, but Konina Power is continuing to bump themselves up in the standings, now in 4th place and only 13 points behind Footballist in 3rd. And so, I mean, this is massive for Konina Power as we see Loops, Dream Eaters, Queso, Umbra, everybody dropping down on the list from there, specifically because of that Konina Power performance, 7.
Yeah, and I think Konina Power passing that 100-point threshold mark, I think that's huge for them. As now we go towards the second page here, and guess what? Some of the teams that we kind of fear they're just not having the best performances, like in B4 and Pittsburgh Knights, they're still dropping slots here, as now Yala Esports is going to be able to pass them there with 50 points, and Yala Esports being able to also out-frag Pittsburgh Knights. That's the only reason why they're currently in 12th place as well. So hopefully Yala continues his performances. What I'm seeing here from most of this team, especially in the second page with UDR Killers, Yala, Pittsburgh Knights, those can become spoiler alerts for those teams that are currently in contention and in the top 5 trying to push for that first place. They could kind of come in at one point and just destroy those teams and stop their hopes and dreams, crush them.
I mean, the thing is, first place 100 grand, second place 50 grand, third place 20 grand, fourth place 10 grand. Just think of how much extra money you get per placing when you get up there into the top 4. But that's still a whiles away, right? We still have 2 days to play. We still have 3 matches left to go today. So let's take a look at the schedule and see what will be coming up next. And I can tell you from my memory, we should be going to Miramar and then Sanhok, and then anything's off on Erangel once again. Just to remind you, 6 matches a day throughout the entire finals, 24 matches in total. And now it's time to even get into, yeah, you can count 7. I'm, you know, proud of you. You know, we should have had 7 matches a day, to be honest. That would have been better, right?
Yeah, keep it with the branding, you know, for the future. Yeah, Jan, 7 matches in the future? Okay, thank you.
I mean, I wish I had the ability to contact him like that. Let's get predictions in. Glitter, we're going to have you go first this time. I don't know why, just because, why not? Who's the team you think's going to take Miramar?
Is it B4?
No.
What does your mom say, first of all? Because she's all about the prediction game.
She tells me her predictions after the fact, but she did let me know that she is also sticking with our rule of only allowing herself to pick the team once every single day. Okay. So she's following the entire game. But I'm actually going to go with
Jukes right now at this rate.
Probably. She's killing it, okay? But I'm actually going to be going with Dream Eaters this time around. Went with them yesterday on Miramar. We've seen them do okay today. Definitely not terribly, not anything fantastic, but this is a map they're very comfortable on. So I'm hoping that this can kind of be their opportunity to pull down the chicken dinner.
I mean, they did meet up against Nova at the end. They got 2nd place in last time they played Miramar, so pretty solid pick, 7.
Listen, last time I got some praise by Mama Glitter in regards to my picks, I ended up doing good. So you know what? I'm going to go with Dream Eaters as well. Why not? Let's stick to that pick. Usually I like to pick B4, but B4, you need to step it up in a huge way if you want me to pick you again, because right now you guys are slacking big time.
I mean, I got to ask you, 7, what's it like to get praise from Mama Glitter? Because I don't think she knows I exist.
It feels really good, actually, Jason. Hopefully someday you'll get there.
Okay, maybe one day, maybe after this game, who knows? I'm also going Dream Eaters. I had to double check that one because I did switch it. I had Nova originally, and I was like, I'm not 100% sure on that one. But I went with Dream Eaters in the end.
Okay, fair enough.
Switched away.
Good picks.
So
all
remind you
around.
guys. I don't need Dave coming in here. Oh, you said Nova. No, I said Dream Eaters. That's my pick, and you can see it there on your screen. And we'll check with you guys when this match is finished on how we think this one's going to go. I want to know, by the way, Glitter, what's her pick? So make sure to bring that back with us, and we'll talk about how she did. Maybe we can get a graphic added in for Mama Glitter. All right, we'll see you guys after this match is done. Oh, that'd be great, actually. I think I legit think she's actually beating Hot Jukes here. I don't think it's that hard, though. But she's been killing it, like Glitter said. And you guys at home who are watching, make sure you watch within the game. We still have points to be given away. And the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. You still have 2 days left and the 3 matches to go today. So that's going to be 15 matches in total. So make sure you're watching there. And make sure you're tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. And let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win. And to remind you guys at home, still 300,000 concurrent viewers will be doing a giveaway of 6 cases to everyone out there who plays PUBG Mobile. And I even added in a little bit of something extra spicy to the mix. I will be eating a hot pepper on air and trying to do an entire segment as I'm drooling and soaking the entire floor in here. But I think it's time now to bring in our commentators for the first time today. We got Hot Jukes and we got Mustache Dave to help cover the last 3 games of our second day. I can't believe it, guys. We're into the halfway point of our second day of the league finals. It feels like yesterday we just started.
Me neither. I mean, I'm just totally shocked right now. I've just been sitting here and just enjoying it as the time goes on. It just seems like the games seem to just be getting better and better. And oh, the fact that it's about to be ended soon, you know, it hurts my heart. But at the same time, you know, you just got to look at the back and just say, hey, you know what? What a ride. What a ride it's been.
I mean, we were talking to you in some of the last matches, Hot Jukes, and you were just reminiscing about all the times you were playing professionally and all the shots you were hitting and the best bolt sniper in the game. You know, it makes you want to get back into it. Does it ever make you want to get back into it and get it into a team?
Heck no, man. After watching these games and seeing how good all these players have gotten and the way the meta has been shifted, forget it. Forget it. I'd much rather be behind the desk commentating because, man, these guys, there's some monsters on the field. That's for a fact.
Speaking about killing it in game, I've been seeing Mustache Dave killed it in game as well here with his PUBG Mobile. But Dave, what's your thoughts so far on how the day's gone? We've seen Kanina Power with a massive victory in the last game.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing pretty well, but honestly, I'm still looking at Nova Esports, especially after that interview that we had during the halftime. Sheep fan saying about 2 weeks ago they gave Cap the full IGL, you know, ability, and now things definitely seem to be meshing really well here. And you mentioned it, they won yesterday's Miramar game. I have to assume, you know, they're setting up really well for today's Miramar match.
So is that your prediction then, Dave? Are you going with Nova Esports?
No, please don't change that. Please don't change that. It is B4. That is my prediction in the document. I'm just saying I'm looking for Nova Esports to perform well as well.
I honestly thought you were going to be hashtag Nova Strong there, but B4, I mean, still a solid pick either way. Hot Jukes, going into your prediction here before we get into the match. I'm
gonna go with Tempo Storm.
You're not only competing against us, you're competing against Mama Glitter. So I hope your predictions are on point today.
Well, against Mama Glitter, I stand no chance, but against you, Jason, all day long. So I'm going to go with Tempo Storm in this Miramar match. Hopefully, they're able to clutch it out and get it done.
I mean, they already did well earlier on today, and they were able to perform extremely well in that 4-on-2. Well, extremely well, that 4-on-2 up against Loops. But we should maybe talk about a couple of other teams. Again, like, I hate to keep harshing on that. Actually, no, let's go a little bit more positive this one. Nova have been playing well in second place. We've seen Umbra step up as well. I actually want to get your thoughts on this, Hot Jukes. Considering Umbra was a team who never really got a lot of kills, and we talked, you know, obviously Dave says even a lot of times with the boat rotations, but they have definitely picked up when it's come to kills here in the finals.
I think that maybe they just finally decided to turn it on, just adjust the strategy because they realize that, hey, this passive play that we've been doing, it's just been a little too passive. Maybe it's time to turn on the aggression a little bit. And, you know, as we were watching some of these games in the background, I mean, I think we were all shocked. We were like, dang, Umbra's taking out everybody. So I think this is going to do a lot for their confidence going in for the rest of the day. And if they're just able to kind of get this done and balance it out, I mean, I'm surprised to see it come this late in the tournament. But, hey, what can you say? There's still, you know, this day, 2 more days left. You never know the way the leaderboard can get shaken up.
Well, actually, Mustache Dave, we can take a look between Nova, the team you were just talking about, and Umbra, the team that I just brought up as well, to kind of compare their stats between each other, their average stats overall. And you can still see, I mean, Nova rightfully should have better stats, but considering what Umbra has right now, I think that's honestly leaps and bounds beyond better than what they had when it came to the normal season.
Okay. I mean, normal season, you know, that was what, last week? all these teams, they had about 3 weeks to perform to the best of their abilities to finally get here. These are the best teams in the West. These top 16 squads, 100%. They fought to earn their spot here. And like Jukes mentioned, Umbra, flipping the switch, turning it on here the past day. And this is the time. This is the time to pull it together, have that confidence, because we got 3 more games. We got 2 days, tomorrow, the next day, and then that's it. That's it for the West League, and then that's $100,000. I mean, I know you were joking about, Shifan buying you phones or whatnot, but each player, I mean, depending on how it works out, I mean, $25,000, in a month, that could be some life-changing money. So I feel like some of these teams are starting to realize the situation that they're in right now. Like, okay, we're in the finals. Like, this is it. Not only do they want that money, but they want to be the best in the West. I mean, just imagine being first place, second place, or third place at the end of this, at the end of the 2 days. I mean, you're going to have a lot of eyes looking in your direction.
Well, I mean, another team we got to start to talk about a little bit is a team that I've seen you actually support quite a few times, much as Dave. Yala.
Hey.
I mean, yeah, I've seen you support him a couple times. Yala has kind of come out of nowhere as well in the finals. We saw them go up against, was it Kanina Power on Vikendi, and they came so close into that match. Actually, I think it was actually the last match as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, last match. It came extremely close. Yeah. In that match, and we've seen them have like these games where they get extremely far. Sometimes they close it out, sometimes they don't, but they've definitely stepped it up as well.
Yeah, I mean, talking to them on the 2 days that we had off in between the league play, the last day of league play, the super weekend, they were so aggressive. They were taking so many fights. They were popping off, and I was like, this is a team that I haven't seen personally in the last 3 weeks. Like, where have you been? And I feel like, at least looking at yesterday, they got an 11th, 2 16th place finishes. I mean, I don't want to say they're nervous here. If they are, hopefully that was yesterday. Today's a new day, because you can only afford like 1 day of being able to, get those 16th place finishes, because there's not a lot of games here. There's a total of 24 games. Like, you just can't afford to have those 16th place finishes, and they have about 2 so far. No, 3 so far.
And actually, for you, Hot Jukes, I was, thinking about the first match of the day. You're into the finals. You've been playing this for how long? Not only these 3 weeks of the super weekends, but even before that to get here to play today. And then they go head-to-head against Loops, one of the most devastating teams we have within the West League, and they wipe them out. I would have thought that would have been like, all right, it's go time. We got this in the bag. But with the finishes that, Dave mentioned, I'm a little bit sad to see them not do a little bit better from that.
I think that just goes to show their consistency so far. There's a lot of aspects to this game besides just, team fighting. You got to look at rotations, timing, and, you can definitely see like, hey, some teams, some players, after a good, solid fight, maybe they get a little bit, complacent. They play a little bit looser because they're now a little bit more confident, and then that backfires on them. So now they try to regress. So, there's a lot of mind games played at this high level of PUBG Mobile, and I think you definitely see the most experienced teams. I think that's why you see them be a little more consistent, just due to the fact of how many times that they've done this. So yeah, Yala, I think they need to really look at what they've done, what's right, and then just stick to it and go with it, because man, when they do frag out, they can get some good games in, that's for sure.
I think we've kind of seen as well, like, how important it is to have a strong in-game leader. Like, look what it did for Nova.
Oh, man.
Pat coming in, Nova became a dominating threat. And actually, at the end of the show yesterday, we kind of showed, like, a daily report of, like, who did the most damage, who did the most healing, etc. We're going to throw it in here at the halfway point so you guys can see who kind of is the current leaders. And we actually are seeing, Loops up there, most damage, most knockouts. But they've not had the results that kind of back that up, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, they had themselves a second place finish up against Tempo on Vikendi, but we haven't seen the dominating Loops that we expected, Hot Jukes, the entire time here, right? With the super weekends, at least especially second and first one, we expected them, I mean, personally, I expect them to be at least the number 2 team at the moment.
I think it can be a lot of different factors when you consider that. I mean, when they've been so dominating, not only have you been just doing really good, you also are going to have the most eyes on you. Sure. So maybe there's a lot of these struggling teams are just deciding to say, hey, you know what? Let's just keep an eye and see what Loops is doing. And when you have all that focus and attention on you, and maybe it's going to be a little bit difficult to kind of, have your way around like the way you have in the past. And we've definitely seen it with some of these teams that have been on the bottom of the leaderboards, taking them out early.
And Dave, this actually leads me to ask you something. Yeah. Is that we've seen...
Ask me.
I'm gonna ask you right now, man, because I know you're gonna have the right answer for this.
Ask him now. Ask him right now.
Can you ask me about how teams were not seeming to be afraid of fighting loops? And I feel like we've seen that, especially coming into yesterday and especially today. It seems like teams kind of realize they're not immortal. This is a team that we can beat head-to-head. Do you think Loops kind of lost that fear factor they had in league play coming into this now that seemed to always be on their side to threaten other teams?
I mean, I don't know who you're talking to because I think they're lying to you, man. I think they're lying to you. They're just trying to puff their chest out a little bit. I mean, if I'm in the lobby and I'm, you know, aware that I'm fighting Loops, I'm going to be scared. I mean, Loops, they've earned their respect. They've earned their spot here during PMPL, during the World League. Like, they have been at the top this whole time. And, you know, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say they win a majority of their team fights. So I don't know who you're talking to saying that they're not scared, but they're just lying, man.
Well, I mean, you know what? I don't know. Wait. I think both of you guys are wrong. I think both of you guys are wrong. All right, because if there's anything that's gonna make you overcome fear, you know what that is?
Fear?
It's dollar bills, y'all. You know, when you got that much money on the line right here, you're gonna definitely see some teams just say, you know what, screw it, we got to get it done right now. So I think we're starting to see that.
I disagree. If you know Loops are over there and you're thinking about the money, you're going to want to go the opposite way, and you're not going to want to fight Loops until you need to.
Well, so that's what I'm talking about, because we talked to Wildcard, we talked to Slicky on the show, and he was saying, like, or he asked a question of why do you always play better when it comes to the 5th match? And he said, well, we get frustrated, we say, screw it, we just go for it. And I feel like we've seen a lot more teams just kind of do that whole idea of, all right, well, let's just go for it. Like, let's stop being so scared. Let's stop running away from teams. Let's be more confident in our engagements. But at the same time, I think
they dropped Severny for a reason. All right. They don't want to get near anybody in Erangel. All right, I'm just saying. They don't want to fight anybody. And Erangel makes up 50% of the matches here in finals.
That's true. And then Jukes, I mean, we look at a team like Pittsburgh Knights. You talk about, you know, money as a big incentive to just go crazy, to go off. Why haven't we seen Pittsburgh Knights do that, unfortunately? I mean, I was expecting a little bit more out of them, especially with the position they're currently in.
Yeah, I mean, me as well. I mean, I think that PK have definitely had some tribulations in the past few days, but hopefully here they're able to kind of be able to bounce back. All it takes is one game to turn it around, and who knows when it's going to be. All I know is that if they want to get on the board, they need to do it right now.
Well, that one game can be right here, right now, as we go back into the server, going back onto Miramar here. And why don't you two gentlemen take us away?
Let's get into it here. Match number 4, taking it to the desert. Miramar 2.0, one of my favorite maps to watch competitive on. I mean, this has just been one of those places where we see all kinds of shenanigans going down. And all I know, there's one thing that I've definitely learned when it comes to Miramar. You know what that is, Dave?
What's that?
Watch your footsteps. Watch where you're putting your feet. When you're on top of a big hill, you got to make sure you're real careful right here, because we've definitely seen, no matter how good you are and no matter how much experience you have, one wrong step and it's all over.
Yeah, not only that, yesterday Miramar, yesterday Sanhok, both of the final zones were on top of a mountain. So hopefully you got your mountain climbing gear, you're ready to go, and hopefully teams are a little more prepared to handle, the different elevations of the terrain here.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of those places where, I mean, it's so hard, right? Could you imagine you're on top of a really good spot and you're focusing on so many different teams, the amount of pressure that you have on you right there. I mean, you're just trying to go and move around just a little bit, and one wrong step, oh man, and you're flying. You're flying, and guess what? There's no parachutes except for at the start of the game, so unfortunately you drop late, you're gonna drop hard.
You drop like a potato. And look at the zone. Zone
Speaking of drop hard, look at that.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. We have a lot of teams in Los Leones. So I want to say there's about 4 different squads. Oh,
Molly's already out.
And Acer, yeah, already in a little engagement of their own. Verset all the way out there in their lonesome. Looks like Toffee's got that shotgun ready to get that pump and dump ready to go. But HP situation looking scuff. Really low right now.
There goes Toffee's on the run. He said, you know what? He just waited a little bit of a while, and I think that once he realized that, Acer wasn't really running straight at him, he ejected really quick. Now he's stuck behind this rock, using it to, kind of body block the best he can. You got Slicky with the oversight right here. He can be really problematic for any team that's looking to push up. And look, Toffee's all he has is Car 98. Car 98 and 1 HP. But you know what? A lot of heart.
You got a lot of heart, but it's good because this is real early. I mean, we're only about 3 minutes in, so the helmet situation, the armor situation, some of these players, they might not have that yet. So to be able to land that Car 98 shot, I mean, that's that one-tap dirt nap.
100%, 100%. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see here. You see Mekyu, you see Matic, just trying to support their team the best they possibly can. And like you mentioned, you know, having no helmet, no vest, I think that that's advantageous, but it's also a disadvantage because one bullet is all it takes, and you are knocked and out of this game.
So just a reminder, yesterday Nova Esports got that first place chicken dinner here on Miramar, Dream Eater second place, and then third place Tempo. So these squads looking to get that repeat spring out here with that mini. Gonna be laying down that cover fire onto Toffees, and Toffees stuck like Chuck right now, I'm not gonna lie. I see one of the members, okay, Matic already in the vehicle trying to make the pickup, but this is risky business, and Toffee's able to jump on in, but unfortunate for them. Spring with that mini, connected.
Talk about trying to make a save right there. I mean, that was almost like a Mission Impossible situation, and unfortunately, yeah, they weren't able to get him out of there. And that's one member down. Your vehicle is pretty tore up right now, but it looks like they're still gonna have enough life in it to be able to get away from this one.
Tore up from the floor up, as the kids were saying. Acer's chasing this one down. Acer knows that this vehicle is smoking. Gonna be pushing on out, flexing on out, and looks like those two members from Dream Eaters were able to successfully drive off into the sunset.
Yeah, you can definitely see that right now. Acer, wild card, they're going to just take that one kill and run with it. Moving on over, you can see all these other squads just kind of just spread out, pretty spread out so far. PK has a really big split going on, but that's not too uncommon for them as they like to kind of use that split loot strategy here. And you got Team Queso up towards Hacienda del Patron. That's their spot. That's where they love to be. Unfortunately, it is out of this circle for them, so they're going to have to rotate with that Golden Murado down south. But they got a lot of teams, it looks like, that are going to be gatekeeping them.
Yeah, a lot of teams. Konya Power, Tempo Storm down there in Picado. Right now, though, I mean, what stands out to me, Cloud9, Puerto Paraiso, yep, they're all the way out here on that east side of the circle, and there's nobody around them, so they're going to be able to get all of this loot and not have to worry about getting shot in the process. All
right, you are, and you can definitely see these different squads just looting up the best they possibly can. You know, you got Adder, Cloud9, and Adder right now, the in contention for getting that MVP slot. It's an extra $10,000 to add to your total score. That's some money that he definitely wants to add into his bank account. I love to see this right here. You see how like Cloud9 a lot. I've noticed this a lot from a lot of these pro players who like to use FPP to loot. You know, it seems to make it a little bit easier for them to spot this some loot here. We saw Rain though accidentally. Looks like he jumped out of a car a little too fast, and now they seem to have some good sight lines on Alpha Legends.
Yeah, they have some good sidelines, but like you mentioned, Rain going to be bleeding on out, so that's going to stall this one for the time being. Faker spotted, thirsted by HH24. Now they know who they're up against, and we're going to see the aggression coming on out. Tensa and that buggy trying to make their way on across that street. Spec right behind them. Alpha Legends do the same thing.
Dato getting knocked really fast right here. And I think this has a little bit to do with the fact that they know it is Alpha Legends. You know, and I think Tempo, because in these situations, especially early on, it's tough to take on early fights driving across, especially in Miramar. But, you know, they got a good knock on to an Alpha Legends guy, and they're like, you know what, let's just try and press this and get a couple extra kills. And looks like they're able to sneak one away.
Yeah, Alpha Legends, looking at their stats real quick, you know, from yesterday and today, they have a total of 8 kills. They have a total of 3,200 damage. And hear this. They have a total damage received of almost 7,000. So they have received way more damage than what they're putting out here.
Hey, you know what? Sometime, I'm just going to leave it at hopefully they can get them jukes a little bit hotter, man. They're going to need them, that's for sure, especially going forward. We're already about to hit the halfway mark of this finals, and every single point counts. And with this kind of prize pool, oh, you do not want to get caught out. There goes Verset. Taking out
vehicle explosion.
And there goes Tempo Storm.
Tempo. Wow. That is huge. Wow. Didn't expect that one to happen.
My goodness, looks like they got caught between loops and tree meters. Man, I'm having a tough time picking up in Miramar because that was my team that I picked for this one right here. There goes Tempo Storm down and out at 16th. What a shocker.
I mean, things are looking so good for them. They were getting really aggressive on Alpha Legends, trying to capitalize, trying to get those kills. Got a couple kills on the board, but yeah, we saw them in that rotate. I mean, just running into the wrong squad, looking right on top of them. That vehicle explosion was huge. I mean, yeah, Tempo sent back to lobby. We're only 8 minutes into this game so far.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, you know? So I was surprised to see Tempo kind of really pressing the action this early on because rotating in a vehicle in this kind of map, I mean, these guys are so good. They're blowing that up almost instantly. And yeah, just like that, they ended up taking out a member from Alpha Legends. Maybe they thought that was the same squad, but that was Dream Eaters and Loops you ran yourself into. And man, talk about being gone in just an instant.
Caught off guard. Looking right now, we saw Cloud9. We saw one of them peek on over that hill, taking some shots onto Umbra. Vindex on that off angle. Right now, Umbra playing that 3-1, and Cloud9, you know, they recognize, okay, there's a squad over here, and they're choosing not to fight this. They're retreating back to where they came from.
And that's what I love about Cloud9. I mean, just kind of consistent play style regardless of the situation. You know, regardless of what team it is, you kind of see them have that mutual respect, always just kind of rotating really smart and saving those fights for the end. Because at the end of the day, in order to win this tournament, at least what I believe, is you got to have consistent placements and that one game where you get a good favorable circle, good position, frag out, get a chicken dinner with some big kills, and that's what's going to get it done. But I'll tell you what, every single time you get taken out early, losing that 1 point finish, that is just devastating on your total score, especially considering there's only 24 games.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine it just puts a halt. It's like running into a brick wall, just a halt to that momentum, any type of steam you might have been building up here. Especially like we saw, you know, Tempo, you know, they got a couple kills. So, like, okay, yeah, we're getting some kills. All right, we're getting points on the board. I can see that money. I mean, at the end of today, I mean, we're halfway done with the finals. And then, you know, just to get destroyed in a rotate in a vehicle, hopefully they can reset because they still have 2 more games today to play.
I mean, that just goes to show you when you're playing at this high level of competitive PUBG Mobile, you just can't make any mistakes. You have to play perfect right here. And the team that makes the least amount of mistakes wins this tourney. And it's so difficult considering that you're playing 6 matches against some of the best teams on the planet. I mean, that's definitely got to take its toll right here. But man, if you want to get that money, you got to get it done. And not just you. You and 3 other of your teammates. That's the hard part about this. And I think that goes, you know, when Jason was saying earlier how important IGL is, I mean, I think that is by far one of the strongest and most difficult roles without hands down in this type of tournament.
Yeah, not only that, you have the pressure of making the calls, you know, deciding if it's the right call, the wrong call. Not only that, but you need to have that that confidence, that trust amongst the other 3 squad mates, right? In order for them to instantly react to those calls. And, you know, to kind of, you know, draw a connection, we saw Cloud9 just a moment ago. They were taking some shots, and then we saw there was a call made to retreat. They all popped in their vehicles immediately. They didn't hesitate. They didn't waste any time. And that right there just goes to show their confidence in their IGL. And that's what every single team here needs to demonstrate if they want to be the best.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is that when you have this much money on the line as well, it makes it that much more difficult. I mean, because at the end of the day, there's going to be some situations when you're in IGL where it's a 50-50. You go left, we're probably going to die. We go right, we're probably going to die as well. Which one do you think we have a better chance at? And you have to have that trust in your team to where regardless whether you make a bad decision or not, because, I mean, we're all human at the end of the day, but you have to have your team still have that trust in you regardless, because guess what? Sometimes an IGL may make a bad call, and if the team starts questioning it, and starts hesitating going forward, I mean, man, you could see a whole team's performance dip dramatically, instantly.
Hey, you start questioning me, you're going to get cut from the team. Easy as that. Hey, you saw that double crate drop right by Yala.
Nice.
2 crates right on top of one another. Hopefully one of these, you know who likes to chase down crates? I know we've been talking about them a lot. Cloud9, though. They are probably one of the most consistent teams when it comes to acquiring the crate drops, and we'll see if they'll be able to do that. Right now, we see Wildcard. I believe they got like 1 or 2 kills on the board from Dream Eaters early on, and look at this. Team Queso just looting. Are they even aware of who's above them right now, and next zone about to pop.
Yeah, I think they're just looking to just get some loot and not really rotate if possible. Yeah, it looks like they're not going to have to make any big rotations as this circle centers out right in the middle between all of these squads right here. Still 15 teams alive. Only team taken out so far is Tempo with that insane, vehicle explosion right there. But yeah, I think that is I think you're totally right on that point, Dave.
Pretty solid circle for a lot of these squads. Looking to be a nice, calm, relaxing early game here on Miramar. Football is trying to make their rotate on in. Over here, though, Sandro running into Maxon from B4.
Yeah, you see them putting in some work with that Scar 3X, trying to get some tracking onto the rest of these members from UDR. Killers here. They're already down a member out quick. Will they be able to get the return knock? 4X AK not able to hit the mark.
Trying to control that spray. We'll be swapping on over to M16. Maybe that single tap to get that laser going on. Oh, Maxon, what? You just punched Pedro in the face. That's your teammate.
I mean, man, he's like, you know what? We should have killed all of them. How do you only kill one? That's some good IGL skills right there. Good motivation.
B4. Some people, they're starting to lose their trust in B4. I'm sticking with B4, especially when it comes to Miramar. They're the second most consistent team when we look back at league play. But looking at this fight right here, Wildcard, Sam already knocked out, and they were looking for this fight just a moment ago. Spring's going to be cooking this grenade, tossing that right on top of Axel and Ayala. Going to be connecting some damage onto Axel, and Ayala going for that trade.
Definitely starting to see a battle come out right here. Anytime you start taking these fights, come third circle, you got to worry about third parties. And I love how Ayala had that awareness, those instincts to kind of check his back right there. And I think that if you're Team Queso, you got to be really worried about getting pinched right now.
Yeah, especially after seeing Miku kind of, pop their head up and crest on over that hill, trying to get these taps onto your squad. That might force Team Queso to kind of pull back on this engagement right now.
Yeah, you can definitely start seeing that separation. Yeah, just like that, you can get pinched and taken out really, really quick. So you see Ayala, he's got that mini right now. They're just starting to split some loot in between each other. Always a really strong time to do that when you got some downtime. But oh, we're moving it on over. Straight to Footballists and Pittsburgh Knights.
This is on the edge out there in the west. Footballists trying to make their way on in. Like the Knights gonna be gatekeeping them. Ooh, right off the bat, Jagger is gonna be tagged. So 2 members for the Knights, no, 3 members for the Knights are currently bleeding on out. That's just gonna leave carnage. Uzi in hand, sees one of the members from Footballists making the push on up, but they're taken out. Nice
okay,
fun.
with that quick flick with that M4 right there, just getting it done, taking out Pittsburgh Knights really quickly, and that's something that they need to do considering that this next zone just shifted on over, and it is over to them right here. Yeah, so that's going to be the best case scenario. They don't have to worry about their back anymore. They're going to be able to go ahead and move into the zone really safely, and you can just see the urgency like from Loops. Look how fast they're moving into this zone, even though it hard shifted away from them.
Oh, Jason asking me about Yala Esports on the break. Well, they just got 2 crates. They were the ones to acquire that double crate drop, so we'll see how they'll be able to use it on over here. Ooh, AWM. Okay. I mean, they're going to be in the zone. Cloud9 on the outskirts, B4 on the outskirts, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they use it.
Definitely see it right here. Man, getting a gun like that, considering that this is Miramar, it's probably the best map to be able to get that on right here. And he's starting to see his rotations come out from Wildcard all in one vehicle.
Damn,
can't do that. It's over.
Explosion.
Wow. There goes all the 3 main members, and the only member alive is going to be Spring. Yeah, their off-angle guy. And yeah, now it's up to him to get some additional points from his squad. I'm telling you, rotating in late on Miramar. Oh, always scary, that's for sure.
Well, we saw them yesterday on Sanhok. I saw them in the chat. They're like, yeah, we were practicing the pacifist run, not putting in any damage. They had no damage, 0 damage with the second place. So hopefully that practice from yesterday, hopefully they can pull it together here, and Spring can kind of use those same strats when it comes to just, trying to figure out where this zone's going to go. And hopefully they can remain in the game as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they had the practice, that's for sure. I mean, we saw Team Umbra with the boat strats, and then Wildcard with the hand behind their back strats. So, I mean, this is going to be interesting to see them try to replicate that. Spring's going to have a hard time, though, with all these squads surrounding him. But we're starting to get into it here, Dave. You know, the zone's starting to get closer and closer. Vindex with that mini trying to tap away, just making sure that all these squads stay in their own lane right now, as Umba's just trying to hold down this little hill.
Yeah, connected a little bit onto Marco. Checking in with Tixie from Konina Power. Tixie with that scar. They are going to be spotting out a squad. It's going to be Yala. Remember, Yala, they got 2 crates. They got 2 crates in their arsenal. Looks like Konina Power is trying to regroup with Rob all the way out there on the edge. Dadin from Loops in the smokes. In the smokes. Looks like they're in their own heated engagement. Yep, Wildcard Spring was spotted. So Wildcard taken out. A lot of heavy hitters already done for this game.
Definitely see Loops. Dadin, he's the last one alive right here for his squad. And he is just, talk about being pinched between
pushing him.
Footballists. Yeah, he looks like he wants to just finish him out early right now. And it makes sense if you are Footballist. But what a shot.
Wow!
What a shot. Great tracking from Solke.
Dude, yeah, Solke popping off right here. This game looking to get the final blow onto Dadin. Dadin in the truck, going to be popping behind that truck. Solke tossing a nice little grenade. Will be landing right behind Dadin. Dadin about 75% HP. Here comes the follow-up nades, trying to take down Loops in this Miramar match.
A little too far. Not able to connect, but right now, will this one get it? He's aiming this one. He's calculating it. Will it hit the mark? Still a little too far. It's okay, man. They're having to both deal with 2 squads, but right now he is just eyes locked on to Dad in the return nade, though.
How many grenades? How many grenades? That's about the 4th or 5th grenade Solke has attempted to throw onto Dad, and I believe Solke might be out of grenades. Looking for that reposition. Next zone does go on up, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
If your Footballist here, you definitely want to get Loops. Oh, almost had that angle right there. Caught the toes. He's looking for him right here, trying to get any angle as he can onto Dadin. Oh, and that's it from Rom. But Rom got quick return knocked, just like that from
Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was it?
I think it was, considering if you're Footballist. If you're Footballist right now, and you're just trying to get some more points on the board, I think that might have been the play right here. And it looks like Solke was able to get the drive on. He might get the pickup, but I don't think his vehicle is going to survive this one.
Yeah, and they are outside of the next play zone. But the 2 members from Dream Eaters, they also need to move. Yeah, they are out there so far away from this next area. Look at this. It's already going to be chunking them down and out. We see their truck already burning right near them. Umbra, though. Umbra making the pull-up onto Nova.
And here they go. They're looking to press it hard right now. And you can just see the kit utility from both of these squads. Great nade coming out from Nova, putting on some work onto Vindex right here. And I think Umbra is just trying to hold this position as long as they can. But She-Fan's got something to say with it, throwing some big nades out those windows.
Yeah, Prez is going to be pushing up just a little further, trying to get one of these nice grenades cooked right into the hands of Nova. Out here, though, can you power Tixie in the bush? Going to be going for that spray down. 0 from Yala is going to be knocked down. Xana as well. Lord going to be going for that jump shot, trying to connect these sprays. And there's only 2 members up for Yala and 1 up for Konina, so it's a 2v1.
Dixie's on a mission right now, trying to be able to get some more points for his team so he can be able to also maybe get that MVP title. But he's done with. Now look at that. Nova's done with. And Team Unique is done. Oh, I'm sorry. Nova, She-Fan was able to survive. Barely, only 3 members up left, but Umbra's right now.
Prez going for the jump. Will be trying to connect right there. Extremely low, going for that pre-fire around the corner. Cat will be recognizing this one. Also popping on out. Prez going for that jump shot in the air. They will be connecting onto Cat. Look at this. Prez right behind She-Fan, trying to get that reload. Able to do so, and my goodness, the timing right there.
Team Umbra, talk about a squad that has just woken up. I love to see this aggression coming from them here because, man, they have just been playing together as a unit, and I think they've taken out almost every single major team here today. So, I mean, definitely they're starting to see that confidence come out of them, and they're pretty close to this next circle. They have a big chance of possibly winning this one.
Listen, they got a list, and they are just going around every single game, checking it off the teams that they're wiping off. They're trying to get that revenge here, and checking out the live finals rankings. Yep, we still got Cloud9 in this game. We still got Footballists in this game. Footballists, they do have that next circle. Looks like Cloud9 trying to reposition and get on into the zone as well. B4 right there to the west, Yala to the east, and Umbra to the north. All three of these squads will be looking right on top of Cloud9.
Yeah, and you can see right now, you got Cloud9 with 3 members up. Still got a full squad of Umbra, Yala, and Footballists in this mix as well. And Yala opted to drive the vehicle in late right here. Oh, this could be huge. Was that a nade or smoke? Was a smoke, but oh man, they drove up on the wrong spot. Adder with the perfect angle. And yeah, Yala
out here.
Done.
Yeah,
real quick.
I mean, trying to toss out those smokes, and I believe Umbra seeing what Yala did, attempting to take a page out their book, but it did not work out for Yala. The crash, the pull up on the Cloud9 was not successful, but Umbra using that moment to pull on up and get on into the zone. Looks like Prez trying to go for that spray down. Pyra is behind cover. Prez will be spotted, is going to be bleeding out, and then Thurston. Halls also killed in the process, and Cloud9, they're just keeping this zone on lockdown.
And I think Umbra had the right idea. I think they decided to go for the third-party opportunity after they heard that fight. But little did they realize, it was Cloud9 there. And Cloud9 wiped that squad out real quick. So by the time they got there, they were already waiting, reloaded and waiting for them. And man, just Team Umbra just feeling the pain right now.
Yeah, I mean, feeling it. That's an understatement. They only got one up. They got Vindex out there trying to survive, and it does look like Vindex's position is currently compromised. This is a good game for B4. They still got 2 up. They need these placement points. They need this game to go in their favor so bad, and we see them right now with their duo. They are going to be spreading on out right now. McZero, we saw that just a moment ago, was spotted uneven, looking to get the confirm.
Yeah, I think if you're any of these squads here, it's maps like Miramar, Sanhok, Vikendi, where you really have an opportunity to pass up some of these better squads. Because, you know, in Erangel, they have those games down on lock right here. But you still have Cloud9, and Football is still alive as a crate seems to drop right into Footballist's lap. That's going to be some free level 3 gear right here. And you can see Lutz, he's got his eyes right on it.
I mean, that's looking like a tasty little snack right there, right in front of your face. 11 kills onto Footballist this game, and they still have 4 up.
Oh, and it's an M249 in there, too. Oh, goodness gracious.
That's huge.
That's a squad wiper. That is the squad wiper right there. 100-round magazine. This thing is a monster to have in the late game. And you can just see right now, Footballists, they've got this position on lockdown and under control. Well, Cloud9, though, they're starting to use those smokes. They're so good at being able to reduce these slight lines and push up. Will they be able to overcome Footballists?
3 members alive for Cloud9. 4 alive for Footballists. 1 up, Pedro, OG for B4, and then 1 up for Umbra, Vindex. So will those solo players out there on the edge, will they play spoiler? Will they try to backstab right now this squad fight? Looks like Lutz is going to be pushing on out. Going for that random spray out there. We'll have a good idea that there's an enemy out here, and if they didn't before, we'll definitely know now. Grenades being tossed by Vindex. Oh, Vindex gonna be getting the trade onto Raum, and that's the moment that Cloud9, they need to use this to their advantage.
Oh, but they're focused on B4 still.
Pedro from behind as well. The solos.
That's it. There's only 2 members up for Footballists. It's Cloud9's time to push. Here they go.
Trying to get the wraparound. They're trying to get the wraparound. A little 2-1 going right now. Pyra and Uneven are going to be approaching this one. Lutz going to be popping on up. Remember, Lutz got the M249. Will be opting to use the M4. And how the solos have played in the favor right now of Cloud9. Adder are going to be cooking this grenade on the Solke. Solke has been hitting their shots here so far today, but
that's it.
1v3, Cloud9. Get in the dub here. Get in the dub. Adder, 7 kills. Pyra, 5 kills. Insane game for both Cloud9 and Footballists.
And that's just going to add a little bit more statistics onto Adder, trying to go for that MVP spot. And with matches like that, whoo, you know that's exactly what he wanted to do. So I know for a fact we're going to see some C9 wins in the chat after that one.
Oh, man. Pedro, OG, Vindex, they they shattered the dream right there for Footballists. I mean, Footballists had a ton of kills, so they should, you know, be fairly happy with their performance that game. But yeah, those solos from the East and the West, I thought it was a Footballists game, honestly. I'm not gonna lie.
It was totally possible, but that just goes to show you right here how fast things can turn around, especially when you have so many other squads still alive. Those solo members, man, talk about playing spoiler, just getting it done right there. And for Cloud9, I think that them winning a Miramar match is going to be huge for their total score, because you know that when it comes to Erangel, that's their map. They are so confident on there. But these other maps, that's where you see a lot of these other teams get some major points. So for Cloud9 to get a win here, you know they got to be pumped up.
Not only that, like Cloud9, you know, reading the kill feed, reading it, and then immediately executing. You know, they didn't hesitate right there. They didn't opt to like use a bandage or use a boost. They just full on sent it. They knew they had the numbers advantage, and they just cleaned house right there.
Man, the awareness is just too strong. But hey guys, that's gonna be it for this match. We got a couple big matches still coming up right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Well, it wasn't quite the first game of the day, but Cloud9 have been able to finally get themselves a chicken dinner here today and do it in a very damn good fashion. Adder was 7 kills, Cloud9 finishing off with 13 kills overall, so a 33-point game for them. And I feel like this was desperately needed considering we had teams like Nova getting within arm's reach of taking away that first place position. Let's take a look at our stats here, or our map rankings from that last match, and really start to break down here all the points we did get across the board, starting with you, Glitter. 28 points for Footballists.
Yeah, Footballists also, you know, not to be ignored, had an incredibly strong game themselves with 14 kills up against Cloud9's 13. So like you said, huge for Cloud9 to maintain the lead that they currently have over those other teams. However, Footballists had a massive showing. Umbra had I believe they had a solo player up at the end there who was able to get them some more placement points, as we can see there with their 12. B4 also had Pedro up, able to secure them some more points. Yeah, this is massive for B4 because they've struggled all day. We've seen them at the bottom half of this list for pretty much every match up until this point. You know, 7, maybe this is because 7 called them out there right at the end, saying they needed to step it up, so they did it for you.
Hey, they heard me, and I love it. I'm going to have to start calling out more teams here, as they did end up getting a lot more points than the team that I ended up picking with Dream Eaters. They only ended up getting 4 points. This is by far one of the worst performances that we've kind of seen from Dream Eaters in regards to Miramar, and it was still kind of decent if you really think about it. Then we have Corina Power, 4 points. Loops Esports still not getting out of the rut. They're kind of going back to what we saw in regards to yesterday. They're not really having the performances that we have seen. And then if we go towards the bottom, even more Alpha Legends and Pittsburgh Knights there towards the bottom.
Well, even Wildcard, this was a team that played so consistently well in like the first 3 games of yesterday, and they have struggled coming into today. But let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into Cloud9, because again, as we said before, they had themselves the 13 kills, 1,600 damage, but only 260 healing. 13 kills, 260 healing. That doesn't sound right, and yet I'm not doubting the numbers I'm seeing on the screen here, 7.
You know why? Because they ended up stealing about 7 of those kills, so they didn't really have to fight for those kills, and that is great to see. Listen, sometimes you don't have to take on those fights. You don't have to do the extra work. Just look around, see when a person's knocked down, and then just kill them. Take that easy kill, because that'll get you towards the top. And yeah, right. Just survive. Just survive.
Survive, Forehead. Let's take a look at our top 4 players, though, from that last match. And, of course, we're going to have 3 players from Football is here and 1 from Cloud9. I'm just going to call it now. I bet you Adder got the MVP. I see no world
It has to
where he
be
didn't.
Adder.
7 kills? Is it him?
Has to be.
It's got to be.
Let's see.
There
Who
we
is
go.
it? Hey.
Yeah.
Hold it.
I mean, credit to
I
Football.
want to
is
see out
great.
of him.
They had 14 kills. Like, they did outperform Cloud9 when it came to the kill department, but 1,000 damage. And we already talked about how Adder is currently sitting first place right now for the overall MVP of the finals. So he's getting 1 step closer to the 10,000 bucks.
Yeah, and this is great for him. It's great for him to also stay consistent. Remember, this was one player that's always been consistent in regards to MVP ranking, especially those weekly MVPs that we had going on all the time. He was right below Carrillo all the time. So now that Carrillo and his team is really not performing that well, Adder has stepped it up even more. And I love that Cloud9 was able to win there in Miramar, usually not one of their not as strongest matches as some of the other ones. And then once again, kudos to Lutz being able to get there 769. Not bad at all.
I mean, we typically see him with a lot of kills coming through grenades.
Right.
Maybe not able to get him this time, but we are going to take a look at our Do the Do moments from our 4th match of the day. Still 2 to come up left in our 2nd day of the finals. And I mean, we got to start things off with Wildcard. They've definitely been forefront every single time. It feels like typically, though, it was them being attacked, not them the ones to attack back here, Glitter.
Yeah, this was a bit of a rough start, I think, for all of us since we did pick Dream Eaters on this map, but Wildcard just started putting in a ton of early damage into that squad, and they are able to pick off one of Dream Eaters' players before they kind of escape out of there. So it's nice to see Wildcard kind of at least getting a little bit of aggression down here, but I mean, it was a rough start for Dream Eaters, and then right there, I believe that was Tempo that got sandwiched between both Dream Eaters and Loops, if I'm not mistaken, on the other side of that, and it did not go well for Tempo, 7.
Yep, and right now we're seeing Football is being able to get some of those kills and collect some of that extra damage that they were able to put out. And Wildcard, once again, Wildcard was at least able to go ahead and drive around, but guess what? Ultimately, Team Queso, or I can't really remember who that was right there, they were able to just blow them up and send them back to the lobby, send them back to waiting. As we see Unique also being able to get some kills there. Dream Eaters, even though there was only 1 player left, he was still trying to go for that extra action, and luckily for him, they were able to get at least 2 kills, at least save some face, at least give us some extra points. And I think it's time for us to stop picking teams altogether, because we always do really bad when we do that. So now we go towards Adder, picking people apart with that M4 and that nasty scope. Oh, that man has the new skin, that Pharaoh skin. All right, I see you, Adder. You're flexing on us. And then we have Umbra
already.
Right? He knows it. I think he knows it. He spends it like he has it already. So maybe that's why he's doing even better today. But one of the other ones I want to talk about that we didn't really get a chance to talk about was Team Umbra. They ended up with 4 kills, 4th place again, 12 points. This is a team that has just been, it hasn't really been as consistent as we saw yesterday, but they are still staying within their own average. And I think, I hope at some point they're going to be able to get that kill, that win, as we did see there, Cloud9. And Cloud9, as I was mentioning as well, for them to be able to get a win here in Miramar after the league play that they had before, it just speaks volumes for this team, and it speaks volumes of how much they just continue to improve here at Glitter.
Yeah, and as we're getting towards the end of the game here, this was when Pedro was that solo up for B4. He was trying to put damage out into the other squads. Cloud9 and Footballist went back and forth that entire end. This nade that comes out of Adder, though, was so strong, and Cloud9 is able to clean up Footballist there at the end. But honestly, between the two of them, the fact that they were only separated by 1 kill, that game could have gone either way for those squads.
Exactly, and we've seen Footballs be so consistent today when it comes to getting these kills, but let's see if they're consistent when it comes to the damage, as we're going to compare them, Cloud9, and obviously all the other teams in that last match here in the lobby against each other. And yeah, well, you're seeing right there, that is some sick damage. Was that like around 2,500 for Footballs with the 14 kills? Insane stuff coming out of them here, 7.
It has. Almost 1,000 more damage than Cloud9 was able to get. And I think overall it has to show it was mostly because Cloud9 had more than half their kills by just stealing them from people, which is it's impressive nonetheless. I'm not putting that down in any way, shape, or form. If you're able to get those easy kills, sure, go for it. And then B4 Glitters, one of those teams we've been saying they haven't really been performing. You heard me calling them out, and they step it up here in that last match.
Yeah, which is, I almost kind of want to say like finally, because we've seen some strong performances out of B4 and we know what they're capable of. So I was waiting for them to have that moment where they just were able to kind of have all their things click. But again, Yalla Esports actually consistently getting to around that 1K damage mark, but not able to convert it into a higher number of kills for themselves. So I think that, moving forward, they have all of the promise right there. They just need to figure out how to close everything out.
Yeah, and actually, let's kind of move the show along here and take a look at our talent predictions, because we talked about, y'all not being able to convert those into kills. We talked about Dream Eaters as being the team we think who could win it. And, well, it didn't work out too well for us. I'm actually, Glitter, did you get back to us? Did you get back to your mom and what she predicted? What team? Because I'm curious if she beat Hotjukes here. She didn't tell you? Okay.
Oh, just kidding. No, she did. I think she said that she picked... Wait, I think she picked Nova.
Okay.
Nova? All right. Well, if she picked Nova, she ended up with 5 points. She did better than us.
She did better than us.
Point all of us. That is insane. We should get her on the show to do some predictions. But Dave getting himself 12 points. He was right to stick with B4. Hotjukes Cloud9 pick did not work. It seems like most of the Cloud9 picks we've made today, Tempo, have not worked out. Until that last game, obviously, with Cloud9 able to get a big victory here. I think we need to take a look at our overall points, though, because we haven't seen that. Okay, we're going to take a look at the schedule for now, since we have Sanhok to come up next, and we have Erangel as well as a final match. So Sanhok as our next choice here. I'm imagining we're going to see the overalls. I think that's what it's going to come down to, right? How far has Cloud9 extended the lead up against Nova? Where are they going to be currently sitting at? Where are other teams like the likes of Footballers, who I believe we're in third place, are going to be? And let's check in right now with what we currently do have here and see where these leads are going to be grown into. And we can see, almost a straight 30 points here for Cloud9 against Footballers, but Footballers have gotten up to second place here, 7.
Yeah, and this is good. Remember, if I remember right, I think Cloud9 started the day with a 40-point lead. They kind of slowed down, and now they're starting to pick it back up. But luckily for us, some of the other teams that were in those second to third to fourth to fifth place were able to improve their performances. And now with Footballers, this team has started getting the kills, and this is a scary team once he actually starts getting kills, because let me just refresh your memory real quick. This team ended up getting 2 wins in one day with 19 kills apiece. So that is a lot of kills right there. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we see Footballers even closer to Cloud9. I do want to see more out of Nova Esports here, as they do end up falling 1 placement point, and then Karina Power being there within that 4th place, being in a way within the striking distance to the top 2. That is always great to see. And then you got Loops Esports in 6th place. Quite a disappointment thus far. Not what we expect there out of Loops Esports as we go here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, but I think what's surprising about that transition there from first to second page is that we saw UDR Killers being able to move up into that 10th position for the first time today, and Wildcard actually dropping down into 11th. B4 is able to start moving themselves up the ranks, which is nice for them after that game where they actually were able to pull down a decent amount of points. Hopefully we can see more of the same coming out of them. And then Yalla dropping down, as is PK and Team Unique just jumping up just a little bit, because if you look at all of those squads, they're all within 8 points of each other. So.
Well, I will say this, though, about Loops. They've definitely been performing better than... Sorry. Yeah, their standings is much better than I feel like their games have been. I feel like we talked about them being in like the bottom 10 many times here. So I'm actually surprised to see them in 6th place. So obviously they do have a chance to show up in the last 2 matches of the day, the last 2 days as well, coming up tomorrow and the day thereafter. But before we move into our next match, obviously we talked about yesterday, we teased it a little bit earlier on today. Our next episode of Between the Battlegrounds will be airing on the 9th, which is the Sunday here, our last day of the finals. And we have a trailer, a little bit of a sneak peek on what's to come here in episode 2. really curious to see what's going to be coming up in that episode. We saw in the first episode how Mad Toy was kind of taken off the team of Illuminate the Murder, and he went over to Team Secret, and we saw a little head-to-head going on between them there. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to come in. As obviously, as we said, August 9th going to be the premiere here on the West Show, so make sure you guys tune in for that. Also, make sure to follow Esports PUBGM, where it will be posted as well for you guys to watch at home. It's time now to get into our predictions as we move into our 5th game. It's going to be on Sanhok, which obviously means Glitter's going to be saying B4, right? No. Okay.
Changing it up on everybody again.
Ooh, okay. Who you got?
Yeah, I mean, so this is definitely a little bit different of a pick, but I know a lot of people are going to be going for teams that have performed historically well on Sanhok, but this team has been performing way better overall. So I'm actually going to be going with Konina Power for this match.
I mean, I will give Glitter this. She might not be first in the rankings, but she is first in my heart for going for different picks compared to everyone else. She's going against the trend. I respect it.
Exactly.
I respect
the trend every single time.
Wasn't even trolling there. All right, 7, who do you got?
I got Footballers, man. Come on now.
I knew it. See, of course.
Footballers got the win yesterday. They always tend to do good here in Sanhok, and my picks have been absolutely horrible today. So come on, Footballers,
So
please.
Potentially
please make me
continue
proud.
then with bad picks. I mean, at least we're not all picking the same team this time, which is why I went with
Really?
Footballist as well. Because they got me at 3
Oh,
chicken
of
dinners
course.
yesterday. Hey, you know, I'm first for a reason, Glitter. I got to keep it going. You know, I'm not. I mean, I feel like my nose is going to grow if I keep talking
I'm
about
first in the hearts of the community.
that. Well, yeah, that is true. That is true. Let's keep the gagging aside here, 7. We'll check with you guys, though, when we do finish off this 5th match and get underway with our 6 as well. So go take a break. Maybe 7 go message Glitter's mom for some help for some predictions because she's been killing all of us today. And we'll see you guys later. All right, so you guys at home, you still have chances to win prizes. We got the lucky draw still going on the entire time here with 2 days left. You can log into the game, watch from the Esports Center, and you can win a limited time outfit if you are lucky enough. But obviously luck is a factor into this, but luck might not be a factor when it comes to tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win, and maybe if Glitter in fact is #1 in the community's eyes. But now we got to bring in some more people to help commentate our second to last match of the day. Our penultimate match is Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave going to be joining us once again here on the stage. I'm going to start things off, Hot Jukes, talking to you about how you're feeling today, man. I haven't asked.
Feeling great. I mean, every time I get to see some of these matches, I'm always pumped up and hyped, man. And plus, of course, seeing your beautiful face, Jason, it just brightens up my day.
I'm not commissioner anymore. You don't have to suck up to me. I can't get you extra points. I'm sorry, man. But I will ask you about football, as they have been slaying today like crazy, but they haven't been able to close out a match yet today. Do you think this is finally their time going into Sanhok?
I mean, I think Sanhok is just one. If the zone goes over to that west island, I think that absolutely it is possibly one of their games, because that is like I think that's the strategy they plan for. If it goes now towards central mainland, I think they're gonna have a tough time. But I mean, like I said, if that happens, I think they got it locked down.
Well, in Mustache Dave, we've seen a lot of teams use the boats, especially when it comes to Vikendi, especially when it comes to Sanhok. We've seen Umbra do it quite a few times. Do you think that's going to be a strategy sought out by those two teams again, if we do have these long rotations as a necessity?
Even if the zone is in the middle, Umbra, they're always in a boat. That's just their thing. They always go in the boat. And I got to say, you know, Footballists, they had a great game last game, 11 kills, second place. They won yesterday on Sanhok, of course, but I feel like they got a lot of luck because they took up that position on top of the cliffs, and the final zones just kind of centered on that, so they didn't really have to move. Everybody had to come to them. Kind of like what Juke said, like if it doesn't go there, I can see him having a really challenging Sanhok game here today.
Okay, well, challenging Sanhok game. Let's hear your prediction, though. Maybe you're backing Footballists here. Who's your team for match 5?
Cloud9. Cloud9, they're the most consistent when it comes to Sanhok. So I'm just going with consistent teams looking back at the World League, and those are my picks. Those are my picks here for the finals.
Okay, Hot Jukes, who do you got, man?
I'm going to go with Nova Esports. I think that they've been having some really good games coming up for. I already picked Cloud9. A lot of the teams that I would have probably picked for Sanhok first are already done with. But yeah, I think Nova, I believe in you. Give me some points. Your boy needs them bad.
He needs them bad, just like we need to start this next match bad here. Why don't you two gentlemen take us away with our penultimate match of the day.
Penultimate match indeed. And here we go into Sanhok, the jungle. You know, the blue zone. El Rey, the king, the legend, the king above kings, as I've always said it over and over again, and I think it's been proven without a doubt here. But man, here I know these teams are pumped up and ready to go. I think especially if you're one of these teams that are on the bottom of the leaderboards, I think that if any map that you can kind of get it done on, it's going to be Sanhok. You get that right zone, you get that right position. We've seen squads just slay out here, getting a chicken dinner and some insane kills.
I mean, it's just so penultimate, or penultimate.
Yeah, penultimate.
Penultimate. So, I mean, that's
We get some penultimates in the chat.
Let's get some penultimates in the chat. If you know what it means, well, 7 on the desk will send you some UC, and, you know, that's that. That is that. Looks like Unique going to be dropping out on top of Camp Alpha. We see Footballists up there. They're tried a true location. Okay, so Footballists, once again, not a bad zone.
This is
not a bad zone.
This is the one they wanted. You know, this
penultimate.
Yep, this is the penultimate zone right here for Footballists. I mean, that is a fact right here, because anytime, now, it still has a chance, of course, you know, to shift into the mainland, but I mean, it just, from experience, my wild guess, of course, is going to probably most likely go there, and I think that's what a lot of these teams are thinking right now, because, man, anytime that zone lands on that island, Footballists, they're positioned perfectly for it, and they just got to deal, all of these squads have to cross there, and there's only so many spots you can cross into, and it's just a battle throughout that entire trip. So yeah, this zone right here, Footballists, you know, they're smiling.
They're smiling. So repeat of yesterday with the Knights. They're going to loot up. They're going to group up. Loops are going to push into their compound. Loops will get wiped by the Knights. HH will swim across the water, going to his little cliff, hanging out there. The Knights, who they get wiped by yesterday? Who, I don't remember. Maybe Team Queso. Everybody's going to have to run uphill. Footballists are going to be on top of the hill. They're going to be looking down. Yeah. Oh, Umbra in a boat. Okay, let's see if I'm right. I might be onto something here.
I think it's totally possible, because anytime the zone goes in this direction, every single time we've seen Umbra go in a boat. And I can't blame them, because it works. It's worked every single time for them in the past. So I think considering it, and it makes total sense. And that, you know, that you really look at it, trying to get into that island, it's so tough. I mean, you look at teams like Loops and Cloud9, who are obviously one of the most competitive teams in this tournament. Every time the zone goes to that island, they struggle. We saw it yesterday. They both went out really early. So, I mean, Umbra, you know that they don't want to mess with any of that. They say, hey, you know what? We're just going to chill. We're going to sip some mojitos and head on over there. Or, you know what? I'm sorry. Sip some Mountain Dew. You know, some
do the dew.
Fashion. Yeah, they got it. You know, they're doing the dew real good in their little yacht there on the way. And they get in there safely into one of the best positions in the zone. So,
Footballists, it's okay.
Already
on
holding
the
this
cliffs.
hill. Yep.
Already has a gun.
Don't you blame him?
Has a gun. Has
Watch
an up.
your feet. Watch
Extended mag. Has a helmet. No vest, but who needs the vest? Who needs a vest from up here? I mean, nobody can even shoot you in the chest. They just see your helmet. We'll be looking down. Lutz taking up the other cliff on the opposite end. So Footballists, they have a feeling. They have a feeling that this might be a repeat from yesterday.
And you know that they're pumped up for it. I mean, considering that this is the dream zone right here. Because Sanhok, if the zone decides to lock onto this area, this could be another just insane amount of kills and win and propel them up to possibly get some big money here. So yeah, this is a huge opportunity. They know it, and you can see them on the move already. Oh, Team Queso.
Okay.
They spot some loops over here. They know that that's where they like to rotate.
I like this rock too. Axel can kind of peek up on the rock. Yeah, he can take some shots and then go right back behind it for that cover, that much needed cover. Everybody using the QBU here. You want a prone. You want a prone to use that tripod to get better accuracy. But sometimes, you know, you just can't. You can't afford the luxury.
No, yeah, you want to always kind of keep that movement going back and forth. But we definitely see it when these teams have an opportunity. They go into that full laid down position, and every single gun is a laser right there. And yeah, I like that rock like you mentioned earlier, but you got to always be careful anytime you're in the water, because if you get knocked in the water, you're instantly dead. You know, and there's certain spots where, you know, like if you're in the shallow area, you still may be able to crawl around, but it's risky, because if you just happen to go a little too far into the deep end, boom, you just got nothing but an X on your nameplate, because you are down and out real quick. No chance to get revived.
No chance. No chance.
Look at that Pharaoh suit. We saw some Pharaoh suits as well.
You know, I wanted to mention, I know the suit. The suit is like the prize, right? That's what everybody wants. But I was looking in it. The grenade skin is honestly my favorite. It's a little grenade. It has a little blue gem in the middle. I want to see that. I want to see these players toss that because it's like if you can get a kill with that grenade, it has gold trimmings. It has the blue gem. If you can get a kill with that, that's just style. It's like, look at this. I mean, you think it's a present, but then it blows up in your face. So, but yeah, make sure, tell your friends, tell your family. I think like Jason said, tell your ex-girlfriend. Hopefully he's not doing that. But tune on in. We need 300,000 viewers.
300K.
300K in the bank. And then we get those crates, baby. 6
Come on.
crates.
We need them. We need them. Let
I need
people know. That's right. We all need them. That's for sure.
I need to make a video. I need to make a crate opening video. I need those 6 crates.
Oh, man, that's the strat. That is the strat right there for sure, man. I mean, the X-Rail suit, that thing is nice. You know, these latest updates have just been incredible. Oh, and I saw, you know, that you know, some devices, you know, featuring that brand new Qualcomm Snapdragon processor are going to be able to get the chance to be able to try PUBG Mobile on 90 FPS for the first time. So that is so hype right there. I mean, hey, when you got that Snapdragon inside, you know you got the best of the best in there. So what else can you expect?
Let's go, baby! Snapdragon. I mean, just imagine sniping. You know, just that 90 FPS, the render distance. I mean, you can see everything.
Man, oh, it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful sight.
Beautiful thing. I mean, it's a year 2020. All right, Hot Chooks? Like, we're gaming. We're gaming, son.
And the technology is just too strong. Too strong. You can see Loots right here using some of that parkour technology, jumping onto these crates.
Too strong.
Some loot right here. I mean, man, the acceleration. You love to see that coming from these squads, but he's got to be careful because
the glutes.
Looks like Dream Eaters is a little close by. Yeah, the glutes, you know, gotta get them engaged. Good form.
Engage them. Good form. And for set, you know, might have spotted out some of those parkour workouts and looking for an easy kill possibly. Soke was, you know, connecting those shots last game. That's what you like to see, and looks like they're gonna be making their move on out right now. Just, you know, some quick looting, and scooting.
And I think that's super smart. I mean, considering that this zone is most likely going to go into their territory, they want to have as much loot as possible because we saw how much that matters. Yesterday, remember that Miramar match? We saw Shifan on top of that hill. He was completely out. You know, he was stuck to just kind of single tapping because he had no ammunition left. And in Sanhok, it's going to be very familiar if you are footballist. So you can definitely tell why they want to get as much kit as possible going into this end game. Look at spec.
You're gonna get smacked. You see? Oh my goodness. Maybe he's scout. Okay. Getting the 6 times. Boys.
Oh, he saw that move.
Getting the 6 times. Spec.
He's trying to spot a spec moving right now. That's the thing. That is a tough spot. Oh.
They see each other.
The shots finally.
They see each other.
A little too late.
Man.
Yeah, it looks like Rahman, he saw him and said, you know what, I ain't peeking that way anymore. I'm just going to take a look at this bridge. And you can just see him on the move trying to find a better position. Oh, this is a scary one right here. Look at that.
Okay. I mean, interesting. I don't know about this, though. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how I feel about that.
That's a sketchy spot. I mean, considering that if you do get knocked there, you ain't making it out of there alive. That's just a fact right there. Dave!
What?
We don't see it here in the game, but we can see the map. And look what we see in the map. None other than Team Umbra on the boat strats. And it looks like Konita Power. Looks like Konita Power. Yeah, as we move on to the map here, they have taken it out of the book. I mean, these guys have bolt. They were some of the first purchasers of the Book of Sanhok. And, you know, Team Umbra, you know, riding in their boat strat right here. And it looks like Konita Power are looking to do the same thing. And we've seen them use it before as well.
Bestseller here.
Hey, B4 on the bottom as well?
B4, I don't know if B4 in a boat or if they're just swimming. I don't see a little vehicle icon. But look at this. Memphis from Unique will be spawning out Konita Power in their boat. I see the boat near Gonzo already exploded. It is on fire. And Konita Power not reading the fine print when it comes to the boater's manual.
Gotta look at it.
Getting caught out there.
Yeah, you gotta always remember that when it comes to these boats, they blow up so quickly. It only feels like it's like 10 rounds, and that thing is gone and out. So yeah, Konita Power realized it. Oh, yeah, we saw it in the kill feed right there.
The corn god right there, and getting the thirst. Okay.
Getting it done. 10 Tempo having a tough time so far here in the past couple games.
So yeah, I mean, Konya Power, in your opinion, like, what can they do now? Like, they're out there, they're swimming, they don't have a boat, like you said. Like, what do you do?
Hold the breath. Yeah, that's all you could do. Just hold your breath, baby, because you ain't going anywhere. Umbra!
Hey, get the pull up!
Umbra!
Get a boat!
They had to. Do they have an idea? Did they see some? They had to have seen one of these players pop out.
I see Gonzo's getting chunked down,
they're
holding that
shooting
breath.
at him.
Oh, they're popping
this
in
is
the boat.
devastating.
They're going for the spray
It's a boat
right
buy.
now.
It's a
Fish
boat buy.
in a barrel. Umbra are writing the book out here on how to make these boat dates successful. Gonzo just trying to swim. We'll be getting connected on. We're going to send Vindex in the water to scout them out to find exactly where these swimmers are. The scuba thieves out here from Konina
look at
Power.
that.
Gonzo drowning, forgetting how to swim out here. This is insane.
The boat drive-by so strong from Umbra. Look at the spray. And there goes another member down. You know that Konina Power this is the last thing on earth that they possibly expected. But hey, you know what? Team Umbra, they said, we wrote the book, baby, when it comes to boat straps and Sanhok. This is how it's done. We got the rubber ducky boat, and we're not playing any games.
Imagine.
Oh, now they all ejected it. You got to be careful.
Imagine a rubber ducky boat.
Oh, man, all I know is that if I see that, I'm going to start shivering, man, because these
Imagine
guys...
getting wiped, though, by a rubber ducky boat. The tilt factor, you know, like, oh, I feel. Looking at this, though, Milky Way from Unique, Uzi in hand. Memphis already going to be bleeding on out. So this is really good for those teams that are in the water because earlier on, Unique, they're the ones taking shots on the Konina Power, but they ended up getting pushed on from the Dream Eaters.
Yeah, and you get to see that, you know, Umbra, of course, is still up there, kind of holding it down, but we're on this fight right now. Verset, you know, maybe throwing a nade at his teammate saying, hey, you know what? Get your head in the game, baby, because we got a squad right next to us. And there's going to be team. You see right there, Umbra on the bottom right, still using the rubber ducky boat. And they seem to have lost Konina Power, these other two members, but it looks like they're still on the drive and trying to hunt them down.
Umbra are out here treasure hunting. You know, meanwhile, everybody else, you know, they're playing for dollars, you know. Yeah. Umbra, they want the gold, they want the jewels, they got the map, you know, they got the coordinates. They're on something else right now.
They definitely do, and I'm surprised. All they gotta do is just drive around, and they should be able to hear some swimming and find out exactly where they're at, but it looks like they're trying to send it possibly into the mainland as this zone has started to close right now. And you can just see, like, I think we're starting to see, especially here in the finals, a lot of these teams are playing a lot more concise, a lot smarter, trying to get every single point on the board, because with this reset right here, you're going to see the full confidence come out from all these squads, because it's really anybody's game to get this money.
Anybody's game, especially with this game, and then one more, and then we are officially halfway done with the finals. Tixie from Konina Power was able to make it ashore, looking to get that revenge right now. Did not appreciate Umbra pulling up in that rubber ducky, taking out two of their squad mates, or one of the squad mates, and forcing Gonzo to drown. Vindex trying to make it onto the shore. You said it. If you get knocked in the water, that's it.
Done. There's no revive opportunity. You are just out, stuck spectating the rest of your squad right here. Tixie throwing a defensive smoke right here. This is really dangerous because that's going to cut off his smoke, his sight lines completely and allow teams to press up. But speaking of press up, look at Loops pressing up on the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, just running across that open terrain. They're going to be losing one right off the bat right there. But it is going to be a 3v3 right now. 3 members from the Knights. Looks like Carnage and Jagger trying to reposition, trying to group up and provide that support for Raven, currently locked down.
And look at Federal in that off angle right there. It looks like they will Carnage and Jagger be able to catch. They don't see him. And Federal has to hear him next to right close. Oh,
Jagger walking right into Federal, popping up with the AKM, going for that spray, trying to get the trade. Carnage
gets a save.
Spotted as well.
Oh, it's Footballers. Footballers with
third party.
Onto both above right here. Oh, up on top of the hill.
Carnage getting lit up.
This is what they've been waiting for. Football, this is what they've been waiting for. Oh, the nade! Oh, 1 HP.
Raven
That's the eviction notice. That's the eviction notice.
Trying to go for a grenade of their own. Trying to ricochet that grenade off of that brick right there. And it looks like Carnage was finally spotted by Footballist up in the sky. And now it's just Raven walking around the building with the pan. And it's a 1v2 for Raven. Raven is just pinned down.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it against one of the best fraggers in this tournament, FKarri. Oh, and it looks like it is going to be a 2v1 situation. They know where he is at. He's in the closet. Here comes the pre-fire. Can Raven get anything done? No. Just like that, Pittsburgh Knights out in 16. Another tough game for them.
I don't know if you caught, but I believe Raven dropped the gas can. Was actually trying to fire on that gas can. We saw a little explosion there at the end right before Raven got taken out. I do appreciate the craftsmanship when it comes into the 2v1s. And yeah, Footballists, I mean, really, Footballists just the victors off of that fight. Already 4 kills so far for this team.
Could you imagine if that gas can was placed in a little bit of a better spot? That would have just been insane. What a play that could have been right here. But, you know, we're going on over. You see Umbra, they lost one of their members, and they're opting to just kind of hang out in the water. They're just opting to just kind of hang out in the water right now. Just hang out, just, you know, chill at this rock right here and kind of wait to see where this next zone's going to go. But Footballist, I mean, this is their area. This is their map right here. And where will this next zone go? It does shift a little further north. A lot of these members from Footballist are in a good position right here to get a ton of kills. But, man, we're about to see a bloodbath.
Yeah, and Footballists, they know exactly there's at least 1 or 2 members, enemies down there. Maybe they don't know it's Loops. We saw before the solo member will be with Umbra, and all those swimmers in the water no longer favored in the zone. They need to make the move. They need to make the push. First set from Dream Eaters, currently in this rock. Going to be bolting on up, trying to get some better sight lines onto this wildcard squad. Sam going to be cooking this grenade, tossing a grenade, pulling on back all the members from wildcard, making the push here on the east side. Spring in a vehicle. Dream Eaters kind of separated for the time being. They need to group up. They need to provide the support right now to the front line.
They definitely have to, especially consider that you're about to go up against Wildcard, a team that can really push their way through if need be. And it looks like Verset is just kind of holding him off on his own right here. And with all those nades, you can tell that he's got to be getting nervous a little bit. Throws a return grenade right there. Oh, he does. Sam catches him too. Great shots.
Getting caught, trying to make the peek on up, trying to get those follow-up grenades, and we'll be able to crawl back on into that cover. Hopefully, Yala don't peek on over their little ledge that they are going to be currently residing in down there in the south, because if they do, I mean, they're going to be looking right on top of Wildcard, and here comes more grenades, more smokes. Looks like Sam was able to get picked up.
Verset's still holding the same position. He's been holding it for quite a while, so Wildcard is going to really... Oh, look at this, Santa. Wide open with the QBU. Can he hit these shots? Oh, now he's getting shot in the back.
Shot from Footballist.
Oh. Who else would it be?
Man, Yala trying to get the kills, trying to get the damage on the board on top of Wildcard, but right above them, Footballist. So you got to be really careful. Looks like Yala trying to third-party this engagement right now.
Dream Eaters.
Wildcard recognizing the fact that they are in a very difficult situation, looking to make the push, looking to regroup with Spring, who is currently in high 10. Just
gotta give it up. You got to give it up to McHugh and Verset, though. I mean, they had just held it down big time. Saw McHugh get the double kill onto Wildcard. Now it's just Acer all on his lonesome. He's still out of this circle right here. And where's he going to run? There's nowhere to run. It's nothing but open field. And you got so many of these players staring right at you. It's going to be a tough time for Wildcard to make something happen right now. Oh, look at Nova.
Yep, trying to gatekeep Umbra. Umbra only one up. Perez, the last remaining member. All of those bow plays, it all comes down to this moment. Can you?
Oh, great shots.
AZ with that lean peak. Chiefan also popping on off in the kill feed. UDR getting picked apart right now. Nova putting in the work. 6 kills so far.
Putting in some good work right here. They're getting some insane kills. Now they realize that, hey, the clock is on them. They have to start getting moving right now. The zone did center out. You got Team Unique, a bunch of teams right now gatekeeping you. And look at all these squads on top of the hill. Oh, looks like Tempo said, hey, Footballist, how do you like it when we're shooting on top of the hill onto you? But now they got to deal with Alpha Legends right here. Here's the low toss nade.
Oh,
this could be huge.
HH connecting onto Kato.
What a nade!
Oh, the grenade coming on out from Rain, connecting onto Faker. Now there's 2 members alive from Alpha Legends. Here comes the blue zone. They're trying to get the trade. They're trying to get the damage on the board when it comes to tempo up there on the high ground. HH currently trying to outrun the blue zone. Spec over here taking shots onto Zero from Yala. Ramon, the Corn God, making the pull up, making the pop up with the AKM, going for that spray down. The quick turn, but remember, the blue zone is right on top of this area. Like, can you heal up in time?
Will they get it? And not to mention they can't jump down.
Oh no.
Realizes it.
Shator.
Will he get the kill? HH using his parkour skills right there. Best he can do. Just trying to put some more kills on the board because now he's officially in a position to where he can't get down. He's just going to have to get up there, and it's a big full zoom in. Great shots on the Team Queso from HH24.
Full zoom in, that 6 times. Sees the smokes down there when it comes to footballists. Might opt to, get that spray down. Tempo, though, I mean, they're managing to just, stay alive, stay relevant. I believe one member, Shator, right beneath them as well.
Otas?
Rain looking to cook this grenade to perfection. Already
got
4
the double
kills
kill
onto Rain. Knows exactly where we need to land this one. Gonna be underhand on top of Shator. Shator forced to run out from their smokes. The damage still coming on out right there.
He heard it coming. He heard it coming. Rain.
HH24. Rain.
Have to jump off right now. The 180.
The 180, Shator connected on to HH. Rain
has to leave him.
So low right now. Spec, the only one alive, and that mayhem, the jump shots will be providing the information to Adar from Cloud9. Forced to defend themselves. Spring trying to make the pull up. The Uzi spray, too strong. Spring taken down. Adar extremely low right now.
Spring tried to hit the drop shot right there, but Adder said, no sir, not today. Some great work with that Uzi, and now you can see all these teams. There's no cover inside of the zone. They're all just trying to hold edge. The best way they can. Team Unique taking out Footballists in a big way right there.
And Elise saying, grenade! Ayala, the snake right now. Can he get the dub? Spraying down there on uneven, and
my goodness.
Cloud9 taken out at the hands of Team Queso. 5 kills so far to Team Queso. 9 kills onto Tempo. Spec still up there in the mountains, going down at the very end, but not before getting a quick knock onto Ayala.
Yeah, that's to say, once he got stuck on that hill, there was no making it down from there. Tried to get all the work he could, but Team Queso still have 2 members up. They're going to try to get this res off with only 9 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be so close right here. While Acer from Wildcard is still alive, and he's pretty close into the zone right here. He's got good coverage with this rock, and here comes Milky Way with the drive up. Will Acer peek this?
Oh, Milky Way able to get on into the zone. Has the cover. Marco currently locked in onto Milky Way. The spray down from Team Queso. They're in the blue zone. They don't have a lot of time to work with right now. Yeah, the blue zone taking down Marco. And meanwhile, Acer is just crawling their way on in, racking up the placement points. The 1v1 going for that spray down. They just won the game. Acer winning the engagement. The solo member. I mean, wow, wild card. What can we say? Wild card, man. Yesterday they got 2nd place, no damage, no kills. This game, Acer coming in clutch.
I mean, big plays right there. And you just saw the patience. He had plenty of opportunities to get some big shots, but he said, you know what? Having this position right here and staying in a secret the best I can is what's most important. And then he just waited for the perfect opportunity to strike, and that's exactly what he did, and put in some work with the Uzi to get the big chicken dinner for Wildcard.
Dude, Uzi over everything. I feel like Uzi is a must, and grenades. The 2 things that you need here to be successful in PUBG Mobile. Team Queso, I think they had 3 up at the end, but not anticipating the blue zone that was right on top of them. I mean, we saw Marco get knocked down from the blue zone right then and there. Like, that was just the end of him pretty much.
Yeah, and you saw Team Queso just right there, all focused on Team Unique, while Acer was just sitting in the shadows, waiting. And man, what a crazy, insane game right here. Let's see, of course, what the desk has to say after this quick break from our sponsors.
PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, I guess Wildcard was really unhappy with being knocked off the front page out of the top 10 as they were placed 11th, but they get themselves the chicken dinner, and Azor, of course, being the real star for the team, surviving till the end and pulling off the 1v1. Let's take a look at the map rankings from that last match so we can really break down some of this, because honestly, we're seeing some teams in there we haven't seen in such a long time. 7 unique off the bat, 10 kills.
Hey, that's one of the other teams that I ended up calling out too. I said they needed to improve their gameplay, and look at this. It's working. I'm telling you, I need to start calling more teams out. But Unique, with those 24 points, that is huge for them. And then you got Wildcard Gaming. Remember, this is not the first time that Wildcard Gaming ends up getting a win like this. Just super quiet. And in a way, I remember Spring telling me they're the best rats in NA. Well, guess what? It worked again. They were able to get 25 points, the chicken dinner, and then Temple Storm collecting 17 points, go down the list even more. Team Queso, I think Team Queso is finally starting to also improve their performances here, as they have been a little bit more consistent. 16 points in the last one, Cloud9 11, Football is 10, and as you go down even more, you got Nova Esports with 6 kills and 7 points, and I cannot wait to see what the second page is going to be showing us here.
It's got to be Loops,
Nova
right?
Esports. Yeah, Nova Esports being able to get those 6 kills, I think that's huge. And now, you know what? Glitter, take away the second page.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, as we see here, Loops is on the second page, like you said, Jason, with only 3 kills and 4 points coming out of this match. Alpha Legend was able to get a couple more points for themselves, but still not going to be enough if they want to be competing with the teams that are above them right now. And then yet again, towards the bottom of the list, we see Yala Esports, Konina Power B4, and Pittsburgh Knights. All of these teams really struggling, specifically my pick in Konina Power. That was a rough start between them and Umbra in the water.
Yeah, I mean, I heard your heart
happens
shatter
to the best of us
in that one. I mean, let's talk about maybe B4 for a quick moment here, because they had a better Miramar, probably one of their best matches they've actually had this entire finals, and then they go right back into like a 1-point finish in the next match. I mean, consistency, we're not really seeing it out of them. I really wonder what's going on within the team here, Seven, because they are struggling. Alpha Legends are struggling. There's so many teams that just, at this point, need to say, all right, forget it. Let's just go crazy, because with almost entirely through the second day, they got nothing to lose. Yep. They need to get up the rankings.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing the wildcard stats here. And yeah, in regards to B4 and some of those other teams, they just haven't been consistent, man. I don't know what happened. Consistency just went out of the door. And talking about consistency, wildcard. I believe before this match, they were in 11th place, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a huge win for them. We have seen them get great performances. We've seen them get second place finishes. But the thing with wildcard that I have not seen is them being able to kind of translate those good performances from day to day. So hopefully with them, oh my God, look at the damage right there. 674 damage, 1100 healing. And at one point we saw Spring rushing into Adder. We thought he was going to be able to get that engagement, but Adder just turned around and absolutely smoked him and sent him back to the lobby. So overall, I think it's a great win for Wildcard. I just want to see more out of them in future games and in future days.
I'm taking a look at our top players as well. I mean, we did have Unique on 10 kills. I expect to see a couple players from them, and we will see Frozen coming in. But so is HH24 and Rain from Temple Storm. Adder again, making it to the top 4. If he's not right now the current first place MVP, then I don't know what I would say. I would be amazed if anyone could overtake him at this rate. But it's good to see some more Temple players get in there. Temple have had a rocky go through of today as well. But let's see who the MVP was going to be. And it's going to be
Adder.
Rain.
Easy.
HH.
Oh, wow.
Man.
Those are all
really?
wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a delay, okay? There's a delay.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I got to see it when it flipped over, and you guys saw it a little bit later on. But yeah, I mean, again, shout out to Frozen to get on there. I think this is like the first time we've seen him up there since maybe like the first week, or maybe that was back in the opening weekend. But you can see there the 661 damage done. The 5 kills, though, the really impressive part here for Tempo, because they didn't have necessarily an easy game either here, Glitter.
No, they did not have an easy game, but they were able to make something out of it for themselves. Not only do we see, obviously, 2 of their players up here on our top player segment, Rain pulling down the MVP. I think that's huge for Rain. He's been able to really step up for the team lately, but Tempo had 9 kills. So, you know, they kind of made lemonade out of lemons, right? Because this was something that Tempo needed as far as points goes. I think that they needed a boost. We've seen them be quiet again today. And I think that all Tempo really needs is to be able to pull a game like this and a couple of their good games from yesterday and not just have them sporadically. Once they can have it across the board for a full day, they'll be in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they finished off really high when it came to the league play, but it's all about the finals right now as we take a look at our do-the-do moments. And we're probably going to see pretty early on where Glitter's heart did break when it came to the battleship. Not even battleships. You can't even say that because there wasn't 2 boats. It was just 1 boat and dead bodies here, 7.
To be fair, though, to be fair, yeah, Kanina Power did get absolutely smacked here. We're gonna go ahead and see this right now.
We gotta see it again.
You gotta see Umbra right here, and every single kill, you would just hear Glitter say, "No, what are they doing?" And then the good thing though is that some players were able to get to the pretty much to the shore, and they were able to kind of get back some kills. They were able to do some revenge, so that was great to see out of Kanina Power. At least makes something that could have been really, really bad into somewhat of a positive by at least collecting 1 kill their way. And then Loops, what is going on with Loops here? Honestly, this feels like a completely different team that we're watching. We see them have great performances in maps that we know they're gonna more than likely perform well, and I'm talking about Vikendi. But after that, it's just very inconsistent stuff. I just hope they start changing stuff, because if they want to catch up to Cloud9 in first place, especially if Cloud9 continues to have great performances or at least play the way they have been playing, they're not going to be able to catch them up, Glitter.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happening. You know, maybe there's a piece of the puzzle that we obviously don't have any insight on, because this is definitely atypical gameplay for Loops, and it's something we're definitely going to be paying attention to as the rest of the league finals progress. But moving along in the clips here, we see Adder, we see Tempo taking all of these engagements, and we're about to come up, I think, around the same time where you're talking about, yep, at the part where Spring pushes Adder, and Adder just absolutely melts him. I think Spring thought he was going to have the upper hand there, but Adder has just been playing so well for himself, not just today, but just since yesterday, in generally, these past 2 days for finals. I think that the time off for Cloud9 has done wonders for them, because it allowed them to have like this full reset.
Yeah, maybe in a way it was kind of worth losing those 50,000, because you just come in so focused for those 100,000 even more. I'm thinking positively here, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. No,
I know
agree.
everybody would rather have the 50 and then the 100, but hey, you got to take one. I would definitely go with the 100, because why not? And then towards the end there with the Acer, that was just such a sneaky play. And we've been seeing, as I mentioned, we've been seeing so much out of this from Wildcard, so hopefully they can continue to do the kind of stuff. I just want to see consistency in regards to Wildcard. I want to see them do great performances over and over again.
Well, not even Wildcard, also Unique. I mean, this is their best showing they've had in a match in the finals so far. And let's take a look at how their damage compared up against everyone else, because they were the kill leaders in that last match with 10 kills coming through. But they're not going to be the damage leaders. It's all going to be Tempo here with the 1,800 damage. But again, to see Wildcard win with such little damage, they actually were even farther down than UDR Killers, who was about in 9th place.
This is actually really kind of a little lopsided in the terms of what we expect to see when we're looking at a top 4 situation, right? We look at top 4, and the 4th place is the one that has the most damage. They actually almost have more damage than 2nd and 3rd place combined. So this is a very, very strong game for Tempo there. But like Seven was saying, Wildcard, you know, has been managing to do well while riding out. So whatever works, because at the end of the day, they're still getting those 20 placement points for first place, and every single point is going to count when we're talking about the difference between 1 or 2 places, and we've seen that happen many, many times.
I think I know what you're laughing at, Seven. I think I know. Was it the fact that Kanina Power had, for the first time we've ever seen, the kills be ahead of damage when it comes to that graph? Because they had 1 kill and 99 damage?
I'm laughing at the prediction scores that we're about to see.
Okay, well, let's just see them then.
That's
yeah.
Toxic.
Oh, yikes, brother.
That's almost as toxic as watching Pedro nade himself and his team out of a game yesterday when we saw that top of the show. Almost the same level of toxicity there.
2?
Oh.
2? Yeah, 2.
Can I take my mom's points?
No,
I mean,
it don't work.
No.
It doesn't work like that.
I think she might have more than you, and she's only been playing like halfway through the finals.
Probably does, honestly. Yo, shout out again
Tempo
to,
for
once
this
again,
game, so.
Mom's Glitter. She's just absolutely destroying everybody. And she did call Tempo the previous one too?
No, she called
Nice.
Tempo for this game.
In Cloud9 for the last one, right?
Yeah, and the Cloud9 before that.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to get her on the show. We'll replace Glitter, and we'll get her set up with a camera to give her predictions. Let's take a look at our overall. That's what it's all about, right? We're almost done with our second day, and currently Cloud9 will be sitting in that $100,000 place with footballs right behind them. But Tempo have made a big surge here in 4th place now, 7.
Yeah, and I think this is something that they needed. One thing that you heard me say from Tempo is they have had good performances, but they just haven't been able to get those wins. They were able to get a win earlier today, and then after that win, they ended up with just in 9th place and 1 kill. So for them to be able to kind of perform here, get 9 kills instead of 1, this is huge for them. They need to go ahead and continue this kind of performances, because guess what? You're going to be able to pass up on Kanina like you just did there, and you're more than likely going to be able to pass up in Nova Esports if you continue playing well. Now for Cloud9, you want to see them just keep on doing what they're doing. It's working for them, so why change it? You're going to get unlucky every now and then, but just as long as you're able to put up a great performance after a bad one, that'll always make up for it. Team Queso moving up, Wildcard Gaming, we saw them moving up as well. And right here, hey, look at this. Not a surprise at all, especially after that last game. Team Unique now moving into 12th place with 76 points, Glitter.
Yeah, this is a big jump up for Team Unique. It's something that was definitely needed, but we're also seeing B4 dropping down yet again, 1 point behind Yala Esports in the rankings, and Pittsburgh Knights really struggling to kind of get themselves out of that 15th to 13th place position. So really kind of looking forward to seeing what a lot of these teams here on this second page can manage to do. We have to remember this is only the second of 4 days for our finals, so we're almost at that halfway point. That's probably going to be about the time when some of those teams towards the bottom need to rethink some of their strategies.
Yeah, they need to go crazy here. Just like you guys at home need to go crazy, because when we hit 300,000 concurrent viewers here on the stream, everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates, and you have a chance to get a permanent set within this. Not to mention, as a side little, thing for you, I'll be eating a very spicy pepper on air and trying to break down some of the games, and I try to do one segment, hopefully towards the end of the show, so I can chug milk right after to get that out of my mouth. But a little bit of a side thing for you. So obviously some extra incentive coming your way, but I think it's time to maybe now cast our eyes ahead into our schedule here, considering we have 1 match left to go. And we already know the map it's going to be on, right? We see it 3 times a day, every day until we have our victor, and it's going to be back on Erangel once again. Now, I will say this, we have not had a team pick up 2 chicken dinners here so far today, though we did have it happen yesterday with Nova and with Cloud9. So that leads us into predictions now, where I think, with my prediction, Tempo Storm is going to be able to get themselves a second chicken dinner.
Okay.
That's a good one. That's a good one. You know what? For me, I'm going to go with Wildcard Gaming. I feel like they can maybe also get them back-to-back chicken dinner. So Wildcard Gaming is who I got.
Okay, Glitter. Let us know who we shouldn't pick.
Well, you know what?
I'm
loyal. And at this point, I think we're just going to say that my day of predictions has been a wash, and I'm hoping that B4 can actually save me here in the last game, even though they've been struggling a lot today. I'm really hoping that that kind of fuels a little bit of fire in them and pushes them to have a really strong finish here on the second day.
Okay, right on. Respect it.
Yep.
I can't wait for that. I don't know what to say.
Oh, come on.
Don't worry.
Come on. She's going to get more than 1 point.
Just wait for them to just put you guys in your place.
I mean, at least she picked a team that's plain and didn't double pick a team, 7, like you did yesterday.
Hey, yesterday I ended up picking Wildcard for this one, so I'm glad I get to redeem myself. I got Wildcard, baby. I'm sticking with it.
All right, well, we'll check with you guys when the final match is done and hopefully not be too mean to Glitter, because I think she's going to smash it this time. I'm expecting at least 15 points for her, and she's going to start to catch back up to us, as 7 had his own thoughts about it. But you guys at home who are watching, why aren't you watching within the game? Why aren't you watching within the Esports Center? Because you could be earning points this entire time. We have today, tomorrow, and the next day to get our top 100 viewers who will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. So make sure you're watching there. You can also watch on Twitch. You can also watch on YouTube. So many different ways you can watch your favorite PUBG Mobile action, your favorite PUBG Mobile teams. You guys can also still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL and let us know who you think is going to win some of these games. Maybe you want to talk about how Glitter's mom is destroying us when it comes to picks as well. And of course, more picks have yet to come here since we have the final match. We have to bring our commentators in one more time with Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I'm going to start off with you, Dave. You're looking crisp. I'm digging the shirt. I'm digging the gray on you. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Hey, I just got a text from
unbutton
my
it for
mom,
me?
and she's like, yo, where's the love? Where's the love? I mean, my mom wants the love too. She's been picking teams left and right. For her, though, she's been picking UDR. She's been picking Alpha Legends. So I got to teach her. I got to call her after this and be like, yo, mom, you know, let's sit down and talk about this. You need to pick other teams.
Hey, I think everyone should call their moms and check in with them and see how they're doing. Hot Jukes, when was the last time you called your mom, man?
Oh man, dude, just a few seconds ago. I'm trying to get her advice at this point because I have just been throwing these predictions. So I saw her leaderboards and what she's picked, 100% accuracy. She's undefeated, you know. So hopefully I'll be able to get at least one game today.
Yeah, well, hopefully. We'll
You
talk
remember
about...
Bring Your Child to Work Day? We're gonna have Bring Your Mom to Work Day.
You know, I think that's a great idea. That is a fantastic idea. Maybe we can talk to production to make that happen. One team I do want to talk about here, Hot Jukes, Unique. They've been super quiet. They've been very unique and not really showing up too many times here on the leaderboards. They finally do here. They finally get themselves 10 kills. They get themselves a second place finish. Do you think this is the start to something for Unique, or do you think that was just kind of a one-time thing?
I think that it comes when Unique is in Sanhok. Right? I think Sanhok is one of those maps where any team that's struggling can kind of really come up and get it done. When it comes to Erangel, you're going to see those teams that are on the top just be consistent. At the end of the day, though, I mean, they by far deserve to be here. They still have an opportunity to get it done. Just by seeing their past few games, I think that they still have a lot to prove before I can really say, hey, Unique is here, and they came to play.
Okay, well, let's get our predictions here. Mustache Dave, hopefully you got some good advice from your mom here, or maybe you're able to teach her a little bit. Yeah. Who's your prediction?
My mom said I should probably go with Wildcard because they dropped Severny, and if they get some Circle Luck up there to the north, they should be able to acquire some decent placement points here.
Okay,
at least.
Hot Jukes, what about you, man?
I'm going to go with Loops, baby. Come on, I've been saving this pick all day long. See if they can get it done here at the end.
Okay, well, let's find out what we do. Hop into our final match of the day. After this, we'll be officially halfway through the finals. So, gentlemen, take us into it.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go into the final match here of day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile World League West League Play Finals, baby. Here we go, taking it over to Erangel. Man, Dave, I'm pumped up for this one. Let's get it going.
Yeah, hey, during that break, I just did the do. So I am beyond pumped up. I am pump level maximum right now, and I'm looking for these teams to come into this game. I mean, Juice, yesterday, the crate endings, actually insane. But remember, we brought up a great point. Yesterday, Loops did not drop in Hospital. That has been their tried and true location throughout the entirety of the World League. And they dropped down there in prison, and then next thing you know, Hospital crates finished. So I am looking to see, I know this playing path a little rough, but will they go back to their spot?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that you're totally right. I think that's really unfortunate for them, considering that they don't really have the opportunity to take that same drop spot now. But man, I wonder if they are going to go back to prison. We haven't seen them jump out the plane just yet. Now, Loops, they've been kind of on and off. I don't know what they're doing as far as like mixing up these strategies. Maybe it's because they're so worried about teams kind of headhunting for them right now. But yeah, I think they're still yet to really get their full-on stride so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, once when they get that stride, though, I mean, good luck. Good luck putting a stop to them. And yeah, this is the last game of today, and then we're halfway done. We are halfway done with the finals here, and that means there's only 12 more games to go. So, I mean, if you have not been performing like you want to, hey, you got to turn it on. And we see zone number 1. Zone number 1. Look at the Knights right there in Gatka, right there in Chopsticks, right there. Right smack in the middle. I mean, they got taken out, I believe, first last game. So, you know, being able to be blessed with this zone, it should go in their favor. I mean, you have to assume.
You look how many teams went over to the east as well. So, I mean, they are set up pretty looking for the rest of this circle. And I think this is probably the favorite circle of a lot of these teams because they know it so well right here. And at the end of the day, Cloud9 dropping into Primorsk, they're going to have a lot of loot and vehicles to be able to get a really good position early on right here. And man, so many of these teams right now, they're just all jam-packed up together trying to get looted up and going as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cloud9 loot Primorsk and maybe even use that road out there to the west and still go up there to the north, South George, because that's still going to be free loot that they have to assume is it's going going to be available.
I wonder how much it has to go into play. Now that I just think it just came to my mind here real quick, and I want to see your thoughts on that. Is, you know, Cloud9, they sat out the last Super Weekend right here. So I think that maybe you see some of these teams got a little bit, you know, comfortable, you know, just with them being out. They changed their drop spots, changed their locations. And then now going into the finals here and then seeing Cloud9 go off, I wonder how much of that has to have an effect on the rest of these squads.
I mean, we heard in multiple interviews, you know, that Weekend definitely making an impact on the squad of Cloud9, but not in a negative aspect. Maybe when it comes to their bank accounts, of course, you know, they lost some money there. But when it comes to their mentality, when it comes to their determination, they're ready. You know, they are pissed off that these teams hunted them down on that last league play day. They got a list, all right? They know exactly who they want to chase down. Not only that, they sat back, you know, they watched the Super Weekend, they took notes, they developed some new strategies, and they just came into these finals, you know, looking to get the win, you know, looking to make that $100,000. And every time you speak to Bale, confidence. I mean, confidence across the board. And I think that's what's going on here. You know, Cloud9.
Definitely.
They might be a little mad that they lost that money, but
I got a chance to talk to Bayo in an interview, man. I tell you what, that's exactly what he said. He said, we're going to hunt down Loops. We're going to hunt down some of these squads that made us miss that last Super Weekend here. My thought, though, is what effect do you think that had onto Loops Esports, considering of how they performed here thus far? You know, the fact that, okay, they had a bunch of confidence. Cloud9 sat out a Super Weekend. That's a lot of matches played, you know, to have such a strong team sitting out. Do you think that maybe they could just thinking that, oh, okay, you know, it's the same kind of matches before, and then now that they're back, they're having a tough time here?
You're saying maybe Loops got a little too comfortable because they were the top dog in the lobby?
Yeah, but hey, guess what? Cloud9 right now, they said, hey, we're the Cloud Dogs. We're the top dogs here. You know, we just had a little
they're the Cloud Dogs, dude. They're the Cloud
Dogs. The Cloud top dogs right here. You know, we're Cloud9, baby. You know, bark. We came to get it done. And, I wonder if that has a factor to play inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, at least when it comes to Erangel, this is the second time we saw, at least at the end of the day, Loops, they're not dropping in their loot location either. I know the plane didn't really favor it, but I don't know. If you're a team that is so successful when it comes to Erangel, which is a very important map here in the finals, it makes up 50% of the games played. I don't think Erangel is the map that you want to change up these strategies, because yesterday, if I don't recall, they definitely had the opportunity to drop, you know, in the hospital in the South George location. They opted not to. Instead, they went to prison. And I think, like you mentioned, you lightly touch on it. Maybe they assume other teams are going to be hunting them down, and I just hope that doesn't get in their minds, you know, and affects them.
Because, I mean, there's so many factors, I think, to consider when you have such a strong team like that come back. Because now, you know, rotations, they're not going to be as easy. When you have such a strong team like Cloud9, you know, rotating really quickly and camping, you know, driving routes, it's going to be tough, I think, to be able to get inside there. So maybe, you know, when you played that Super Weekend without them, maybe you were able to rotate a lot and think that it was okay. But now that they're back, I think you're quickly realizing that, you know, those strategies aren't going to work anymore. So it's kind of an interesting thought to see and consider, considering, you know, of course, how well Cloud9 has done thus far.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, after this game, officially halfway done. So, you know, with 2 more days to go, I mean, chicken dinner with a massive amount of kills, I mean, that will shoot you up the leaderboard. So there's plenty of more games to go in order to acquire the needed points to get up there at the very top. But before you know it, I mean, these past 2 days, it's already done pretty much. So before you know it, the finals are going to be done, and you don't want to look back and be like, oh, what could we have done differently? You want to be confident in what you already accomplished, you know, in your gun skills and your gameplay. So that's what we're looking for. I mean, these are the best of the best here. The best teams in the West. I mean, this is the top-notch PUBG Mobile gameplay in the world.
Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, they have to not only, you know, they are the best, but they also have to perform their absolute best every
game.
single moment of every single second of every single game right here, because we've seen it too many times. One bad rotation, one little mistake, one player that just happens to be, 10 meters behind his other, and they kind of push in 1v1v1. Just like that, it could be all over right here. So man, the stress, the pressure, it's at an all-time high, and we're just about to, like you said, finish the last game of day number 2. And that's it. That halfway mark is done. And if you're really far behind, you have to have insane games if you're looking to make it up on the top of these leaderboards.
Looking at this, Acer, feeling confident after that last dub, after that last chicken dinner, feeling a little good, feeling themselves on the hunt right now, hunting down, trying to chase down that, and might have relayed that information back to the squad. The squad mates be like, hold up, Acer, you're by yourself all the way up there. If Daden pops out, gets a green on you, yeah, you better calm down. I know we got the chicken last game, but we're looking for the chicken again, my man.
Yeah, and I love their position right now. They're heading from the north down south through this bridge. It looks like they are going to be getting camped though from Dream Eaters, as they already have those houses on lockdown right now. And you can just see the wide rotates coming from all these squads, trying to take it really carefully to get back into the south part of the zone.
It's been almost 9 minutes, and we have not lost a single player yet.
Look how many teams are rotating in the same direction. You see Loops, you see Wildcard, UDR, even Unique, all taking the same path to try and get into this next circle. And you can see,
where are you going?
Wildcard got their eyes on Loops right now, and they're just trying to rotate on in. Looks like they're going to be able to make it past this bridge for free.
Yeah, Sam not pumping the brakes at all right there. Everybody already in their vehicles. Yeah, might go for a crate drop. Loop's going to be right behind him. UDR right behind him. It's going to be dangerous. A lot of teams all on top of one another. Toffees was able to snag that one. Sam popping on out, trying to take the shots with the M4 onto Toffees. Toffees busting a quick right-hand toe return right there, able to get on out of harm's way, but not for long because Wildcard's still chasing him down.
Yeah, they got some good damage onto him right here, so I wonder if they're looking to kind of press this right now. This is a car chase. Yeah. Acer pops out. There he is, putting some big shots down. Will they be able to get one vehicle? Oh, Dream Eaters, they're hitting the gas. Acer with the laydown. Big spray. Ooh, not able to get it.
So many teams, just all intertwined right now on the rotates. It reminds me of a bowl of pasta, a bowl of pasta with the red sauce, with the meatballs, with the Parmesan cheese. Everybody just right on top of one another. We still have 64 members alive. Kato knocked bleeding on out, but not thirsted yet. Might make that 63. Yes, we got Umbra out here. Perez taking them shots onto Unique out there in the distance.
Yeah, and you can see Team Unique, team we're kind of mentioning in between the break right here. Oh, it looks like Memphis is going to get caught out. Milky Way driving away with that US. Look at Chetur with that AK right now. Oh, it switches to the SKS 8X. This could be gross.
Hello?
We spot
Memphis? Hello? Memphis right down there at the foot of Chetur. Chetur getting stuck at a crossroads on deciding who they want to take the engagement on. Was going to be connected on. Oh, look at the dance moves. Faker with the dance moves, and Frozen trying to make the pull up from behind, and Elise getting the final blow right there. But mad props. Faker dodged a whole magazine of bullets right there.
He put the shibby on full blast right there. You can just see, Alpha Legends, Milky Way. He had the eyes onto him, switch players, but then Milky Way said, what are you looking at? I'm still here, buddy, and got the crazy return knock. And just like that, Alpha Legends down 3 members.
Down 3.
It's all up to, Ramon up to on his lonesome to get points here in the final match of the day.
Yeah, I saw Ramon, pulling up to a picnic bench. Might opt to just sit there and just eat some dinner and just relax. And, you got the candles, you got everything. You're ready. Cat up there on the roof. Wildcard saying hello, making the pull-up right now. The drive-by, the pull-up. Cat is going to be knocked in the process. Acer chunked down pretty low, but still up, and does look like Wildcard able to take one of these buildings for their own.
Their security hit hard, and Cat, he's stuck on this roof right now. There's no way he's going to get picked up. Third party for Tensa! Tensa stealing the kill onto Cat. Oh, man, Wildcard is really upset with that one right there. He's like, that was our point. But Tempo just real quick to pick that one up.
Yeah, Acer just out there unloading a whole mag. So yeah, Shifan pretty much stuck right now. HZLAZ out there in the hills, in the trees, and Shifan, they're gonna need to clutch it out. They're gonna need to get that clutch right now. The 1v4, gonna be cooking this grenade. And one thing Shifan has working for them is that third party.
Another nade.
Tempo, but here comes the pull. Shifan go for the spray down with the barrel. Sam connecting, yep. I mean, you got a Uzi, you got 2 members, you know, right at your footsteps. It's going to be a challenge, no matter who you are.
So difficult to deal with 2v1s, especially considering with this kind of high skill cap of teams. I thought he was throwing a grenade, but it looks like he threw a smoke, but it was just a little too late. Wildcard quick on the move. And yeah, there goes Nova out both Shifan, their top fragger, and Cat, their IGL as well. So now it's just up to HDL and AZ to try and survive. But man, these squads are all starting to group up in this area right here.
South of Chopsticks, does seem like they're able to get themselves a nice little building right on in between the 2-2 split from Dream here. So we might have a moment here, Matic with the DP looking to spray down there on the night side. I had a question for you. I saw in the chat a lot of people were asking, why do players prefer to grenade in FPP?
So it's just all about perspective, right? So when you're able to go ahead and switch over to AFPP, sometimes it kind of gives a little bit better sight line, and some people's depth perception, I mean, really ranges right here. So yeah, if that's what they like to do, it's true. I know some people who like to use that third person and then actually use their eye tool to kind of be able to really see exactly where that nade's going to go. So it pretty much all varies from person to person on how you like to nade.
Yeah, I just love that we get to sit back, talk about these pro players, and you know, learn something.
So many strategies
every day. Yeah, so many different strats to really up your game. And I saw Dream Eaters, they had an AUG A3, and I think it was Toffee. So hey, you got an AUG A3, I'm looking at you. Memphis in the kill feed.
Oh yeah,
able to connect it, get a knock right there. Everybody on the move. Korea Power on the move right now to make it on into the next zone.
Yeah, the AUG, you know, my favorite gun to leave in the crate. But you know, like,
oh, come on, man.
It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Oh.
You know, that stays in there and the 2X stays on the floor. That's just the way I roll, you know. But you know, when you really, but one other thing too, you know, that I really thinking about it now, I think the reason why you see a lot of players grenade and FPP is because, especially when you're going inside of houses and things like that, I think that you have a good solid advantage when you're in first person. You know, a lot of people like to raid that way because it gives them better sight lines. So usually if they're throwing nades, they're usually in an up-close battle. So I think they're kind of prepared to get those shots, and they just so happen to be in FPP when they pull the pin.
There you go. Hot tip from Hot Jukes right there. Make sure you guys, if you get some kills with that, clip it, tag Hot Jukes, you know, get that nice little shout out. Let them know if it worked. Carnage with the DP, unloading right there in the kill feed and immediately getting knocked. Hopefully they can get the revive. Carnage gonna be bleeding on out. Nas and Lord from Yala. Right now they got J7 pinned down right behind that vehicle. Raven popping out of their buggy, trying to provide the support for J7. Will be making their push on into the compound, and it does look like Carnage is getting revived out there in the back end of this one. Anas gonna be ricocheting that grenade off the door and taking down Raven.
Just like that, quick nade, quick thirst. That's gonna leave you into a good 3v2 situation now. Will this hit? Oh,
Carnage knocked once again. Lord is connecting these grenades, and Nas gonna be making the peek around the corner. J7 with the Uzi, trying to get the shots, trying to get the spray on, put a halt to the push, and allow Carnage to be revived once again.
Let's get those Jagger reses in the chat right now as he's trying to pick them up. It's up to J7.
Oh, the reload!
God switch!
Carnage picked up
Bison!
Popping up with the Bison! Able to save the day, able to make sure the thirst is not successful.
Here they
come. To J7. Lord trying to make the pull-up. Already chunks down really low right there. Jagger going for that spray onto B4 out there in the distance, trying to third party this.
Big finish right there. Be able to get J7 and Carnage back up. So that's going to leave PK with 3 members.
3 meters are pushing it.
Oh, yeah, yes, they are. They're coming right onto them right now. This is what I'm talking about. Last game of day number 2. Shots going on all over the place.
Dream Eaters trying to push this one. Cloud9 already in the zone. trying to get these shots out there in the distance. That third-party potential. Jagger behind the buggy, spotted by Miku and knocked down once again. I mean, the Knights, they cannot catch a break.
Carnage on the
gonna be
run.
popping in the vehicle. Carnage had already been knocked 2 times, so cannot risk being knocked again. And J7 once again forced to defend their building by themselves.
Yeah, it's all up to him right now against a full squad of Dream Eaters. Loops holding it down against Team Umbra, losing 2 members in the process. Look like Kowski up along with Federal right here. They look to be still in this zone right here. Just, it's going to be tough to defend considering all these teams are rotating, trying to find a spot. Ooh, look at this vehicle explosion.
Team Queso just spraying across the field, and here comes J7 with the Uzi, swapping on over for a sec, going for that pre-fire. Oh, J7 on the outskirts, M16, not able to hold out Dream Eaters, but extremely close right there. Oh, it's got the clutch.
You could imagine if Carnage stayed in that fight right there. I think they could have possibly had that, you know. At the same time, you know, went for safety. Unfortunately, not able to find it. There goes PK out a little early right here in this last match. But now it's all up to the rest of these squads. You see HZL inside of Chopsticks. Oh, with UDR right above the corner here. 1 nade is all it takes. Will they be able to spot each other? Does usually just know that HZL's right there?
HCL has to hear this.
I don't think so. He doesn't know. He's
going for the run. Going for the run. Oh,
my
jumping
goodness.
on over behind HCL. Somebody just fly across their screen. Oh my goodness. Talk about the jump scare right there.
Here comes the grenade now, though. Here comes the grenade now. Nano throwing it down. Will it connect? Does some damage. There is that little itty-bitty spot there. He knows it.
Yep.
Will he pick it up?
Ricochet.
Bounce. Oh. 1 HP. One more? Wow. Does he have it? Oh, here comes the 3-1. Didn't work once. It didn't work twice. 3rd time's a charm. Will it get it?
Stay tuned.
We won't know. Yeah, we know the next episode of HZL. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Back on to Cloud9, dealing with B4 right now.
Yeah, Cloud9 uneven, making the pull-up. Maxon and Pedro will be spotting out uneven. Adar, Bayo, right there, able to provide that support. So uneven does have this little rock to work with. This is not in the next zone.
Grenade.
Oh, uneven getting a huge trade, but the trade from Maxon, and it's gonna be a 3v3 right now.
Look how fast C9 is on the smokes. So quick. The second they saw uneven down, throwing out those smokes to be able to get the pickup because they want all 4 members alive towards the end. And while they're throwing smokes, the other team is throwing grenades. Really great plays coming from Cloud9.
Ayo just tossing out some grenades behind some trees. You know, might be some hard cover that B4 are going to be utilizing. And they got the pickup. Yep, Cloud9 got the pickup. B4 got the pickup, and they said, okay, we'll fight you in the zone.
Oh, yeah, and they're both going to the same spot here. Here they go.
Levi popping on out. Bayo is going to be spotted and tagged from Maxon with that AKM. Smokes are out. Mix 0.
Oh,
going to be spotted in the process as well. Pyra bleeding on out. So 2 members, at least 2 members from Cloud9 are done. No, 3 members. Football is with that 3rd party. Adar trying to get the revive, trying to save the day. And I mean, football is definitely saving the day for Cloud9.
But look how fast Cloud9, I'm telling you, their smoke play is some of the best I've seen in this tournament, and it just makes them live little longer by little here. And you can see Team Queso trying to get into it. Oh, Football has some great sight lines with 7 kills on the board already.
7 kills, great sight lines. They got their team. Oh, Cody of Power coming up from behind with the backstab onto Cloud9. Adar was trying to get the revives. Cloud9 trying to get the reset. Leo connected on with the grenade as well. Cody of Power, surprising. Cloud9 right there. Cloud9 did not have any opportunity to reset at all.
Nope, nothing you can do. I mean, when you're facing so many great squads, I mean, Cloud9's so good at being able to get back up, but when you're dealing with that much pressure, I mean, you're going to just fold no matter who you are here. And now you see Footballists. I mean, they have a great position, great sight lines, and they're just picking apart all these squads right now. 8 kills in total.
8 kills, a little 2-2 split going on right now. They got those M16s out 4 times. Single tap, just tapping away and racking up the points when it comes to kills. Team Queso have 4 up, have one of these chopsticks for cover, and that southern end of it is going to be in the zone. One thing to note, though, this story, HZL from Nova, still alive, by the way. Still alive.
Still alive, and look at all the snake plays coming out right now. These squads so good at just spotting every single little player. The zone shifted, dead center, footballists. They are all readied up in position here at this shack, throwing the quick smokes. That's a dangerous smoke right there because that's going to give up their sight lines completely. And Lutz really understood that, so that's why he went outside using these vehicles as cover, try to catch some players off guard. But man, you got to be careful to not get knocked right now.
Yeah, especially with Spring, M24. I just saw Spring connect, get a knock onto somebody. It didn't catch who it was, but
the nade
caught my attention. Grenades out from Nano. UDR, they got 2 up. They only got 1 kill, but they're trying to make the push. They're trying to make the push right now onto Team Queso. Oh no, Nano, that grenade not being tossed over that ledge, and Nano forced to go into the cover.
Yes, that was a tough nade. Oh, another one. Barely surviving right here. I mean, look at all these teams just shooting back and forth at so many different squads. And it looks like Team Queso are in this next circle. They do realize that Konita Power is out of the zone. And in their eyes, that's free points. That's free points on the board. And they're looking to add to their score in any way they can.
Oh, that Marco
look at
out
those
here.
sight lines.
Yeah, the 4 times DP. I'm going to call this the lawnmower. I mean, it is just going to
Nano, the run!
grass. It's going to take out these snakes. Nano in the U.S. trying to make the pull up, able to get out of that U.S. just in time. Toss is smoking. Is going to have that for cover for the time being. Konita Power making the move up there from the south just moments ago. Backstab Cloud9. They are now looking to backstab Wildcard and UDR.
Oh, great nades from Footballists onto Wildcard here. Doesn't connect. These squads are just right next to each other, using the vehicle as any kind of makeshift cover they can. And you can just see Team Queso with the pre-fire all over the place, just trying to get some hit markers and be able to get some crucial knots right here at this essential point in this match.
Footballists, I'm real nervous though. Okay, yeah, they're gonna be spreading out. They had 4 members in that broken shack. That shack has no roof. That shack is just screaming for grenades to get tossed on in and get the squad wiped. So they're going to be spreading a little bit on out of there, trying to keep Wildcard out of the next zone. Meanwhile, HZL still alive. The HZL update still alive. Team Queso,
great shot.
Yep, still in this chopstick, using this for cover. This next zone really will be the deciding factor on who is favored, who has to move, because look right in the middle.
Center.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, right in all those houses and trees that are dead center. Psych, there's nothing. It is wide out in the open right here. All these players know it. I'm doubting almost anybody's going to be able to get into this next circle. We're just going to see shots like crazy. It's literally who moves first. How do you decide to make the first move right here, considering that there's just no cover?
Yeah.
Snakes in.
Marco already opting to go for that crawl. Konita Power, actually taken out down there in the south, and I didn't expect
look at that.
Molly's going to be burning. Football is alive right now. Wildcard trying to make the breach, trying to make the push across the street, tossing out some grenades. Soul K bleeding on out, screaming for a revive. 5 seconds to go. The blue zone is going to start to push on in and smoking themselves. They're going to be blocking those sight lines. Slinky making the initial pull up. Oh my goodness. Acer just taking down 2 right there from Footballists.
Yep, just like that, I was saying, when you throw one bad smoke and just get your whole team wiped, and just like that, Footballists has 0 sight lines. It allows Wildcard to push for free firing, but guess what? They're not there. They're behind that crate jack, and they know that. Lutz with the pre-nade, though. Will they catch him?
Okay. I was waiting for that grenade.
Football is taken out, man. That just goes to show you how one little misplay can just be devastating for your whole team.
Yeah, that grenade, that smoke blocked the sight lines, and yeah, I mean, Wildcard just full on sent it. Look at this though, mini red zone coming on out right now from Loops. They got their strategy. They're in the grass. They are snaking it, trying to avoid being chunked out from the blue zone. They got their grenades in hand, and here it comes. 4 teams remaining. Kowalski spotted by Mystic. Immediately thirsted. It's up to Federal from Loops, tossing a grenade. Oh, Luke's taking down now as well.
Yeah, I mean, they had a tough spot right there. Just Team Queso with the perfect flank. And now it's all up to them to get it done here. They got the tall grass to work with. This is probably the best place in order to get your snake on. And man, if there's any team that could do it, it's Team Queso. They're really good at these kind of end game situations. But man, look at this wild card. They got 3 members back up. Looks like Spring is going to be able to get healed as well. Oh, it's going to be so close.
Everybody looking to get their snake on in this final match. And after this, we're officially halfway over with the finals. This is a huge game. This chicken dinner is needed. Wild card 3 up. Team Queso 4 up. And UDR, they still got their solo down there just chugging away. Nano, yeah, just chugging away.
Bush.
Got the bush.
He's got the bush. The bush of truth right here. Oh, man, that might be the one. As you can see that this is a perfect position. I mean, there's no way they're going to be able to spot him out easily. And if he catches this right on point, I mean, it's anybody's game. If Team Queso and Wildcard just go at it, he stands up and he does the cleanup. Totally possible. Totally possible.
The cleanup crew out here.
He's got the bush.
Got the bush. Backpacks. Backpacks off. Backpacks are off.
Oh, yeah.
Spring, no helmet. My goodness. No helmet. Gonna be making the initial push. The crawl.
Great.
Gonna be maybe spotting out or at least hearing Ayala. I mean, you have to assume Team Queso, they have the numbers advantage.
Oh, look at this. Look at these crawls right here.
Ayala going for that spray down. Oh, the trade though. Ayala is going to be connected on and bleeding on out. There's only 3 up for Team Queso, but Slicky also spotted in the process. Spring going for that spray down as well, making sure to get the confirm before getting taken down and out. It's a 1v2, but Nano's position is going to be compromised. Nano taking out Marco. Oh,
get it done, Team Queso.
Dude, Nano almost won the game.
He tried so hard. He tried so hard, got so close right there. Almost thought he was able to get it done. That just goes to show you, hey, patience right there. You're just, staying real nice and quiet. You got the strong bush right there. Hey, anything can happen. Unfortunately, Team Queso, their eyes were just ready for anything. And man, great return fire. Waiting for them to get it done.
Gotta say, Nano definitely getting their snake on that game. I mean, Wildcard had 3 up. Nano was by themselves. Somehow managed to get 2nd place right there and even more placement points. But what amazing day here, Hot Juice. I mean,
another strong day of matches. Can't beat it. This is what I'm talking about. This is PUBG Mobile competitive at its pinnacle right here, ladies and gentlemen. So, what an amazing day of games. That's going to be it for myself, Hot Jukes, here with Mustache Dave. Can't wait to hear what the desk has to say after this insane day of matches, after this quick break from our sponsors.
Well, it looks like today won't be the day of any 2 wins for any teams out there, as Team Queso take themselves the chicken dinner and get themselves a much-needed victory yet again to get them up a little bit further on in the rankings. But guys, that was a very close match from a couple different teams. Wildcard, and now you're looking at them 7, it's like, come on, they can do it, they can do it. They were so close. But let's check in how many points all the teams they get, including Wildcard in here, as they got the 8 kills to at least back it up with 7.
They were very close, man, and I think you just came down to this zone. If they would have ended up with the zone right there, they more than likely would have ended up with a win too, because they were working with a little bit of a divot there in that location of the map, especially in their location. But Team Queso, this is one team. Hey, listen, I've been kind of calling out teams here back and forth, and every single time I call out a team, they just start performing well. So what I think I'm gonna start doing tomorrow is I'm gonna call out a team and just pick that team, because because I think I'm just gonna go ahead and pretty much end up boosting my own numbers. But Team Queso, this is what they needed. This is exactly the performance they needed to have. They were currently in 8th place before coming into this match, and with an extra 31 points, that should set them up nicely, hopefully a little bit closer towards that top 5, and I believe it will also push them a lot over the 100th point mark. And if you go down, Loops Esports also had a great game. They were able to collect some points there in regards to placement. And then here on the second page, Glitter B4, 11th place. 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best. Was definitely not the best, but at least it's something. It's more points than 1, which is what they got in the last match, so I'll take it. We also are seeing Team Unique Pittsburgh Knights getting 5 points, as well as Cloud9 also getting 5 points with that entire grouping in 9th through 12th. Dream Eaters struggling a little bit here on our last Erangel, and Umbra and Yala down there towards the bottom. Yala has really struggled to kind of get out of that second page today.
Yeah, they've struggled, I think, a lot over the course of today in general, even yesterday having some rough matches. But we're going to dive a little bit further into Queso. Obviously talk about the stats they did pull off with 340 healing. Not bad, 11 kills, 1600 damage. I think, as you kind of said though, Seven, like this was a much needed win for them. It's a little bit of a shame though it comes at the last match of the day, because that might have been the momentum they needed to finally start picking up better results in the next matches. But now they have to wait a day, but at least relieving some pressure off their shoulders, right? I think that's what's really important about that victory.
Yeah, I think that's the main key. This is pretty much the main reason why I wanted a team like Team Queso to get a win, because even though they can't carry the momentum, because as you mentioned, it is the last match of the day, that at least can go back and look at what they did so well in that match. Look how they were able to maintain their 4 players alive towards the end of the match, and use that to their advantage going into tomorrow, going into a fresh new set of maps. Maybe they're gonna be able to play Erangel 3 times again. They could go ahead and get some extra wins there. So overall, I think it's just great. It's a great confidence booster for this team, and especially with them hopefully being in the top 5 after this.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they're going to be top 5 a little bit later on. Right now, we're going to be focused on who the top 4 were from that last match on the kills and obviously the survival time. We actually will see a little bit of a mix-up here. Rahum going to be there yet again. Ayala for one of the first times, I think, actually the first time in the finals. And Acer coming in for wildcard. Nano as well coming in out of UDR Killers. Like, we got to see some new names coming to the forefront here in this match. I'm going to go ahead and actually, I don't even know who I think got the MVP. I almost want to say Ayala, but honestly, I'm not confident in any of my picks here for this.
Kind of happy seeing Nano there. Nano being there. That's pretty cool, man. I think, to be honest, the MVP for me, I'm going to go with Ayala.
Oh, okay. I think it's Acer.
Who we got? Who we got as the MVP? Let's find out.
There were some crazy plays coming out of Acer.
Yo, look at that.
I mean, she can't get the prediction
money
teams,
on this,
but she gets the MVP, so that does count for something.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't really talk much either because it was a really rough day for me too, but you can see why the 1,000 damage done for him was ridiculous. Plus the 7 kills on top of that. Not a bad game here for him, Glitter.
No, that is not too shabby whatsoever, and definitely needed for wildcard. They had a very rough start to the day, and I think we saw a little bit of what they had told us early on. I believe it was Slicky that said, you know, when they get to the last match of the day, if they haven't done well, they kind of just go, you know what, forget it, let's just go for it. They did that in the last few matches here. You could almost see that difference in their play styles, and it definitely ended up paying off for them. But nice to also see, like you said, Seven, Nano up here on our top players list. Definitely made some plays for UDR Killers.
Yeah, and I think with UDR Killers, this is something that we kind of see throughout the day. I even mentioned it earlier in regards to having that spoiler role. Maybe they can stop some of the other teams that are in the top 5, top 7, trying to fight for even higher place, and they can stop them. And in a way, they're going to be helping out some of the other teams as well that are also fighting for those spots. So it's something that I'm going to be looking at, especially now that we kind of passed the halfway mark. A lot of those teams that might not be able to get to first place, they might start doing this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at our do the do moments. And actually, I like the idea of it, but I kind of wish the teams, say your 16th place or your 15th place, you drop on the teams who are 13th and 14th, right? I would almost like to see them not reach as far ahead, because that way you have a chance of passing them to increase your earnings. Maybe it should be, a little bit selfish. Don't worry about, hurting the other team's chances. Worry about increasing your chance to get up in funds here, Glitter.
I don't necessarily disagree. They definitely are going to have to do some leapfrogging, because I believe it's 9th through 16th that actually receive the exact same amount of money. So that's kind of like your threshold. You want to try to get above that 9th place position in order to increase your winnings here for our league finals, as we are watching some of these nades that were coming out of Yala in this PK fight very early on, and Yala was able to do a lot of damage to Pittsburgh Knights, who have kind of struggled today. And I know that you've mentioned a few times, Seven, that they've had their own drama that they're kind of going through, or just struggles really for a team.
Yep.
With a few frustrations here and there. And I think that that's definitely kind of playing into their performance so far in the finals, because we have seen some very, very strong games coming out of Pittsburgh Knights, just not yet here in the finals.
Yeah, and we know they're capable of it, and
Yes.
something that they kind of need to start worrying about. And in regards to what you guys were saying earlier, I'm more of a Joker type. I kind of want to see mayhem. I want to see some of those teams towards the bottom just go crazy. Hot drop maybe Cloud9, see what happens. See if you do end up getting the win, and guess what? That is going to be a huge win. That is going to be a huge confidence booster.
Yes.
You're going to be like, hey, we can do this a little bit more. Let's start doing this every single match. Let's go ahead and just absolutely destroy somebody else's dreams, since we're currently sitting in last place. And I wouldn't be surprised if, let's be honest here, if we do end up seeing that at some point, especially with the way Alpha Legends has been performing. And we know Alpha Legends is that team that's actually capable of getting kills. They're able to win in engagements. Things are just not going their way here on the league finals, as we do see Wildcard being a little bit more aggressive here. Something I definitely enjoyed out of Wildcard was just the amount of kills they were able to get. Luckily for them, throughout most of the match, they did end up getting one of the zones. I don't remember the exact zone that they ended up getting it, but they were in the compound. They were able to just kind of wait out a lot of stuff, and they waited to see what some of the other teams were doing. And when they had to push out was when they had to become aggressive, and for them to actually become aggressive is something that I love, especially with this push right here from Sleeky and his players behind him being able to provide him cover, and just working together as a team is something that I really, really enjoy. I love seeing. But overall, I think Team Castle, with having the circle, having all the players spread out, waiting for somebody else to shoot first, I think it was just too smart of a play. And we're also able to see right there towards the end why Nano was one of the top players, as he was able to get just extra placement points, and on top of that, just deliver some more damage to those players from Team Castle and Wildcard.
I mean, we saw that happen for Wildcard before, right? With Acer, he kind of did the same thing, but he actually got the chicken dinner done for himself. We saw it actually even the day before with Nova doing the same thing on our second Erangel match of the day. But let's take a look at the damage, right? I think that's what it's going to be about here for me. Looking at UDR Killers, if they're able to pick up some decent damage compared to everyone else, kind of see where Queso put themselves in this one, maybe even Wildcard as well, since they did have a lot of kills to back themselves up with. And we're going to see it here. Wildcard and Football is both going to be up there, but Wildcard, this is definitely one of their highest damage games, I feel like, so far in the finals.
Telling you, that aggressiveness that came out of them, it's something that I feel like they need to start doing more often. You said it earlier, Glitter. They usually, for the last game, they tend to perform well because it's the last game. They kind of don't really have to worry about anything. I feel like this team might actually do a lot better if they kind of start playing that way. They tend to do better all the time because they play that way. So with almost 2,400 damage right there, I think that's impressive. Then we had Loops Esports there with 741. We move forward to Footballers. Footballers had a great performance as well, as they were calling me out there on the Twitch chat. Just want to let y'all know, I didn't jinx it, all right? It was Jason, so chill, Footballers. And then we have B4 getting 3 kills there, 800 damage, even though they also didn't have the performances that we would like to see out of B4. That it's starting to look better for them. They are now able to get at least some damage on the board. They're able to get some kills, and if they continue that trend, every single team is just so it's here for a reason, because they got the skill. And if they are able to just get on a groove, being able to just get consistent on kills, get consistent on placements, they can all become a scary team to be reckoned with.
All right, we talked again.
I mean, to be fair, oh, go ahead.
No, all you.
I'd say, just to be fair to B4, though, when we were watching them, they had a much better start in this final match, and they were positioned to do well. There was one rotation where they had to go through Cloud9. They ended up taking an engagement with Cloud9, and then got third-partied by Footballs. Then Wildcard jumped in the battle, and it was just one of those things where you can't always control those unlucky situations. Had they not taken that Cloud9 engagement, maybe rotated longer past them, they would have been safe, but they chose to take that fight, and unfortunately, there were so many other squads around kind of waiting for that to happen that kind of ended up messing up their entire match here.
Yeah, I think they got sandwiched. Like they were the meat between 4 different teams right there. What we are going to take a look at, though, is something we've been keeping track of the entirety of the finals. It comes down to the MVP, right? We want to see who's going to be taking home the $10,000. And right now, Adder is still maintaining that first place position. However, 3 players on Footballers are definitely on their tail, 7.
Footballers! Look at that, man. All right, too is just starting to. He has 23 kills. You know what's actually crazy? Out of all the players that are here in Footballers, one player that would expect him to be here, which is Lutz, he's not here. I'm pretty sure he's going to start picking it up too, because that is just such a scary team. And we always mention how much of a fragging power Footballers does have. But seeing Adder there towards the top, no surprise with the way, especially with the way Cloud9 has been performing. They just scroll down, you see better performances too out of Karina Power Glitter. And you see Tixie there in 5th place.
Yeah, we also have some Queso players up there, but Adder sitting at the top. I think he had almost 1,000 more damage than Solke in 2nd place. So Adder is holding strong to that 1st place position for that MVP race right now.
Yeah, I would imagine all of his teammates are like, hey, we get a cut of that prize money, right? If you get 10K, we're helping you obviously perform. I actually want to see some more stats. I want to see some more information about how the day has gone. We talked about the daily report earlier on today, and we're seeing it here yet again as we round off the day. And football is...
Wow.
Well, Owen Wilson agree. I agree with Owen Wilson here, as we have football is taking 4 places in our daily report, even albeit not all of them being positives necessarily.
Wow. Yeah, it's the damage. Look at the damage.
I don't know that there's really any negatives, though. I think that this kind of fits with the Footballist gameplay that we've seen across the board, right? They are aggressive. They are taking these engagements. And somehow, no matter how aggressive they get or how much damage they do receive, they still aren't one of the top healing teams. Their heals are always so low for the amount of damage that the team is able to output. So the fact that they've managed to take every category except that one is just so Footballist at this point.
I mean, again, they had so many great games, right? They had games with so many kills, and they've really proven to be one of the heavy fraggers, even ahead of Loops, which is something I didn't really expect to say coming into the finals here. But it's time now to take a look at how all the teams are currently sitting against each other. If we were to end today, it's time to see where everyone would be placing, and Cloud9 would be taking home the 100 grand. Footballs with 50K, Nova with 20, and Queso with 10. But Queso have made a pretty big leap here, 7.
So, baby, that's what I like to see out of them in 4th place. Now, this is where this team should have been this whole time. So it leads me to believe, you know how we've been saying maybe some teams have been picking too soon? Well, guess what? Maybe Team Queso is peaking at the right time, as they are currently here in 4th place. They are some points behind Cloud9, but all it takes is for them to just get some wins and for Cloud9 to not do well, and they should be able to catch up there. Nova Esports, I think Nova Esports, with the way that their day kind of went, not as consistent as yesterday, I think for them to be able to maintain that their spot is good. Loops Esports is going to go ahead and fall back down there to, I believe, was 7th place. Interesting stuff here as we do go towards the 2nd page. And B4 currently in 13th place there with 65 points. And towards the end, we got Alpha Legends with 24 points. And this is why we were talking about it, Glitter, because with 24 points, you're so far away from 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place, that just start doing drastic stuff. Stop doing crazy stuff. Stop making a name for yourself, something that some of the other teams previously did in Super Weekends.
Yeah, I absolutely. At this point, you've got nothing to lose, right? We're already halfway through the league finals, so you only have 12 more matches for you to try and do something big, and you know, take the opportunity to potentially shake up the rankings a little bit. We see some small movement between, you know, the teams here on the 2nd page, but a lot of these teams that we're seeing on the 2nd page were previously teams that were on the 1st page when it came to qualifying for these finals. So I don't think that's the way they want to go out. So they probably just need to shake things up for the 2nd half and hopefully kind of make some crazy choices that bump them up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder what changed since then. Maybe the entire meta of how the way the game's being played at the moment within our West League has changed and other teams haven't adapted. But you know what? That's for another day. We'll be talking about that tomorrow, most likely. We need to take a look at how our talent predictions have gone for us so far now. So we're looking at our overall standings within our finals. Remember, we did do a full reset, and we'll see where currently everyone does stand. I think I started off the day in 1st place, 7. I think you were in 2nd, but I think someone has actually gotten a little bit higher than us here. So we'll put it up on the screen and see where we currently are at. And I'm imagining I'm not 1st anymore, but we'll see. Okay, well, yeah, never mind. I guess I'm still maintaining it for now. But honestly, not by much here. 4 points ahead of you, 7. You're at 180. Ridiculous stuff out of you so far. And even Glitter getting over the 106. You're ahead of Hot Jukes, a little bit behind Dave, but overall some pretty good picks out of all of us.
Yeah, we're not doing bad here. You're only 4 points ahead, and remember, I did end up picking that one team yesterday with 0 points because I double pick him, so I screwed myself over there. But I'm catching up, Jason. You better watch out. And then you got Glitter now taking notes from her mom as well. Her mom is currently killing it. Her mom, I think, has like 200 points or something like that at home. So, and Mustache Dave, hey, to give some credit, Mustache Dave is currently not last. So let's go, baby. And then you got Cameron Davis also doing well with 169 points. Not bad.
Yeah, everyone's doing pretty good. I think we already stepped it up when it came to the finals here, trying to redeem ourselves from League Play, where we had something like 83 or 73 matches being played that we recorded. A lot of points in that one. But either way, that's pretty interesting to see as we make our ways through the halfway point. The teams have made their way through the halfway point. Cloud9 still looking strong, though they have struggled quite a bit today. They still were able to at least pull it back and get themselves the one chicken dinner. Tomorrow, I want to ask you guys, going into tomorrow's games, not a prediction necessarily. Well, it kind of is, but it's not going to be controlled or counted. Who do you think the one team that's really going to step up tomorrow is? And it's not necessarily like, I don't want to hear Cloud9. I don't want to hear Loops. I want to hear like a team we normally wouldn't talk about or pick of who could step up tomorrow, who you imagine has the possibility to.
Umbra. For me, it's going to be Umbra. I think they have had good performances. I think they just kind of, in a way, things haven't worked out in certain maps. We've seen them be consistent in regards to placement. We've seen them also being able to frag out as well, and I think that's just one team that's just some tactics away from getting a win. If they're able to get a win, that's going to give them a confidence boost, is going to send them to the next level. And I wouldn't be surprised if Team Umbra actually ends up getting a win here. I wouldn't be surprised if they become that team that we start talking more and more about, because it would end up getting more wins in the future as well. So Team Umbra would be my pick.
Glitter, I feel like we're both going to have the same choice here on this one.
You think?
I think so.
Really? Okay.
I was thinking B4.
Well, B4 definitely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely needs to, but I wasn't going to say B4.
What were you going to say?
What you got then?
I was actually going to say that Yala really needs to step it up.
Okay.
And I think that they have the ability to do so. We've seen them have very strong performances, and when they have those good engagements, they tend to do well after. It's when they're struggling that it's almost like they can't get out of that rut. But then when they get that one solid zone or that one early engagement that sets them up well, that's when they start snowballing. So if they can manage to do that tomorrow, then we might see a different team.
Okay. Well, I honestly hope we see both those teams do it. I think we've seen Umbra step up a bit more than Yala has when it's come to the finals. I was thinking maybe B4, because they definitely struggled these first 2 days, but realizing, well, they've got to go for something crazy here. Maybe they can step up where it counts. But you know what? That's going to wrap up our show here. So you two, go take a break. We'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Glitter, please stop begging your mom for predictions, because we don't want you to pass us tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.
Later, Jason. Take care.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I will enjoy the rest of my night, as he was definitely saying that when he finished off. But guys, that does do it for another day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 League Finals. We have 2 days left until we find out who takes home the $100,000 and gets to sit back and relax until the next season kicks off. So 11 a.m. PDT tomorrow. Be here or be square. Doesn't work, but we'll use it.